coming up. This is unbelievable. Simple. Oh, he's done it as well. 5 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, the StarLadder Major live from Berlin, and the crowd have arrived as well. Okie dokie. Now, fortunately, I'm not alone to break this one down, but I am given the honor to be the host to pull the strings behind this brigade of brains. I'm Machine. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall, Duncan Thornshields, and Sean Gares. And there is so much Counter-Strike for us to kind of recap, tie a bow on it, and package nicely as we ship ourselves off towards the quarterfinals. 8 teams locked in, and so many not present stepping out onto that stage.
Yeah, look, we had a long 2 weeks, right? There was lots of games, lots of overtimes. I think a couple of teams turned heads, Crazy being one of them. But we've got the favorites that we wanted through, maybe not in the fashion we wanted. We are going to have Astralis versus Liquid as a quarterfinal match. But one thing I noticed when all the fans came in was there seems to be a lot of ENCE fans here.
I've seen a couple of
it's definitely a few.
Just a few.
Yeah.
And because they're going up against my boys, the Renegades, this morning, it's going to be a one-sided cheering affair, it sounds like.
Now, something that has to be addressed is that not only do we have you here on the desk, Duncan, that's wonderful, but also you're being positive about the Counter-Strike on Twitter. Like, you truly, you seem satisfied, sated. You're getting that Counter-Strike itch.
I'm like the Dark Knight, like, you know, I'm not the hero the community deserves, but I'm the one it needs. That's what you understand. I'm the only one who can speak out against the tyranny.
But you have been enjoying the Counter-Strike so far.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant Counter-Strike, I think. And actually, even though, like, I prefer it obviously when everyone's in peak form and you just get the clash of the Titans, but it's very rare you ever get a quarterfinals like this, where in theory there is upset potential in every single matchup. There is no super one-sided matchup for me.
Yeah, I can't remember the last major where we look at the quarterfinals and 6 teams, at least 6, probably all 8 could potentially win this major, and it wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, AVANGAR could make that Gambit run.
Look, let's
reference Gambit.
It's still early. Let's not go crazy. I think that win all those matches, right? That one to me, it seems like the one that is the clearest, right?
Yes.
Now, obviously, people think it's going to be Renegades. They're the favorites in that game, of course. The Liquid versus Astralis, nobody knows which direction that one's going. And then you've got the Na'Vi match, right, against NRG. Well, NRG being in very good form, that one there's also up in the air. But AVANGAR, they're really up against it. You know, Adren is the only player in that entire team who has, you know, played at a top 8 of a major.
But let's operate under the assumption that some people checking out the major here have not been watching for the full length. I mean, I don't blame you. 2 weeks of Counter-Strike, it isn't easy to digest all of it. So to kind of get some of those bullet points out, the teams we won't be seeing today but did get to the quarterfinals, we'll focus on them first. This NRG Na'Vi discussion, first of all, NRG, your boys from North America have been doing damage in the brackets on our screen.
They have, yeah. They did not lose a single map in the last stage. Obviously, one went a ridiculous amount of rounds against Astralis. The more impressive showing, obviously, from ENCE, also not losing a single round in the entire, you know, Legend
3-0.
Yeah, I think they averaged something like 6 or 7, like 7 or 8 rounds against them each map. They just blew everyone out.
And obviously NRG beat Team Liquid as well head-to-head, so they've already beat the 2 big dogs coming into this tournament. And I have to say, that's the one I've noticed the most split decisions among all the analysts on who's going to win that particular matchup. There isn't a consensus for that, I've noticed.
Yeah, look, I think that it's easy to say Na'Vi's form throughout the other stages wasn't fantastic. It didn't look good. Simple didn't even have the normal Simple air of confidence about him. But now that you make it to this stage, they're well seasoned in this, and this is what they live for. This is what these players are here for. They want to play in front of the crowd. They want to play for the big money. These are the games today, but Simple won't be here.
Yes, indeed. But that's a conversation, of course, for tomorrow, but just getting ahead of the curve and making sure we're all on the same page. Coming up today, though, we talked a little bit about ENCE and Renegades. We'll come back to that, as that is our first game that we're going to be diving into. But the second one, AVANGAR. What an interesting journey it's been for them. It was against all adversity, against a lot of our predictions. You know, they did exceed expectations to quite a degree. And 4 members, correct me if I'm wrong, their first time in the top 8, first time at the big major, big dogs.
Yeah, definitely. I think no one saw them getting this far, right? And no one saw them beating Liquid. No one saw them getting out the last stage 3-1, right? If they got out, everyone expected maybe a 3-2 sweep out. But here they are, and they find themselves in the quarterfinals against Vitality in a very winnable match for them.
Yeah, what people don't realize as well is it's not as though AVANGAR's just at majors. Like, their biggest form has been in online qualifiers, tier 2 tournaments. They've never been to like a top 8 fight, a clone, or none of the big events. So the idea that like at a major's the first time you do it, it's not impossible, but listen, the odds are against you. Like, you're gonna have a lot of people turning up who've never been in that situation before.
Certainly, but if you you were to remove the names and looked at the Counter-Strike from AVANGAR, do you truly believe that this is the things we've seen from Kickit, Buster? Do you think they can compete?
Well, the trio is not the trio you would expect, right? Because it is Kickit, it is Buster, and then James saving the AWP. But look, he does it for a reason, right? People are obviously harsh about it, but if it is the AWP, the most expensive weapon and a key to win rounds, it makes sense. But it is that trio. The biggest problem I have with them is who's in-game leading, right? Because it's come out, James was doing it, now Kickit's helping, and then they said in an interview towards the end of the stage that Adren's being involved as well. Now, too many voices can be a problem in the long run. If it works for them here and they can win games, great, just keep doing it. But they are the youngest five-man roster here, right? And I mean, since these teams, we've seen a lot of roster changes come together. I was having a look at it. This AVANGAR roster has only been together for 72 days, right? Since Sanji and Adren has joined. He's the most recent player on that list. So not a very long time for them to have, I guess, synergy with the 5 players.
Yeah, and I don't think there's any argument that the stage does play a factor. Experience becomes a conversation. It's good to get ahead of that.
Yeah, what's crazy about AVANGAR, though, is before the summer, Chad kind of like touched on it a little bit. They changed their roster. They went from the 13th ranked team in the world on HLTV.org to the 30th or something like that. Like, they completely dropped off a cliff. And that's why everyone's expectations coming into this major was so low. I mean, they shocked everyone.
They certainly did. And actually, just to put a pin in that Na'Vi conversation for tomorrow as well, there is still some convincing for you, Duncan. Do you still need to see more once they step into this top 8?
Yeah, I mean, we've only seen 2 tournaments basically with this particular lineup with Boomich. It's been, you know, there's been positives, but they've never hit the peaks of where Na'Vi was in the past with the old lineup last year. They've also obviously had some troughs where there's been certain games that looked atrocious. So for me, like, listen, I expect Simple to come along and be a great player. He's done it so many times at this point. But the problem is, some of the others you expect to go the other way. Like, is Flamey going to maintain that form? I don't know about that. Electronic has those tournaments where he's an MVP. Yes, tournaments where he's just an okay player as well. So it can't just be the Simple show. It hasn't been so far, but I think just for them, you look at NRG, you can't deny the format. You have to kind of give them at least the nod just for what they've done at this tournament.
Yeah, that does seem to be the general consensus. Now, ENCE have not only got the fans in the arena, but they have the simplest run so far. And yet, with so much adversity and speculation attached to them at the start of this tournament, it would be foolish not to cover it, especially when we have the time to do so.
What do we miss?
I think ENCE might have just given them a wave.
They've seen something we haven't. But yeah, look, this team, they were coming into this tournament where we thought, yeah, they're having a rough time. We'll see how they go. They should do a lot of prep. And then we hear, oh, Sunny's joining, their in-game leader. Alexi B's out. Of course, that doesn't seem like a positive thing. It isn't a positive thing, but they've spun it that way. They've said, you know, we're professionals. We're here to finish the cold blood. That's what we see from them on the stage. And they've continued with that. Alexi's played great. You've obviously had Alu with fantastic performances. Sergey doing the same. So these guys coming into this, there's no reason you would say they're shaken, but it is an external factor. Let's be honest. I've seen, you know, Alexi B sitting in the lobby on his own, right? I don't know what the rest of the team's doing, but if it is a work environment, that's fine. He's a kid. He's 22 years of age. If you think being dropped from a team in a major isn't going to affect him at all, you're trying to tell me a lie that just isn't true. Of course he's going to be affected by that. Yeah. Now, if they can come out here and perform and continue to look good, great. That's great stuff for them. They're really showing the direction of professionalism in Counter-Strike. But for me, I'm a pretty emotional guy. I don't know if anybody knows that. I couldn't contain it. It would be very difficult for me to come in here and, you know, be 100% focused without knowing that's lingering. Where am I going in the future? What's next for me? If I perform badly here, are the offers that are coming, are they going to disappear?
I'm just imagining Chad sat watching this lobby, right, trying to break it down. And then as, like you know, Nico walks by, is he coming? Is he going to go sit down there? Oh, no, he's just going to the lobby.
It's social. It's a social game, you know?
Starting to speculate. They're just watching there, sipping his lemonade in the corner.
Here's the angle, though, that people forget about ENCE. Is not only did they 3-0, they beat Vitality 2-0, a team that was their kryptonite, that was owning them, that knocked them out of ASL Cologne in last place, which is probably what predicated the move where XCB's getting caught now, where the results weren't good enough. So that's already a big statement game for me. That's #2 team in the world on the rankings.
And AVANGAR. They're the only team to beat AVANGAR in that last stage as well. So they beat 2 teams out of the 3 possible on their side of the bracket. That looks pretty good for them.
That is a very good point. And this does seem to be an ENCE that come to compete. There was so many unanswered questions, and I think the answers today versus the Renegades will help a lot of people get their head around it. I mean, Alu dropped some insane amount of frags, and it was 16-7, 16-10 versus Vitality. This wasn't even a close series.
What was impressive is the Dust 2 win for me though, right? Because Dust 2 has been a problem map for ENCE. Somewhere like their B-bomb site gets exploited, they explode onto it. You saw that in the last major. It was a little bit of a problem. But you watched that game, they were prepared for it. They changed some of their protocols, they Molotov dark and then follow it with a nade, and then they get the smoke down before the Molotov disappears. All these little details, they tweaked and look really good. So their prep and their practice for this must be on point, because they've found the problems, they've made them better, and that's the thing with ENCE. We talk about this team as a stable foundation. You know, they have the fundamentals of Counter-Strike down. Well, they're playing to that, and their individuals are playing well, so that's when they're the most scary.
Yeah, just a lot of people acknowledging how good they look, and of course we'll get to see them. That's our first game of the day, will be ENCE versus Renegades. The second, though, and one that I want to talk about, especially now we've referenced their loss, the Frenchman's loss to ENCE, is Vitality. It's a very interesting conversation. I want to talk about, especially now we've referenced.
Renegades. The perfect weapon for the job. Oh, satisfaction. A flurry of frags. He's done his part. Energy.
And no one defusing the bomb yet. He sees one. Oh, he flicks. He gets the kill. Now it's one. Can he save it? Can he get the double OT? So, you've got to be kidding me. He takes down every single one.
Team Vitality.
He was set up there, actually. It should have been working out great, but RPK takes two of the Deagle. Val now coming for him, but he's going to go down as well as triple kill.
AVANGAR.
Perch the flash is good, and he's all blind. What was that? A double kill from nowhere. No right. That has to be a 1v2 for Sandy transfer. He's done it!
Team Liquid. As Nitro swings out to be bomb site. They're able to have control. They're starting to knock below the bomb. It's absolutely denied those. Natus vincere. I think that was a double through the smoke.
Oh my god, Electronic annihilates, savages the push.
Astralis.
Great lineup, leaving Sip alone in a 1 versus 2.
He's out the shots, and Nix commits, he's got the headshot, and he's got it!
What are they doing? They're not finding the bomb? No.
No one's
no.
Oh, please stop.
This can't be real.
How have they done that? Welcome on stage, Gabi.
talking about. Excuse me, gentlemen. Excuse me for just 1 second. We've got a special guest in the house. Make some noise for Frankfurt's finest, Gabi! Gabi, legend of the game. Now you get to put this trophy right here in the middle of all of these teams. Talk to me about being where you are right now today.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here along these all great IGLs, and to be here in Berlin is always a pleasure for me, and in front of home crowd, everything couldn't be better, to be honest.
Couldn't be better. I mean, Mercedes-Benz Arena's rocking all weekend long, I think, but I gotta ask you right now, Gab, out of all these guys, I want you to look them right in their eyes. Who's gonna win this major?
If I need to pick one, I would take Liquid.
Woo. We got Liquid fans in the house? Not a fan favorite, Gab. I do appreciate you, though. That's completely fine. That's not a big deal. I appreciate you coming out here, and I appreciate all 8 of you being around here. We got to get a major under the way, so I'm going to have to ask you guys to step off the stage. Thank you very much for Gabi, everybody. Gabi! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a huge opportunity amongst us today. It's a big day, not just for me, not just for you, not just for production and the staff and the admins and the players. Everybody, this is the 15th major ever. This is a big day, and you all, even you at home, you all helped to make this happen. Berlin, I need you to roar. Berlin, let me get a yeah. Let me get a yeah, bull. All right, all right, all right. You guys ready for some Counter-Strike? I'm not feeling it personally. I think you guys, are you ready over here? What about on this side? I think they got you beat. Let's meet these quarterfinalists. Quarterfinalists, please.
Welcome on stage. Stage. Renegades. Quarterfinal. ENCE versus Renegades.
The ice-cold Finns, untouched, undefeated, exemplary professionalism shown from them so far, and now facing up against the Renegades. Back against the ropes since their first 2 best-of-1s. It was back-to-back-to-back best-of-3s that brought the Aussie mix here. And so far, top 8, and they really are vying, and even converting analysts, believing that they can take this to the big dogs.
The reverse sweep, I don't want to say I told you so, but I have a little bit of pride here today. And normally I'm not biased. Normally I predict against the Renegades, but that's going to change. And
tell me why.
I just want to throw this out there. It's the only stat I care about.
Sure.
It's the only one that's going to matter, is that Renegades have never lost to ENCE before in a major. Back in 2015 as well, me, Juzzy, Aaron, we beat TYLOO and Natus and his boys. Natus didn't show up, he had to go to a wedding, but it didn't matter, they lost anyway. And I have so much confidence that the Renegades have emotion that the Finns don't, that matters when you get on a stage like that, that matters to get past this, and they're going to wield that as a weapon against the Finns, and maybe send all these people who came out here to celebrate home a little bit early.
Okay, so not only supporting the boys, but doubting ENCE on that stage.
Cheering against the fans who came to cheer against them.
There's just lots of Finns here, you know?
Chad did wear a jersey on a previous segment of this tournament.
I didn't see
so
it. Did he really?
I didn't see that,
Yeah, a lot of people actually didn't see it. So.
Yeah, that's why we got Sliggy here, so maybe this time round. But look, I think going into this one here, I'm not delusional. ENCE are obviously the favorites. ENCE are clearly the favorites. I say some stupid things. Most things I say are stupid. But going into this game, they have Renegades covered in the veto, in my opinion. They don't play Vertigo. You have to keep that in mind. That's one of Renegade's strengths to even get to this point. They've been here. They've gone further. They've made it to a grand final. They have the experience. They should have Renegades covered every day of the week.
From a Counter-Strike standpoint, when you've covered the Renegades game, Sean, are you still seeing what often is described as kind of but messy, clear, well thought out Counter-Strike, or have they managed to polish it up coming into the top 8?
They have polished it up a little bit, but their performers aren't really typical when you consider Renegades of the past, right?
Certainly.
JKS hasn't put up the numbers that we expect from him, whereas Liaz, on the other hand, is probably overperforming, if you ask me. So this version of Renegades is much different than the prior ones I've seen. Their map pool is deep, but versus ENCE, I don't know.
Versus ENCE, and actually with them on our screens, it's focus on the Finns. Duncan, I'll give you the Lions task of handling ENCE Esports.
Yeah, well, I think the interesting thing is, obviously at the last major, they were supposed to go out in the round of 8. They were not supposed to be a team that could make the final. Now a lot of people tipping them to possibly make that final, especially because remember, if they meet Vitality in the semi-finals, they already won that match at this tournament. So now you actually have to go the other way. They're in some senses a favourite. They have the pressure upon them. The Renegades actually are the guys who are coming back trying to make their first semi-finals. So I think if you look at ENCE, people did jump the gun when they heard the news about LXCB. Like, they already wrote them off. Dead team walking. First of all, anyone who's followed Counter-Strike for a long time knows that can take the pressure off your shoulders. At that point in time, you think, hey, whatever happens, happens. And actually, LXCB has absolutely fragged out in this tournament. Like, if he wanted to put himself in the shop window, he's done a fabulous job, which makes me even wonder, since they're implying internally, maybe he isn't always the in-game leader, or Ali takes some of the duties. Maybe he freed him up a little bit. It's his last tournament.
Yeah, I was afraid he wouldn't show up. He's the 5th highest rated player in that previous Legends stage. While ENCE has looked extremely solid strategically.
Right.
They look like nothing has changed at all. So I mean, sure, the Finnish teams always show very little emotion, but it's actually insane what they've managed to do.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that's got a lot of us beat, and a lot of us that, you know, sometimes attribute the emotion and how that will influence the game. ENCE just kind of shut us up for a second and say, no, look what we can do.
We can play Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And that's what they did very well. I think one thing to note from the last time they were at a major was X7 played out of his mind, right? Sure. Him during that playoff stage was a monster. Yeah. I want to see if he can replicate that, because he becomes a big stage player if he can, right? He's not somebody they need, but when he can show up in these environments, it's great.
I cut you off before, Sean, but with them on the screens, you can continue saying that not the most likely subjects have showed up so far.
Yeah, so far JKS is like a middle performer for Renegades, but Jacob and Liaz, on the other hand, have been putting in work when you watch the Renegades play. They've come up huge. I mean, Liaz has had so many important, pivotal clutches, actually, that he dragged them over that FaZe series, in my opinion.
He's tied with Zipnix for 7 clutches in the tournament thus far, I believe. But
Jeez.
So
the boy who clutched.
It's not a bad stat line to have right there, but that's what he was known for in Australia. He was, when JKS was over in the US, Liaz was the next JKS. Now, I think Justin's role has changed. You see him doing more double AWPing. He's more aggressive in certain situations. He used to be the most passive player back in the day. So you can see how these individuals are all shifting here. But I need more impact from Gratisfaction. Him on the AWP, he doesn't look like they build around him. It doesn't look like they set him up, but he needs to know that the positions he's in, we need to see 2 from him. He can't just be getting away with 1. And another condition for Renegades in this series right here is the force buys. They force buy regardless. CTT side, it doesn't matter. But their conversion rate in this tournament is so bad, it's 9.1%.
of force buys.
That's not great for them at all. Whereas,
Sub 10.
Yeah, ENCE on the other side of things, they will force buy on the T side. On the CT side, they normally respect their opponent, take that full eco, get the third gun round in. But versus Renegades, I've seen versus some of their games in the past, they don't respect them. They'll go for the force buy on the CT side. They'll take it to them because they think they're better.
One angle actually that I do think is a potential mismatch in this one is though, when you talk about like that cool, steely nature of the Finns, one of the things that impressed everyone when they burst out the gate is they weren't getting rattled in these big games against Team Liquid and Astralis. They held their nerve. Problem is, the Renegades on the other side, they have lost a lot of 14, 16 games, 13, 16 games. If you get to that point of the game, that's where I feel as though, just in terms of psychological factors, you give a little bit of the edge to ENCE.
The most incredible thing from the last major, in my opinion, was X7 winning that one-on-one against Simple, and he looked like a stone-cold killer.
Yeah,
literally no reaction at all.
Fun info, we actually got the veto happening live. The players are doing it on the stage as we speak, so take a look and understand while they do.
Bans make sense.
Yeah,
that's what we expected.
The Mirage pick from Renegades is exactly what you'd expect, and the Nuke pick from ENCE is also what you'd expect.
Here's the thing though, Sean, I'm going to say this. That Nuke pick to me actually suggests that ENCE is respecting Renegades, because if they wanted to just go with their strength, you go with Train, it's available right now.
They have been picking Nuke though in prior series, and from what I saw when Renegades played Nuke earlier in this event, it was terrible.
Oh, it was so bad.
It was so bad.
Yes.
They allowed FaZe to get
clearly
down the vents every round without any information. JKS struggled at ramp in that game as well.
Dust 2 would be a sexy one right here, boys.
So it's Mirage is picked already.
Because they really want to... listen, they both like Train as well, but the choice is the Renegades. If I'm Renegades, I'm definitely taking Dust 2 at this point in time. It's been a weak enough map for the guys from ENCE.
Yeah, I would really like to see Renegades go towards
And it's a ballsy pick. You said, listen, we can out-frag you as well.
I know that Kassad is confident with Renegade's Train,
There we
however.
go.
Okay, there's the respect. So Dust 2 as the third. Look, if we go all the way, you favor Renegades on Mirage, right? You think the Renegades are going to get blown out of the water on Nuke, but then Dust 2 is where it starts to look like a 50-50.
That's a coin flip.
It does. Yeah. It's a total coin flip. And we've seen Renegades play against NRG, who is a very strong Dust 2 team in this tournament. They should have won that game.
16-14, they lost, what was it, 3 or 4 rounds to Deagles. That's another thing they have to clean up, right? When they do win these pistols, they have to be converting the second as well, because ENCE are going to take everything. They're going to take any inch. They have all these setups. They have all this preparation. Renegades have looked very flustered in the dicey scenarios, right? If they lose a player early, they start to get flustered. They all stop. They stand still. No one takes initiative.
Starts to rot.
And then they run in on the last 30 seconds and they just get multi-kill. We saw that happen on Vertigo, Sanji with the CZ. We're getting destroyed.
Take a look at the amount of Mirage we've seen from ENCE. I imagine that's not painting the most fair picture.
No, Duncan doesn't like seeing that. He's a man that likes seeing a lot of maps played, and that's
I think that actually makes it a good pick to take right there.
Yeah.
Like they don't have a lot shown themselves.
Yeah.
I know people always say, yeah, but in scrims, we were working on it. Like scrims are so different from an official game. Like the comfort you have from, look how many Renegades have. What, they have 6 or 7 games, almost double the amount. So I'm going to be way more comfortable against anyone.
I mean, ENCE looked super comfortable last major on Mirage, but like you said, in these last 3 months, that was a long time ago. And yes, it is the same lineup, but metas change, and you can see right now it's not up there in their map pool.
Well, you've heard what we're saying about this game. Why don't we hear what the players had to say about this quarter-final? ENCE versus Renegades. Let's hear from ENCE first.
I'm actually so proud of the guys because when we played the 2 weeks, the practice, I was proud already over there how the practice went, because I was so sure that we'll have so much issues and so little time to fix everything. But I was so proud already, and I just hope that they can transfer it from there to this. And the first game, I was a bit nervous, like how it will go. But those guys, they're professional. I just raised my hats for them, and after that I saw the first match, how they coped with it, how they played that, how their mindset was, and communication, everything. I knew that we're gonna do a good run over here. It was a surprise for me how Renegades played, overall, this tournament. And I'm actually happy for them because they have been struggling so much. And I do think that the match, our game, it will be a really tight game. I think they're so hyped now that they're here, and because of going from 0-2 to the playoffs, that's huge boost. I know that. So which team will get the most pressure will lose the match. So we have to keep our heads calm and hope that they will fail. I think we'll have to face them in a way that they're a different team that they have been for the past months. We have to keep in mind that they are a very strong team, and if you play against them with the mindset how they have played so far, not in this tournament but before, then most likely you will get the upper hand in that case. So we have to play against them that they are like a real threat, and they are doing so well. There is a reason why they are in playoffs. We have to feel it that in a way we are the underdogs, and then go from there. When I watch the players, and even though I see their emotions and everything, I really don't like register it into my mind. I only watch what he's doing in the game, and that's it. Nothing else like concerns me, because he can be a player who hypes, and he can be like, you know, who doesn't like show emotions, whatever. That's outside of the game for me. I just want to see how he plays, what he does.
A clear understanding from the coach Twister about separating emotion from the mechanics, and so far ENCE have displayed phenomenal prowess in that department. They do clearly look honed in, and some of the stats for them. Alexi B, what a performance he's had so far here in the tournament.
Yeah, especially because on their team, some of the squads they've been going against, ENCE, you used to say, fragging's not really their department. Like, they're tactical, they've got a nice map pool, great team play, great mentality. Well, the guy that you expect to be a big fragger is this guy. And last playoffs, when X7 was stepping up, Sergey was disappearing, despite the fact they went all the way to the finals. So this young 17-year-old guy, Sergey, he's the best player in the team. Yeah. He needs to be the superstar. And against a team like Renegades, I think if he turns up, it's a little bit too much from the handle.
And you can see this is a different Sergey than we saw previously, like at the last major, right? He's aggressive. He's making plays. When we saw that opening game against AVANGAR, he was up in the bathrooms on overpass, constantly just disrupting their flow, and that's why they were just able to destroy them.
They really did, and I mean, going up against them, you heard from Twister himself talking about the Renegades and how he acknowledges that they're here for a reason, Chad. Which individuals need to be that reason here on the stage today?
Look, going into this right here, I think it has to just be... Look, I don't know. I'm a little bit lost, Alex. I don't usually get lost for words in these scenarios.
Surely.
Yes, of course. You know, but I think Aaron is the one who needs to step up. Okay. Azza, right, the in-game leader, because I know that he has the potential to still be a fragger. He's taken over the in-game leadership role. It's really hampered his stats. It hasn't looked good. And the reason I'm struggling here is because Renegades are the only team who have never made it to the playoffs before. Sorry, they've only made it one time to the playoffs before, and they have nobody here who's ever made it to, you know, a major grand final. They've never progressed past this point. They have the least amount of experience on their squad. So this, for them, it's hard to, you know, separate which player or who needs to step up more than anybody else. It just has to be the whole unit.
Treat it like a unit, and we're actually going to focus on them now and hear their statements coming into their quarterfinal.
Our preparation for this major was pretty much exactly the same like for the last one. Maybe a little bit shorter because of the player break. For the playoffs, I feel like that we need to spend more time talking than actually practicing. So that will be the main focus in the next 3 days. Just talking more and like with that, like fixing our mistakes. Being able to go from 0-2 to 3-2 in an event like this, I think it shows that we are a true unit. There is no I. There is not a single individual that is like, you know, kind of stands out. We're just trying to be like as a unit and act as a unit and play as a unit and just be a true team. So we're facing ENCE in the quarterfinals, and I feel like that's the opponent that suits us. We always like playing against them, and we have no pressure at all facing them, even though in theory they're the favorites against us. How would I describe each of the ENCE players? Cold-blooded, maybe lack of emotions, but super skilled and very confident. What's going to be the key factor in this game against ENCE, I think it's going to come down to confidence, communication for us, and just making fewer mistakes than them, I guess. So we're kind of looking forward to the game.
The coach of the Renegades, Kassad, letting you know that they are just fingers on a fist, each as integral to the damage as each other. And you can see Azza, in-game leader. We've seen an awful lot of him in the major circuit.
Yeah, and you look at this, right? When back in the day, he was one of the main stars of the team. This man right here, however, I think has become the main star of the team. He has the most experience. He's from Norway. He's one of the boys now, but he is the most consistent factor for Renegades over his entire time in that unit.
And I also think, like, I found it so interesting that both coaches at the end made the pivotal factor who makes less mistakes. They didn't say, like, we have to frag out, we're going to win our map. These teams both understand basically the psychological war I was talking about before. These are squads where they need to get everything out of their players. It's about team play, it's about tactics. So they're not one of these squads like a FaZe Clan, Na'Vi, where, listen, if the big fraggers come, we can get away with mistakes.
Yeah, it's not like the match later today, right, where the teams aren't really experienced against each other. These teams have met 7 different maps this year, right? And the first 4 went to Renegades, the last 3 have gone to ENCE. And it is always about mistakes when you watch these two teams play.
I'm just looking at, the games you're referencing. I'm looking at the score lines, and it is 16-14, 16-12, 16-14, 16-13. These teams have been inseparable all year.
And I'll even throw in a little wrinkle. Listen, it looked favoured to ENCE when you saw the results there, but you have to remember, the Renegades guys were playing that summer run of tournaments without proper boot camp time. Obviously, Gratisfaction had his whole visa situation. Like, that wasn't necessarily peak form Renegades, whereas that was actually when ENCE was still in great form.
It sounds like I'm converting them a little bit.
It does
here,
sound
Alex,
like
no. I'm not buying it.
You're not picking up.
Get out of here.
Look, I was talking about that conversion rate, right? We've got the GGBet odds on the screen right now. They obviously favour ENCE quite clearly. They don't look at Renegades like they have a shot in this at all. And I look, experience-wise, you back ENCE in for sure. But matchup-wise, if we play this not in this arena, in the off-room, this is a matchup that is 60-40.
Those numbers are not correct.
Very
the 89-11, there's no way that ENCE wins 89%
the big problem, Chad,
of
is
the time.
it's that nuke game because everyone feels like that's going ENCE's way. So as a result, it's not like it's impossible for ENCE to win on Mirage. That's the big determinant one. I'm with you. If it goes to Dust 2, flip a coin, let's see who wins on that one. But I think the big Mirage game is the one that's going to decide Renegade's fate.
Oh, and that's the one we start with. We're not starting just yet. Players making their final preparations, and so are the fans as I hear a chant begin. Why don't we go ahead and see if we can get a microphone in one of those fans' faces?
That's exactly what we are about to do, Alex. Berlin, what's going on? Now, Chad, you put a tweet out, mate, and you were saying you wanted some Renegades fans. I found a fair few of them, but they're quite outnumbered by ENCE. We got Jaden down here. Jaden, you got a story for me. You've travelled. You are an Australian here. You've made the journey for your boys. What's going on? Talk to me.
Well, it seems to be that Finland immigrated their entire country here, but it doesn't matter because no matter what, the Australian boys, and regardless of what Spongy says, Australia is going to win this one. And Jacob, by the way, regardless, you're always going to be welcome because Australia is the place to be. Go the Renegade!
We got some real the boys moments coming over here. But Tonya, what do the ENCE fans have to say about that? Because they may have the numbers, but they sound a bit weak to me.
Yeah, we have the numbers. Thank you very much, James. I'm here with true ENCE fans. Am I right, guys? Can you believe that, guys? With true CSGO fans. I think we should do this louder, louder, louder. You see the Finnish flag. These guys is crazy. The crowd here is incredible. I really hope you guys feel the energy. James, what can you say about that?
Well, I can sit there, and there we go. I can sit there and say the ENCE chant is the most boring chant going. ENCE. Come on, we need something better. I think the boys have got the really way for it to go, but there we go. Renegades, make some noise if you want them to win, because we're going back over to the desk.
Absolutely brilliant. Yes, there's plenty of fans. Certainly, ENCE have the majority, and it seems they have the majority of the expectations of our analyst desk. But you've certainly started the conversion process, Chad, for some people here in the arena and watching
It'll take
at home.
time.
Yeah, absolutely. Mirage, though, the point we made prior to hearing from the fans was that you think it really does hinge on that first map, Duncan. Do you want to explain your working there?
Listen, it's a map where I know historically you saw when they pulled up the record, they haven't played that much in the last few months. But again, as Sean said, you go back to the last major, they were beating Team Liquid on that map, who's a fantastic Mirage team. So for me, again, they've got the tactics. In this particular matchup, they probably have a slight edge in terms of fragging, in terms of who you think is going to be the star player. If someone like Sergey, ALO takes over the game. So I think that's why I like the fact that both opponents acknowledge, like, we got the right person to play, basically. Like, this is the right matchup. It's not one-sided one way or another. No one's willing to say, like, we're going to smash them in this one area. So, for me, I think this is going to be a pretty close. This is a 60-40 probably for Renegades.
Oh, that's your POV. Of course, speaking of, if you want to go ahead and watch every single player's POV, you can do so by subscribing to this channel. Gives you access to the StarLadder Major Command Center, and you can check all the POVs, advanced stats, the minimap, and even customize your HUD. So that's available if you subscribe to the channel, the StarLadder Major Command Center for this one.
It's a good place to be. I think another good place to be is probably on the ENCE side of things, because gun round wise, you look at these teams toe-to-toe, Renegades, they're struggling against the anti-eco. So ENCE are going to have them covered when we have the guns. This is why for Renegades, I'm saying if they win the pistol, they have to convert. If they force buy, they have to convert. They can't be starting games, Alex, down several rounds. They need to make sure they get off there in a competitive way.
Keep it level, keep the equilibrium, keep it running.
I couldn't agree more. Renegades is a game plan team, right? And if their early rounds crumble, I would see their whole half crumbling, right? They like to set up early mid defaults so that way it opens up the later bomb site hits.
I just can't wait to see more from TYLOO. He's been a bit of a badass. He's had a fire lit beneath him, and he's come in swinging, especially in that series versus Vitality. Now upgrading the stage. We'll see if he can upgrade his game. Player to watch for me for sure. But one for ENCE, one for Renegades. Have you locked in your final answer yet, Duncan?
I'm going to say ENCE takes this series. Listen, I'll give Renegades the potential to win this match. It could be a great series. Let's get the dust to it. Let's have some fun. But I do think, like, the quality is on the side of the ENCE guys. Renegades, listen, this may as well be Chad's funeral because they're going to let him down one last time.
Is there an
You're looking sharp for your funeral, to be fair.
Yeah, look, I dressed up for the occasion.
Right there.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. ENCE versus Renegades. It's over to your casters. Let's jump in to the first game of the top 8.
Thank you very much, Alex. This is going to be incredible. What beautiful energy in the arena, James. Fans from both sides have made all the journeys. We saw people even from Singapore. But here we go. We are off on Mirage. Renegades on that T side. And ENCE will be defending. ENCE going for a 2-1-2 split with their players. And it's going to be a nasty surprise for Sergey, James.
It is indeed. But pistols being what they are, just got to find the headshots. Got the grenades streaming into the site now. Going to be forced from their position. The flashbangs are up and Sergey is down. Area with a lot to do. He's going to get headshot at range, so low already. The box has been dropped for the time being. The flash is in there. Ariel's still doing work. Outstayed his welcome, perhaps. CT is in control of the CTs for the most part. Jacob, though, looking to make a play. There's no flash for him. He pops out. That's one. Can he find the other one? No, not quite. LXCB holding position X7 now with a crossfire with his teammate. Renegades moving back towards the ramp and sandwich. There's a smoke up on the ramp now. Nice one from JKS. Moving behind the smoke. 1v1. LXCB with smoke and a defuse kit. The bomb's not planted for JKS. He realizes that. He's staying close. Does he see LXCB? There goes the smoke, but can LXC cross? He's waiting for the smoke to go. JKS realizes what could be happening at the moment. There he is. Going to the smoke now. Does he hold the defuse? Does the knife come out for JKS? Moving closer. Non-believer realizes what might be up. Very easy for him. And there is a pistol round for Renegades.
Fantastic stuff there for the Renegades. Great execution on the pistol. Box standard stuff, but I think, you know, we saw Sean, he set it up pretty well, gave us the expectation. If we want to see this upset, if we want to see Renegades having a really strong matchup, we want to see them taking control early on that T side, getting to kind of play the pace that they want to, as opposed to having ENCE dictating it to them. And, of course, ENCE, they have some decisions to make here. They may, of course, some teams would go for a force buy in this situation, but ENCE are actually going to opt for pretty much a full save. We've got a P250, but that's about it. And looking to go for a mid-push ENCE. Everybody charging up. Jacob's going to have some fun here with this MAC-10. There you go. Spray down. And he's got some company to finish it all off. Nice and easy there for round 2, but we are going to be back into the action quite quickly as ENCE will be ready for the buy.
Renegades with a really solid start. No one dying in that round is really awesome for them. Gives them some bonus money should they need it in the early stage. Now this chap on the screen, walking onto the stage, he looked like he was ready to murder his opponents. And now he has a chance to show us what he's able to do. No AWP just yet, no full buy. We've got X7 on the UMP. ENCE prioritizing the grenades. The utility will lead him to victory, in their eyes at least. Ali with a timing HE up top. Won't spot Jacob making his way up the short position. Jacob so important for Renegades on Mirage. Moving forward into that ladder room. This is a very fast take of ladder room. A minute 36 on the clock and Renegades have ladder and they've got presence on A ramp.
Yeah, they're going to be shutting down CD Spawn with that forward incendiary and smoke. Aerial in trouble. Oh, wow, he actually manages to get a frag. That's pretty important. Let's see if they can do something. There's a huge gap there. I believe the smoke was messed up by the incendiary, so that's going to work out quite nicely for ENCE. And Renegades are now in this awkward spot. They do at least have that tower control due to JChem and jungle presence as well, so there is something to work with. But the MAC-10, I feel a little not ideal against 4 rifles coming in. And ENCE will make themselves known from that ticket position. 3 players looking to push in all together. They got a couple, well, just one flashbang to make the move. Gratisfaction, that's a good start, but FaZe gets the trade.
Jacob waiting. He's got a position for the bomb plant. He's going to flash for his teammate. See if Azza makes a play with the MAC-10. Doing it for himself as well. LXCB taken out. Azza's just waiting. He can wide swing with the MAC-10 and be a real issue with Sergey in the red. He's got to be careful. Azza hears the bomb being touched. He's got to get the player off the bomb. Oh, he takes a bullet for the team, Sergey. He takes a bullet, and that allows the bomb to be defused. X7 with the UMP. X7 was by jungle while the rest of his team were towards CT for a while with that UMP, which is kind of awkward for him. Maybe he would have switched for an M4 with one of his teammates who was low, but either way, it works out. That was a beautiful play from Sergey. Went down on his sword for the team. Just ran distraction while a MAC-10 was trying to find the right angle. But again, that MAC-10 spray is going to be all over the place, so that one doesn't quite work out for Renegades. An early victory for ENCE.
Yeah, it could turn on its head, though, if Renegades are able to pick this round up. Alu goes quick into mid, though. Will be smoked to deter him. Might take a timing shot. Actually falls back, not wanting to give away the presence. Look at the speed here from this push. Oh my god! JKS annihilating X7 and Sergey in the Palace position, whilst Renegades very aggressively and quickly take over the middle position. They have an insanely strong position on the map now and all the time in the world to work with.
This round, Alu started with the AWP, no Kevlar, and his job will get even tougher now with a lot of players alive, although that quickly changes from a 5v3 to a 3v3. Aerial trying to control at window position, but Azza was simply waiting, had the better angle, and now Aerial's dead. Alu forced to rotate. He may not want to scope in because he would concede his position. In the meantime, LXCB goes to have a look. There's so much time for Renegades at the moment. The bomb rotating towards there, you can see, and Azza just waits and punishes one by one. And there's another for Azza. 3 in the round from the same position, and Renegades reset ENCE immediately.
That was a great spot for sure for Renegades. You can see that Alu playing from ticket with the AWP. It's such a good position to deny a push through connector, and that's, of course, what slowed the round down. But Azza in that key position, punishing those rotations, ENCE trying desperately to get the information and getting punished time and again. Well played from Azza. We're seeing pretty much everybody on Renegades looking awake right out of the gate in this one. It's always been fun watching how consistent JChem has been on the team. He's been a standout performer time and again. And I cannot wait to see what Liaz can offer as well. For those of you watching the New Legends stage, Liaz really showed us his level with some insane clutches.
Yeah, we saw some peak performance from Liaz recently, and that was fantastic to see. And you could see what it meant to him as well if you look at what he was tweeting after the matches on Vertigo versus some teams earlier on in this tournament. They did it the hard way, as Sponge said, the reverse sweep for Renegades. The anti-ecos are going well for them at the moment, and that's the way it's often been for the longest time. One of the sticking points for the Renegade squad, either slowing them down or stopping them, is anti-eco rounds. But we've seen a change in them in this tournament. We've seen them be decisive, we've seen them be swift and brutal and merciless, and it's led them to this point where who knows how far they can go. They come into this as an underdog, but again, we've seen so many amazing plays from them. For those of you on GoTV, I think when Renegades moved to the CT side, both JChem and JKS Double J's, they were so key on previous wins for Mirage. Their individual clutches were very numerous. But here we go, an aggressive play from ENCE towards that top mid position. No AWP this time, trying to fight for control, but Molotovs and flashes are going to be a problem. They're going to get flanked as well on the high ground from JChem, and here we go, he's activated already. 3 versus 3 with a minute 35 on the clock. Renegades still have control of the bomb.
And once again, we have position as well. Look at JChem go. Alu understands it, and even though it's a decent angle for him, he'll lose the battle against Alu lying in wait. Now, there's no utility on ENCE, and that's why they pushed middle. They had a pretty low utility buy in this round, and they didn't have the AWP to really work with as well, so they wanted to get that aggression straight away. But this is what happens. You play that late round, you've got nothing left in terms of utility. And Gratisfaction looking for the pick. He's been spotted now. They have to go. They have to go into the site. Time is of the essence. X7 is there by himself. They know that he's likely alone in this position. They have to find the frag and get the bomb down quickly. That's good work from Liaz, but it's not over just yet.
TYLOO moving into the short position. Ariel's gone past the window. I think he's just raised the alarm as to Liaz's position. But where is Gratisfaction? He's dead now, of course. Liaz now 1 versus 2. He's got a lot to do. We've seen him at peak performance. There's the flash, but Ariel has a better position. And there's a second round in the bag for ENCE. AWP rescued and all.
However, these rounds are really bloody for ENCE. They are losing all their players in these rounds that they win, and it's the same situation. Renegades, they got the bomb down, and they've banked plenty of money here. So even though Renegades are going to be conceding that round, they're in an amazing position to keep hammering ENCE's economy. If they take all these weapons away, they take this buy away and win this round, ENCE are going to be in so much trouble as the momentum begins to really build for Renegades. This is the start that you wanted to see if you are a Renegades fan, for sure.
My go-TV picks for this are all CT-sided. Again, Renegades, JKS, and Jacob when they move to CT side, and TYLOO for this half. One of the strongest snipers on Mirage. Not an easy job. So look out for him later on. But Renegades look to have a quick play towards the B bomb site. Not quite a split, all coming in from the tunnel, but there are going to be counter grenades galore from the likes of ENCE. Here we go, Renegades charging themselves through the window, but are getting taken out. The CTs have got angles all over the place, and maybe there'll be no survivors, no frags whatsoever for Renegades. This has not gone the way we wanted. TYLOO with 2 frags at the end there. Renegades maybe trying to punish the shortcomings or exploit ENCE when they might not have a full buy just yet, but they didn't get a single frag. That's a perfect round for ENCE.
Yeah, you can see Renegades were really trying to put ENCE in weird positions with very fast timings, but this is what happens sometimes. You might not make the correct guess, and it just blows up in your face. And now again, Renegades are in this position still where ENCE have not stabilized, but that was the perfect round for ENCE to get some money in the bank and begin that process of stabilizing. And Renegades will swiftly lose their advantage if they're not careful. They have to make this round count. So previously we saw kind of a shock and awe play. I would expect to see things calm down now, James. I think Renegades will begin to see more normal T-side and Mirage with those defaults in mid.
Yeah, and I think that's an example of needing to sometimes sacrifice your primary weapon for grenades to control area when you've got issues like that. You need to have that counter molly when you hear the rush coming. You need to have that HE through the window while Renegades are bundled up in those tight choke points. But now they have a slightly better buy. No MP9 on this occasion. 2 AK-47s, and TYLOO is still here with the AWP. We'll have to keep an eye to see if he throws a Molotov into the window to ruin the smoke, which is consistently being thrown by Renegades. Flashbang over the top from TYLOO as Ariel moves into position. TYLOO can watch short while Ariel has a look below. It's a strong flashbang from top mid behind the barrels. Pretty solid job. Ooh. And the Renegades already has a player in the window now. This is something I think Jason was mentioning, that Renegades consistently boost in the window.
Oh my God.
And we've got the biggest flank. Minute 20 and Az is in the market.
They have absolutely no idea, James. You almost never see a timing like this, never. And Az has made his way all the way to the back of the B-bomb site, and they can take their time right now. They'll never suspect him in this position. There's a 3-1, but does he realize, do they understand there's one more player around the catwalk position? Alexi B is going to be holding that down, and the rest of the Renegades team will be moving through the B apartments into that B-bomb site. Talk about outmaneuvering your opposition. Azza with that beautiful play there all the way through the flank. And look at this, ENCE, I don't know if they even want to go for this. They're so locked down and out in this occasion, and their money is not stabilized as they'd like just yet.
Yeah, it makes sense. Completely outmaneuvered. Would be very expensive and low percentage to try and retake that. No real significant position for ENCE in that situation. That was a lightning fast boost from Renegades, and I think that calls into question what I was saying about the Molotov, just limiting their ability to do that. So, I mean, first you have to have the money to do that. Ali's going to have the money on this occasion, but again, if they can throw a molly when that smoke is being thrown into the window, at least it'll cost Renegades some more utility, but that was super fast, and ENCE have got to realize what is going on there sooner rather than later.
I wonder if that's some counter-stratting coming in from Renegades, just understanding what some of the more likely defensive options will, that will be taken will be from ENCE, and perhaps that ENCE is a team that, and maybe we'll see it, will put more emphasis around connector ends and catwalk as we saw in that position, and completely gave up window after that position got smoked. So definitely something to look out for in the future rounds, but we'll see. Again, I love the pacing of this T-side from Renegades. They're constantly mixing things up, trying to understand what they're up to so far. I think if you're in ENCE's shoes, must be just simply impossible at the beginning of the round. There's no way to predict what they've been up to so far.
Yeah, Renegades have offered a lot of grenades into that mid position, the usual Molotov interconnector and so on, showing presence in mid, and you can see they've drawn ENCE in that direction, but now the execute comes in towards the A-bomb site, and it's retake territory for ENCE. Maybe they boost between these two smokes, look out for that. Jacob's making his way towards bench in the meantime. There's always a few gaps in the corners. Got LXCB looking over, there won't be a boost just yet, but people know their sprays. Now there are issues for Renegades. They haven't managed to plant this bomb. These smokes are going to go, and their job's going to get a lot harder for them. Oh, what am I talking about? The bomb has been planted, excuse me. Jacob's been exploded. The retake is on for ENCE. They've got a lot of utility, but look at the rotation from Hazza. The bomb's been planted in a place where he can defend it, but LXCB is looking for this. He's moving up top mid, and he spotted him, and he swatted him.
Yeah, this is really bad right now because their Renegades' backs are against the wall here. They didn't have any forward positioning. Great shot from Gratisfaction. Liaz as well coming in from Sandwich. Creates the space for Renegades to slam dunk this round. Again, they were in a lot of trouble there. They had no positions to fall back to. And ENCE had all the retake utility. That's the one downside when you go for those really fast A takes on the T side. Sure, you can get the bomb down and you can get the bomb side, but getting forward positioning, very difficult. And then the retake utility usually means the CTs will have a huge advantage coming back into that bomb side. But Renegades, James, we're seeing them step up individually right now, and it's remarkable.
I'm telling you, man, people's pick'ems, one way or another, are going to get bodied. It is really hard to make a solid call on a lot of the matches in this bracket. I didn't even notice the bomb had been planted. I thought he was trying to avoid getting shot, but he got it down just in time. That would have been a problem otherwise. So we've got a tactical timeout from ENCE. They are 3 rounds behind at the moment. Now, very importantly, ENCE, for Renegades that is, ENCE have not really been able to properly secure their economy just yet. They've been broken, they've been maimed, they've been weak, they've been missing a few things here and there. And that's really important for Renegades moving through the rest of this half. They're in a pretty good position. Gratisfaction's got 6K in the bank, which is always fantastic for your team, and your AWP's got lots of money. And on the flip side, ENCE have a few HE grenades, a few Desert Eagles, and a UMP. Now, I do wonder if the HEs are intended to go top mid, if there is a smoke on short, which there is. Nope, they're going to be 2 towards the ramp, and maybe a push from ENCE. We've got JKS in the Palace. I don't know if he will hear these footsteps. So ENCE were fishing for something early, but didn't get much of anything.
Yeah, and these rounds, you know, sometimes you almost take them for granted, but ENCE, you know, they're trying to gamble. And Renegades, do they have in this routine of theirs a way to get the information? Because that's really the issue. You don't want to commit to a bomb site until you absolutely know that it's going to be somewhat safe or the safer site. As sometimes, you know, you can have these deadly stacks. A bunch of Deagles at 5-7, the UMP, there's a lot of firepower there. And they are playing a lot of different corners altogether. So, of course, if Renegades were to go anywhere near the B bomb site, there'd be problems. But ENCE don't also really have any way to deny the A site. So we can see that Renegades are taking this cautiously, crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and they look like they're going to be good here, going to that A site now. And they've evaded the stack. The bomb's going to go down. And that's it. That the round should be over. But ENCE actually could try to play some aggressive exits here.
I like the boost over the bottom connector smoke, which you don't often see. Well, Gratisfaction must deliver. Misses that shot. The Molotov is really important for area control. LXCB falls, trying to pick up a rifle maybe. And now TYLOO with the AK. They did some damage, ENCE. Maybe it'll pay off. But Renegades, they've got to be targeting 10 rounds in the short term now. I think it's always good to have the short-term goals, the long-term goals. Get to 7. All right, boys, let's get to 10. Let's focus on that.
Well, one thing that Sean was saying on the desk is that Renegades have a very drilled set of, you know, their game plan is very drilled, and if that goes well for them, they set themselves up for the middle area of the half, and I think that's the period we're in now. ENCE can't really go as hard in mid because Renegades threaten these super fast plays towards the bomb sites. So we're going to see lighter defense on mid, like this round, for example. TYLOO does get himself out there, though, but he doesn't really have much support. Just LXCB from Catwalk, and Jacob's going to spot this play around the smoke, so indeed, Renegades will have an easier time in middle.
Yeah, he must have heard TYLOO's scope there, and once he's heard that, then TYLOO's done for. Absolutely done for. And in that situation, you have to wonder if that's just a call they've made, because that is a very precarious situation for ENCE. And to lose your sniper like that, I think it's very unlike TYLOO to just be outside of smoke in the middle of mid, scoping in and out. This has really handicapped ENCE in a position where it's not a good start for them anyway. Sergey trying to survive. He won't get a flash or anything in time, but LXCB's putting in work as well from that short position. Looking to spray Liaz, who's got a lot of cover from that box. Two CTs here. Now, see, Aerial is towards the ramp. Beautiful transfer from Azza. He's been a constant problem around this window. And he may have saved this round for his team. You can see Liaz rotating away, Aerial creeping forward. But once again, Azza's in a very strong position.
Yeah, and that really cuts off so much in the way of rotation for Aerial, and that means that Aerial can pretty much only be coming from one spot. Obviously, he could go into the B apartments, but Cat was probably more likely just because it's quicker to get there. However, there's that Molotov. Will there be any smokes? There's no smokes here for the T side. And there's some information now. So we get that rotation coming in from Azza, and all he has to do is delay. He needs his teammate to guarantee this. If he can guarantee a trade, this is impossible for Aerial. And that's what it is all about. As Aerial pushes forwards, he spots one. He's trying to create those 1v1s, but Renegades are denying him so far, and he's taking so much damage on the way to these frags. Oh, he made it close somehow. Liaz will take him out, though, and Renegades will secure the round. Another one for them, James. And it seems like ENCE are kind of struggling to understand what the answer is.
I really feel like maybe ENCE are nervous coming into this series, just the way the beginning of that round played out. Such a brittle situation for your sniper, who's so important for your team, to lose him in such a fashion immediately when you're already 4 rounds down in the first half. And once again, ENCE find themselves on pistols, on eco. The jump smoke for the window is out, and once again it's 5-7 Desert Eagle. CZ75's friends, we've got some Kevlar picks up here and there, but there's not much really for them to offer. They've got maximum loss bonus, so they can spend those bits and bobs. We've got a 2-man push in Palace. We'll see if that makes a difference, but Renegades seem to be going towards B on this occasion.
Yeah, they've been so good at their mid control, like setting themselves up in mid and then playing forward positions from that and then understanding what the best options are. It's very difficult for ENCE. Alexi B or somebody needs to step up individually, and that's a nice catch from Alexi B. There's one down. The gun is not all that recoverable, and he knows it. Gonna have to make this work with the CZ. Forced out by the Molotov. Oh my goodness, there's no punish. Picking up the weapon, that could have been dangerous, but JKS shuts it down as Sergey shuts down Gratisfaction, and he has the bomb.
Oh dear, looks like we might be heading back towards vintage Renegades in terms of anti-ecos, but maybe they can turn it around. Azza again in that window, holding down so much area. X7 just waiting. Almost a double pick there with Aerial, but now he's got the CZ and there are going to be too many man. Renegades didn't check the ladder room at all. They had a pop flash for short, but seemed to forget about the ladder. I don't know if they only had one flash or something, but these are fairly standard things. And with the speed at which they've taken ladder room in previous rounds, that is an issue which isn't going to cost them too much on this occasion. Again, we are in the late game in this first half now, and it is 9-3 in favor of Renegades, who take a timeout.
One thing that's been interesting as well is that, so many of these T rounds, this game plan of Renegades has been very fast. They'll take middle, and then they'll push players in position, and then they're doing something. They're constantly doing something, and we have a lot of these rushes as well. Fast set pieces on the A bomb site. They're really keeping that pace up high, and it feels like for ENCE, there's just no breathing room in terms of what they can do on the map, and they want to challenge for middle because they don't want to just let Renegades have it. And so, but they've been doing it in a way in which they've been under-equipped also. So there's just problems everywhere so far for ENCE, and this is the change that we're going to see now. This is how they have to get things back under control. The double ops come out, James.
Double AWPs. Now, Renegades have been very unpredictable in this T side so far, and we see a change of pace from them. Not many grenades towards that mid position. We can see that smoke from ENCE. This time, they won't take risk behind it, but it will delay the Renegade somewhat.
It's actually a bait, I think. I think they're trying to convince Renegades that they're playing into mid, and that A is really weak, and they have a timing to go into A, and it's all a setup. But so far, Renegades are not biting the bait, James.
Renegades waiting around that A-bomb site, still passive elsewhere. Jacob top mid, Liaz towards B. Jacob and Liaz, well, almost everybody with absolutely full grenades for Renegades at the moment, so they could show presence wherever they choose to. Oh, the timing, that is absurd. I cannot believe he just did that. We'll talk about that one later, but that is a brazen play. JKS sees some legs. Sergey playing Super Mario Brothers now, and he may fall to the flames here, or JKS. 6 bullets left, and he will fall back. A peek like that from Palace is absolutely ridiculous. You're exposed to the entire site. You're not supposed to be able to do that.
That is daylight robbery. The fact that he gets away with that is just unbelievable.
And it's TYLOO they've taken out again as well.
Yeah, that's true.
That you do not see that. That's amazing from Renegades.
And the change of pace here as well. There was some steps there, I think. I'm not sure if that would have been heard by X7. I think it must have been. They're going to make the play into the bomb site. The rotation's not quite there just yet. The timing on the flashbang could not be more perfect. And ENCE are locked out well and truly. I have to say, I don't know that I've seen Renegades play this well, in such a clinical fashion as they are, that everybody's performing out of their mind. We're having an incredible game plan from them, all T-side long, that round by round is being executed perfectly, pretty much. This is so awesome to see. I'm very impressed.
I need to see that set up with Gratisfaction again.
Yeah.
Just what exactly went on there from the whole team, because that was really ridiculous. It was unfortunate timing for ENCE, because for a while they were looking for that play, but as soon as they stopped, then the play, well, they were looking for Gratisfaction or someone, but as soon as they stopped, then out he comes with an AWP to get an entry on the A bomb site from Palace. Absolutely crazy scenes here. Renegades have clearly been putting in work during this break, and they're taking ENCE by surprise, and there's just, I mean, I don't know that there's a way to respond to this, because every round has been different from Renegades, it feels.
I think what's very strange for ENCE in that past round as well is that, again, as I mentioned, we'll see them take a tactical, so I do have a moment to speak about it. They threw a really deep smoke in that Astralis popularized on middle, and they had the Molotov there as well to really slow down any mid plays. And what that makes it seem like is that you are just running at least 3 guys up mid as the CT side to take forward control of that position. So that's what you're representing. And so usually the response for the T side, if they have, if everybody's towards the A side of the map, or if you have at least a couple players there, is to go to push into the site, because you know there should only be one person defending that bomb site at that timing. So ENCE created this trap, but Renegades just waited it out. They just waited forever, and that's, I think, the slowest round that they've played so far. So again, they are so hard to read. I don't know what you're supposed to do in ENCE's shoes right there, if that's the play you make, and then just nothing happens. Very strange stuff.
Okay, Alu's back on the AWP, looking for something. But once again, at least at the start of this round, is pretty much a mirror from Renegades in terms of where they're positioned. Liaz looking for some shenanigans, and he may find some if he goes deep enough. Aerial is waiting. It can be tiresome to just stare at an angle for a long period of time. 1 minute 25 on the clock. Again, we've got 3 players, including the bomb towards A. Gratisfaction, passive towards Palace, currently smoked off. Azza and JKS just holding angles, just waiting. Azza's playing anti-flash, staring into the corner, just in case ENCE get hungry for something. ENCE playing a completely reactive game. Grenades coming in towards the A-bomb site. LXEB taken out by Gratisfaction with a dirty peek, and Aerial will be punished as well. Nothing is going the way of ENCE in this half.
Yeah, for sure. They're losing so many 1v1s, and I mean, credit to Renegades. They themselves are being so clean with these duels. It is a bit difficult to take them down, and look at that, Lias waiting for the peak. Whiff from Alu, you can't be whiffing those. That was maybe one of the very few opportunities Alu is going to get in a round like this to do some damage. Obviously, any damage will only be for just stats at this point, considering that the economy for Renegades is fantastic, and we'll be moving into the final round of the first half, and we may see a 12-3 first half from Renegades. Here comes Azza on the hunt. Picks off one, and there's just one left. They know exactly where he is. And again, there's huge value for taking him down. They can sacrifice every player trying to take down Sergey, and I think that's what's going to happen.
Azza's getting himself a highlight reel of multi-frag rounds in one half. But it's great to see that Liaz is leading the charge in terms of frags on the scoreboard. Again, it's been a great tournament for him from when they started winning. Oh, boy.
Goodbye, Orp.
Renegades looking damn dangerous at the moment. And again, on the CT side, JKS and Jacob have been so important for Renegades, and with peaks like that, it doesn't bode well for ENCE when a side swap at all.
Yeah, that's such a big deal, because that was the AWP. They can't play the WAWPs now, and again, it feels like ENCE have been playing with less than what they've wanted for the entire half. Their money's never really been that good. And this is another one of those rounds. Alu out of the window, he'll go, trying to evade all the utility, but he might have boxed himself in towards underpass. JKS waits for the push. We get Trace in middle as JKS goes to the peak. He gets the info, and he's going to take down Sergey. 3 left for ENCE. Well, XCB makes the load a little bit easier to deal with, but there's still a lot of problems, because it's a 3v3, and there's a minute and a half. That's beautiful for Renegades. And that's even better for ENCE.
ENCE really, really need this round. desperately. X7 moving through the underpass. There's no sound cues, but he's maybe about to get one. You can see JKS has got a grenade in his hand. He's also got the bomb. Hello and goodbye. Beautiful second frag for X7. Much needed 4th round for ENCE.
Wow. I am so very impressed. I cannot say it enough. But can Renegades keep it up and close things on the second half? We'll find out after this break.
Renegades absolutely dismantled ENCE in the first half, and now they move to the CT side. Again, we've seen JKS and Jacob make stars of themselves on the CT side of Mirage so far in this tournament, and maybe they can do the same again. ENCE have a lot to prove here, especially some of the, well, one of the outgoing players on their team, so maybe it has to be done the hard way. Maybe you have to start with 4 rounds on the T side. But the pistol will invite some variance. And we won't see any P250s from ENCE, it seems. Sergey will be a grenade man. Everybody else with Kevlar.
Yeah, I think that's a, it's a really good point. It's a very different half. And already Renegades actually looking like they're going to take the initiative here. This could work out really well. Sergey's going to get taken down, but they may read this as Sergey faking the A-bomb site. And that's a problem, because here comes the push into the B-bomb site, and there goes the rotation, but the bomb's going to be alone on the A site, and so X7's going to, well, I mean, if you just win the round here, that's great. Looks like Az has got a lot of work on his hands, but he's been delivering so far. He's going to pick off one, and now they're going to realize...
It's a trap! Matchmaking strats at the major. Can you believe it?
When are they going to realize, though, James?
There's too much action, there's too much fire. Just keep spamming the Glocks, they won't hear it. Jacob, surely there's no realization just yet. They've been sold a dummy, they've been sold a fake. It's a cheap knockoff. The bomb's on the A-bomb site. The pistol is with ENCE. And you can see, that's a great way to start the half. Just a hilarious round. You get the info on the ramp that a few players are pushing. The bomb is stuck. You saw the fake towards B. Marvelous way to start, especially when you've got 6 more rounds to recover.
Yeah, that's so funny. Renegade's push made it worse for them. It's crazy, but it feels good, the ENCE, at least something goes their way. And right at the start of the T side, no less. And they may actually give Renegades a bit of their own medicine here. We've got what could be a fast play into this A-bomb side, but JKS is going to take down Aerial. That is not good. Flashbang comes in, the bomb's down, and there's problems now for ENCE. He smokes the bomb. This is really bad for ENCE right now. So he's going to do what he can, but JKS has stolen himself an AK-47, and he still has full HP. He's got a flashbang as well. This could not be worse for ENCE.
And Renegades have taken their biggest weakness and made it one of their strongest strengths at the moment. After the first frag, JKS has support flashbangs from his teammates as well. That is absolutely brutal. ENCE have been burglarized on a ramp. All their precious valuables have been taken. They've got a minute to play with, but with only 3 players, they're going to be really handicapped. Terrified of a flank, X7 looks behind him as he moonwalks to join his teammates. And look at all the spam. Alu somehow manages to rescue the bomb. But what is the nature, what is the climate around the map? You've got to be nervous about every single corner. This might work out. Sergey going wide with the MP5. Don't want to go too crazy. More flashbangs coming, and the trades will continue. Ali's got some sound cues, though, because he's in Palace, and he may think that he's gone elsewhere. Does one of the players go towards B, or do they both stick together? He might have the sound cues for both of them, actually. He's got a fully charged AK. He's ready to go. Quietly down he goes. Now, with 20 seconds, does he go for both players? No, he's going to try and secure the bomb plant. But does he realize that they're both on the ramp? The shadow. No, he didn't see the shadow in time. You have to give all credit to Renegades. JKS, he is such an amazing player. But it was a team effort. He gets the first kill. He makes it look easy. He calls for the flash. The air raid comes in with flashbangs, takes out the second player, smokes off the bomb, gets the AK. Thank you and goodbye.
Yeah, and that's the kind of round that gives you confidence that they'll be able to close this down, because, you know, giving ENCE problems straight away, obviously ENCE in that sense will be struggling to run their own game plan, and oh man, it's going to take a lot now for ENCE to bring themselves back into this one. They're going to go for the full buy in this next round, but here's just another look at JKS murdering them on the A ramp. And we're going to see the double Krieg. We've been seeing this more and more, especially on Mirage, but it is just so insanely strong to get those Kriegs out in these force buy situations. Jacob's playing a two-man setup with Gratisfaction there in middle, so Renegades are covered for pretty much anything that could happen across the map.
See, look at this setup in mid versus the first half when Ali was like alone behind a smoke, scoping in and out with AWP. Kind of smells of unpreparedness. A Deagle and a Krieg for Aerial. I don't think he's even seen anybody just yet, and his entire team are almost dead. X7, the only person alive, and it should be Aerial trying to make some plays before all the pistoling players go down, because again, you need to swarm the site, you need to take control for a bomb plant. X7 trying to run distraction at the moment, but people aren't too concerned. No one in CT to stop the bomb plant, so Aerial could do some damage, but will damage be enough when Renegades should be on 13 rounds soon?
There's a lot to ask for. Here he tries the first one, and Azza will just be too much. Azza is feeling it so far today, and that is a good sign for Renegades, to be sure. At least the bomb was planted. That is something that will help the economy events, but 3 rounds is all that's needed for Renegades to get the first map in the bag. And the analyst, I think rightly said on the desk that if Renegades want a chance to win this series, Mirage has to go in their favor. It just has to go in their favor. And so far, it's very much going in their favor, but...
Have ENCE woken up yet? Despite the bomb plant, they are not in a position to buy. Surely this is going to be an insurmountable task if Renegades get to 14. Again, they have been susceptible to anti-ecos, anti-force buy rounds, which they should win, which they should convert with ease, Renegades. But again, something has changed in this team, and while you might see the odd scare here and there, it doesn't really feel that way anymore. We've got grenades going towards the ramp position, and he needs to follow up with the rifles. That's the thing. Trying to swarm now. Aerial will take JKS out, but Jacobs needs to clean up. Doesn't realize that there's a player behind him, though. Aerial goes through triple. Now he's got CT. 2 versus 2. And this is what I'm talking about. That bomb needs to go down quickly because rotation is still coming in.
Yeah, they put utility as well. There's a Molotov on Azza, flashbang the smoke as well, and there goes the first nade. Now down to Aerial. Once again, he's got the Krieg, and he'll sit by CT. They don't know exactly where he is just yet, but they'll be eliminating possibilities with that Molotov. And Liaz has himself an incendiary as well, and there's a flashbang. Oh, I think straight away to Aerial. He'll be able to reset the situation. But now there's a problem because they can pressure the bomb. What do you do against this? The smoke, the incendiary, but maybe it helps Aerial because he can't take a fight, but he can certainly spray for the smoke. Oh, he can't quite find it in time. It was a very good effort from Aerial, but it will go the way of Renegades. 14 rounds, 2 more to go, and they have map 1 in the bag.
So close. If he tapped, you do wonder. Not as familiar as the AK-47 spray. Just wasn't enough on this occasion, but the damage could be something. The damage could be something, but they've got 9 rounds to claw back. And Renegades have a full buy regardless of that damage. The AWP is out for Gratisfaction. They've got the incendiaries, those $600 incendiaries. They've got all the bits and bobs, all the tools they need. ENCE have Ali on the AWP, Molotov towards connector, nothing unusual there, but Jacobs showing no fear, charging up, looking to impose their will on both halves, it seems, Renegades. But how deep will he go? Has a look, but he's gone too far.
And there we go. ENCE get that early 5 versus 4, the dream on the T side when you have all that time to play with, lots of holes in the CT defense. They've got to start taking risks perhaps now. And TYLOO looking to go for the peak. Gratisfaction's ready for that. Goes back out there. That was a close one. Oh, nice follow-up from Gratisfaction. Punishes Alexi B, who went for the trade kill. Gratisfaction shuts it down. JKS tries to defend towards the A ramp, but more space will be claimed by ENCE.
Oh my God.
Again, Gratisfaction turns up, and that's another shutdown. ENCE are in severe trouble now.
Yes, they are. And it feels like they've been in trouble this entire map, really. 15-5 for Renegades. Some beautiful shots from Gratisfaction. This guy is running hot from the first map. Really nice stuff from him. He's pretty happy with that. Great spirits in the Renegades camp. Now, can they close it out in this round?
Oh, wow. ENCE are really lacking utility here. TYLOO unable to find the pick as the jump is made across the connector by Jacob. Looking for another one though, the smoke coming in. Trying to find a timing shot there from behind it. Green that presence, but Gratisfaction's going to pick up one in middle, as will Azza. He's doing such a good job in this series, and it feels like nothing's going wrong for them, but Sergey, he's going to make things a little bit easier. Takes down Grat, and looks for the next one. Aerial reclaiming middle here, so we get some more real estate going back in the way of ENCE. And Sergey, he is a turret here from Palace with that Krieg, but JKS lurks.
There goes the bomb, and there go the chances, surely, for the first map. Aerial down to 4 HP in the crossfire. He's got to win this duel. He's trying to, but he can't do it. A massive start for Renegades, 16-5. Absolute dominance from start to finish. Really strong start for Renegades. ENCE were never in this map.
Yeah, talk about having a bunch of tools in your tool bag. I think Renegades found the sledgehammer, James, because that T side was so brutal to witness. It was just so impressive to see how clean that game plan was, and that every single player was so focused and delivered individually. And now Renegades, they've set a very, very, very difficult task upon ENCE, which is to come back in this series. And ENCE, like they couldn't really get any individuals kind of going, and that's a problem.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild. What a fantastic performance so far from Renegades, definitely taking ENCE completely by surprise. There is room for recovery in a best of 3, but I mean, that was absolutely shocking for ENCE, and they're going to be dizzy after that map.
Yeah.
Just knocked from pillar to post, had no chance, it felt like, in almost any round in that entire map.
And one of the cool things from Renegades' perspective is that there were times when ENCE did create some problems and maybe knocked them slightly off of the game plan, but they recovered really well. And that's a very good sign. They look very well-rounded in their performance. But I believe it is time to go to a break. When we're back, we'll have the desk.
Change of arrangement.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Well, we started our conversation about ENCE versus Renegades by framing it that ENCE were coming into this as the untarnished record, a 3-0, coming up against Renegades, who did quite the opposite, back down to the 0-2 in the reverse sweep to bring them to the top 8, to the Mercedes-Benz Arena, which is where we are so gifted to be standing now. But Mirage, quite the gift, it seems, to Australian Counter-Strike. Chad, we have to start with you, because that was a lockout.
Yeah, I guess I told you so.
Okay. Oh, he's getting it in early.
No, it's good, because I just want to banter, right? For the rest of the games, I'll be serious. This one here, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I'm going to be a little bit more whimsical with things. But
whimsical?
That was great. That was fantastic. It didn't look like ENCE watched a single Renegades demo.
Yeah, I was talking to Chad in the back, and I mean, in previous Renegades matches on Mirage, they were doing 3 top mid default. So when TYLOO got caught trying to look underpass, and then they got caught with that boost by Aza flanking a B bomb site, it was hard to watch based on, you know, what we've seen out of the Renegades previously on Mirage.
Yeah, everyone's on the board. Look at this. Like we were saying before, Liaz, will he be able to maintain his game? Everyone's getting going for Renegades. And it's not like they just won a bunch of clutches and it was close. Some of these T-side rounds were just dominant. They was running over them.
11 rounds on the T side of Mirage. I mean, that's not something you would necessarily anticipate coming into today.
No, and it was clean, right? They were able to win those rounds that I thought were problems. Justin having to win this one here in the smoke, that's a hold your breath kind of moment. But the fact that they could convert against the, I guess, lower buys and make sure they did it, even though there was some worrying situations, they were still able to close them out. And that really needed to come on in here. Another positive for Renegades in this game, you didn't let ENCE get going. None of the players looked warmed up. Aerial's making some absolute whiffs right now. They're not looking confident.
And he was their top fragger, so enough said, right?
Well, yeah, look, I didn't even look at his stats after that. So when you see the highest fragger on their team struggling, that's a big worry. And we also touched on X7. He was towards the bottom of the scoreboard with Sergey, another player who, so far throughout this tournament, has been looking fantastic. So, whew,
seeing JKS, seeing him do that as well, so aggressively trying to take ramp on a limited buy and winning those duels.
JKS had so much success, right? He rode that 1-on-2 pistol round momentum throughout the entire map. I mean, even that eco round, close ramp, Jesus, he had so many impactful frags. And honestly, I'm impressed with how aggressive Renegades was to open this match, right? Gratisfaction coming out of the Palace, getting that AWP pick onto Alu. I mean, they were fearless throughout this entire map, and I can't say the same for ENCE.
Yeah, as much as, listen, a lot of praise to the Renegades. Almost a dream start for them. Remember, the last time they were in the round of 8 of a major, they didn't show up, actually. They just got spanked on their own map pick immediately, and were pretty much out the tournament. This time, ENCE, the whole thing you say about them is the poise. Like I forget what that particular term is in Finnish, but it's like it means basically like you've got grit when you're under pressure. You're hard to put away. None of that was here. They were here for like a cup of coffee. That was about it.
Well, the pressure is going to be mounting now as we start talking about Nuke, of course, coming up next. First, I want to make sure we wrap up these Mirage highlights because it's Aza's time in the sun.
Yeah, I wanted to see more from him, and we did. And I know that Aaron is a very smart player. He was always the 2IC back when other people were in-game leaders in the team, always a very loud voice. Now he's taken over that, and he's had a decent period of time with this team now. You think about it, Liaz and Gratisfaction, I think it's 250-something days that this has been a 5-man roster. It's, I guess, tending towards one of the longer rosters we have together. ENCE, on the other hand, I think they've been together for something like 500, or, you know, we're looking at a long time. But it's working, it's coming together. Kassad, I think, has a very good relationship with Azza, and they see the game the same way. But this here is where...
not so good on Nuke.
No, not at all.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they did start on CT side in that FaZe game and lost 16-3.
I will give them one concession, which is, to be fair, at least FURIA is obviously a Nuke specialist. And that's maybe softening the blow, but the fact you don't even play it very often when you go into tournaments like, is kind of telling in itself.
Let's recap a little bit as well, because Sean, you gave us a couple of highlights before. Sure. What were the Renegades' flaws on Nuke that we expect ENCE to exploit?
So they did a very poor job of stopping the vent bomb against FaZe, right? Olaf was able to get down the vent, throwing that smoke in front of the door and creep down vent. I didn't see any harassment coming out of Jacob or Liaz in the upper bomb site. Hopefully Renegades is going to fix that problem. I think they left JKS on an island too much at ramp, not enough movement around the map from Gratisfaction. But they can fix that. It's been 4 days.
Yeah, and in that game, FaZe were quite quick. You notice some of the stuff they did, like the first gun round, they've done the normal wall smoke and just pounced. So Renegades also went for a lot of force buys early on their CT side. This is why I'm going to continue to look at the details. Renegades, in my mind, need the pistol here. They need to convert. Seems like the basics, but it's more from a confidence standpoint as opposed to those rounds being on the board. Because once they get blown out, I think that teams can snowball on top of them because they're playing catch-up. Once they're ahead, like Sean said before, they're a game plan team. They can coast on that.
And ahead in the series, coasting, perhaps not the word we can use for Nuke, but stepping into it soon nonetheless. Any convincing happening over the course of Mirage, Duncan? believing that Nuke...
Listen, that was almost that might be the best Renegades I've actually seen with this particular lineup. The problem is, this isn't a 50-50 map. This isn't like the Dust 2 where, listen, hey, maybe we flew a house money, we can win on their map. This is the hard reset. And if you're ENCE, you absolutely have forgotten about map 1 already, and you're thinking to yourself, listen, the Org's not there, but we've got all the setups. We've got the CT side of this map down. We know what we're doing.
And weren't ENCE one of the few teams to truly make Astralis sweat during that unbeaten run?
They were the second team.
The run.
The second team. Or, were they the team that actually stopped it?
Yes.
They stopped it so it didn't go to 32. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's another picture to paint, and you can see the guys overusing the Strafe app. You guys can get involved and cast your votes. That is just the fan vote, and if you want to get involved on the next one, you can do so by
This guy needs to turn up, though. Where was this guy? Sergey. He was one of the top-rated players in the tournament. He's supposed to be the young star who's coming through, not people on the Renegades side.
Yeah, looking at this one as well, Sean touching on things that are poor with the Renegades on their CT side. I think some of the things on their T side are poor as well. They have good executes, they have good strategies, but sometimes I think they have the wrong personnel in certain places. They do a vent dive strat where JKS gets down the vent. Now, you've heard me talking about him being a passive player. He'll get the territory, and he won't actually do anything with it. So if his teammates are still locked out of ramp, they can't get outside past a good AWPer, he is the person who needs to step up and make a play. So I'm curious to see if he's still in that role, or if they've made an addition, they put somebody like Jacob, maybe like Azza, someone who might have a few more aggressive moments.
I think what I don't want to see out of ENCE right now is a lot of outside upper splits early, because in the previous game I saw from Renegades, their rotation into the upper bomb site's very quick. JKS is willing to smoke ramp and just leave it for the first 20 seconds of a round. And if that's opening is there, I want to see ENCE take that at some point in this game.
Punish, get under their skin early. Renegades could be destabilized and dethroned, certainly in this series, on Nuke. It was ENCE's map pick, somewhat of a punish, certainly considering not only Renegades' success, but ENCE, they've broken the world's best team at the time, unbeaten spree on Nuke. We talking 3 already here, Chad, even for a Renegades believer?
No, look, obviously I'm going to say Renegades are going to 2-0 this. It's going to be nice and swift. We might see another 16-5 type scoreline. It's going to be a quick one. I think there'll be
Renegades is a hell of a drug, apparently.
Yeah, well, wow, give me some of that.
You see the Finns in there doing a lot of drinking. They're going to have a lot more time after this to do some more.
Oh, he really wants to be the villain.
I know, he's trying too hard on me.
Hey, man.
It's got to come naturally.
That soundproof booth, it's heating up. It's like a sauna. The Finns are getting comfortable. This is it.
They'll be naked drinking vodka before you know it. Spanking each other with leaves and that.
The Finns are getting
You've
comfortable
never been in a sauna?
Yeah, they want the sauna.
They love saunas,
They love saunas, yeah.
Yeah, but we were born in 40 degrees, so I'm not sure the Finns know what that feels
All right,
like.
Ben, you merely adopted the heat.
I was born in it.
We've had a few Batman references today.
We have, and the Dark Knight's on the desk, of course. Prediction time, gents, because it is about to jump in. One already made clear, Chad Birchall, a 2-0 from the Renegades. Delusional, perhaps. Duncan Thor and Shields, any convincing happened after Mirage?
Unfortunately, I do not see the Renegades breaking the back of ENCE with the Nuke pick. I think this is a really comfortable pick for the ENCE to go into. This gets them back in the series.
Yeah.
You can have a lot of play on this one at worst, so I think I'm taking ENCE to go in 3.
Can't wait to see Allo holding outside.
I have to say the same. I mean, the individual form for ENCE scares me, but Nuke isn't a map where that matters all that much. It's all about positioning and communication.
Which, of course, we heard from Twister, the coach of ENCE, coming into this, praising and admiring, perhaps even being surprised by the level of communication that the ENCE showed in their first game here at the Major in Berlin. Last couple of moments, of course, acknowledging the coaches, both Cassard and Twister, standing behind them. They'll have the opportunity to speak only during the timeouts. And it does seem like it's time for the desk to time out and head over to James and Dan. Map 2, Game 1, ENCE take on the Renegades.
Now, ENCE have a lot to show us. They didn't really show us anything in that first map. Thank you, Alex, and the rest of the desk. I don't expect the Renegades that we saw in those previous matches, just the way that Mirage went. I think they're going to have plugged some of the holes now. We'll see what ENCE can do. They start on the T side. Even on the CT side, when they started in the first half, Renegades didn't have all the success in the world. And it's not going to go well in this pistol round, it seems, although it's not over just yet. 2 players do remain. You can see Alexi looking for a rotation, looking for a push through the lobby. Doesn't happen just yet. JKS by control, takes one in the face. Still alive though, and Azza will take a player out as well. So now it's a one-man advantage, but looking to push. The door is being they're not allowed in. The bouncer says no, but they'll force their way. They'll get the final kills. The pistol goes to ENCE.
And this is a map though where it's obviously that's not the start that Renegades won. Maybe flashbacks to that game against Na'Vi where they were absolutely trounced. But I'm hoping that Renegades will have done some level of decent prep that could patch some of those huge holes that they had, because I mean it was just some basic rotations and understanding how to play that on their CT side that really caused them problems when they were playing against Na'Vi. It should be easy fixes.
Did you see Alu's face just there? It's the second round. I just won the pistol, but there seems to be some frustration. I don't know if it's like disagreement or something, but I do wonder what the meaning of that is. They started off on the right foot, but it seems the mood might not be in the right place just yet.
And this is a dangerous round too. You know, the 4 spotters on Nuke on the CT side are very strong, so you have to be cautious in how you handle these. You've got to be very routine and drilled. And we've seen that Renegades individually, they are feeling it already off of the back of that first map. So if Renegades are to have a performance on Nuke, they are to 2-0, as Chad suggested, then it would be, they are in the perfect position, given that they had such a hot first map, to get everybody feeling it. And ENCE individually, they're still looking to get that feeling themselves, but by having a good performance in this map, this second map. But again, Renegades would have known that this would come up, this map in this series, so perhaps they have something up their sleeves. And ENCE have got to be careful. They are killing the time. They're burning the time right now. And here's a great response. JKS, perfect timing on the smoke grenade. That's going to slow things down even more for ENCE. They don't really have much real estate. And if JKS gets some kills, if they try to push him, then there's more problems. They're going to go back towards Squeaky now, James.
Yeah, they don't have anyone outside, it seems.
30 seconds.
Yeah, they've got some they've thrown one grenade basically outside. A smoke grenade is up towards the T-Ren position, but there's going to be issues here to deal with on the ramp. So far, so good. We've got late rotations going down the ramp position, but what can Renegades do on the B bomb site? They've got control of the vent. They're making their way down. 15 seconds. The bomb plants better have the best cover in the world. They better have life insurance, because otherwise this is going to go the way of Renegades. They're just now starting to plant the bomb, and this is a really nervous situation for ENCE, but they managed to survive. Some tags through the wall, I think, from Gratisfaction, but importantly, the bomb has been planted, and now they have position. Do Renegades try to push, or do they go for a reset in the second round, third round?
Yeah, so Az is already falling back towards CT spawn. So yeah, it looks like they are going to just all relax and fall back. And as you say, keep what they have into that next round, make it a second very scary round. Asa has a couple of flashbangs still, too, to bring into that next round. So that's going to be fun to see how Renegades might use them. And I mean, this could have gone really badly for ENCE. Obviously, there was like 7 seconds when the bomb was being planted. And a JKS, you know, there is definitely a world where he gets a kill or 2 kills there. And Renegades just pounce on ENCE, and then ENCE just run out of time trying to plant the bomb because it's so heavily contested. So, yeah, that's a scary one. And now they've got to do it all over again.
I like the decision-making from Renegades. Even in losing that round, it's clean and it's decisive. And I feel like that's one of the differences we've seen from them in this tournament, is just decisiveness.
Yeah.
From when they started to turn things around. And that has gone in their favor. Now let's see how ENCE deal with a basic reset of the situation. Maybe they run into the Mag 7 of Liaz. I don't know if that was revealed in the previous round. I don't think it was. He was up on the hut roof of A on the round prior. This time there's more grenades, more presence from ENCE towards the outside, of potential presence. They've got a Molotov towards the stairs. And there are more question marks to be had for Renegades. A shot through the smoke, and this time the ramp is clear.
There's a bit of damage. Softening X7 up for the scouts, perhaps. Oh, hello. Goodbye. That's not a good side for Renegades. Very fast positioning has been picked up by ENCE here, doing way better than the previous round and getting the real estate that they need to secure the bomb plant. And once you've done that, you've pretty much dealt with the force buy, as there's no kits to be seen. So Renegades, what is the option here? They will be, of course, able to buy in the following round. So they're going for some damage. Nice shot from X7, down to 2 HP, but he's looking good. And Renegades, they need to get some damage. They really need to keep the economy honest of ENCE. There is 1 kill at the very least. Can they find anything else? A gun could be collected. There's the UMP. Looks like the Kevlars will be saved here. And the grenades. Gratisfaction obviously had no Kevlar, so not too much loss for Gratisfaction.
We'll see if they choose to hold on to the Mag 7. There is some utility for it on the A bomb site, but it's maybe not favored for people who aren't JW. 3-0 start for ENCE. So far, so good. Still need to show us something to believe in after the start we saw in Mirage. Strong from Renegades, and it's very early here on Nuke. The AWP is out for Gratisfaction. He will be naked. The rest of the team will have their Kevlar. So there'll be a UMP for Liaz, but the Mag 7 will be left in spawn. And out come Renegades with a mixed bag. AKs and SMGs. Sergey with the MP5. Again, worse than the MP7, apart from the lack of traces. Gratisfaction, he likes to get into this position the fast way. And that's a pretty reliable play he makes, but he's got Jacob for support in a very forward position. And this is going to take a lot of information for Renegades, and ENCE might not be prepared for this.
Yeah, I like the presence of the AWP there. It kind of allows Jacob to have this position because they can't peek him from the top of that silo because they're too worried about getting AWP'd. So that's what allows Jacob to be in that spot. So that's a nice setup, and a lot of time is being killed here. You can see TYLOO trying to make his way forward. It's the timing. Oh, he's just been spotted. Won't go down, but there goes the forward incendiary. That's going to mess up the timings here for ENCE. So they might be forced to play an extremely slow round. And Gratisfaction, meanwhile, we can see he's rotated with that AWP of his in towards the ramp position. And it looks like ENCE might want to get some ground towards this spot. So they're going to be having to contend with Grat, and he's going to hit the first one. How many more? Oh, goes for the hard shot there. Can't land it, but there goes the support. And this is a good look here for Renegades. Another frag from JKS, and Gratisfaction is ready in a 1 versus 1 with the AWP. And it doesn't look like there's much for ENCE really to do. X7 will try to find a way to get a kill, but time is also against him.
Grat's done his job. Held position, held the ramp with no Kevlar, no less. And there's only one frag in that round for ENCE. Still, it's not too late for a strong start to the first half for Renegades, despite having lost a pistol. That rotation from Gratisfaction is fantastic. Starts off with a very fast attempt at a kill by that secret position and makes his way towards ramp once Jacob's in a secured position. Really nice stuff from Renegades. Still, seeing a lot of promise from them, potentially, on this CT side of Nuke, but the buy is out for ENCE. And that wasn't the strongest buy from them. Again, they had 2 SMGs in that round. Now they have 4 AKs in the Galil for X7 and a lot of utility. If they win this round, maybe there's an opportunity to steal an AWP. The squeaky door's been blown off. No smoke towards main, though. See Jacob's in main at the moment. And Liaz is on the high ground of A.
Here we go, fast play. Jacob gets himself the spray, the double comes through, and a third as he goes through the smoke. That is outrageous, and that feels like a glimpse from Mirage, James, just that confidence and converting like that. And they've got to find their individual performances because, sure, as they mentioned on the desk, yeah, you can just win with position on a map like this, but on the T side, you do have to be able to get those entry frags, and right now, Renegades are connecting.
Jacob with the brazen play through the smoke and still gets the frag as well. That is beautiful confidence from the man. Been so strong. A great addition to the Renegades team. ENCE now down to the pistols. Their success was short-lived. And it was maybe non-existent in that first game. A third smoke, so there's no gap in the middle, it seems. Or just in case of a Molotov. And they make their way down towards Secret. Aslan might get caught here. Indeed he will. Sergey's a trade with the P250. CZ collected. Now a bomb plant would be fantastic, but JKS has got something to say about that, or does he? Seems like there might be a stolen round here for ENCE.
Yeah, it's looking really likely there. Both JKS and, well, as it was a little bit slow, he needed an extra half a second to get into position to play the headshot angles, but gets punished. And here comes the retake attempt from Renegades. It's going to be tough. Oh, the nade does some good damage, but the timing of the CZ from LXCP will absolutely cripple this retake attempt. It's just JKM left. It's all he can do to try to maybe get this AWP and just run away with it. That might be the play. There it is. Gets the pickup. Has the fire to cover his tracks and allow him to get some space so he can get to safety. But that was a little bit sloppy, James, from Renegades, and ENCE punished them hard.
Well, I think Renegades played it well to begin with. They ENCE set up for a crossfire, basically, for a bait and switch setup, but Renegades had a double HEs to stop that, took out the first player, but again, yeah, no one was watching for that second player, for that trade fragger who got 2 kills for free, unanswered kills, shut down the round, and maybe it won't be so simple for Renegades. They've got money, however, and that's an important save of the AWP, so they will rebuy, and they may end up with a better buy than ENCE, unless ENCE can spread the money well. That is a surprising win, and again, Renegades won't want to lose too many rounds like that, but better to lose one early than lose one late.
Yeah, and then they need to start building that security in rounds on this CT side. It was very troubling for them against Na'Vi. We saw perhaps one of the worst performances we've seen out of Renegades for quite some time, but obviously they still managed to clinch that series with Vertigo.
ENCE have 95% of the pick'em selections for this series. 95%.
Damn.
I don't think, for me, I don't think any of the matches are more than a 60-40. I think it's like a really dangerous bracket in that respect. So there could be a colossal upset in this series. And it started off well for Renegades. ENCE back on the buy once again. Grab trying to get the secret, but he's completely blind. There's no idea where he is, but somehow he still makes it down there. Jacob in a forward position. That flashbang comes in just in time. Aerial gets the worst of it, and it's a 4 versus 5.
Oh, if there's the punish though. Alu pushes forwards. He's going to keep this going with the pace. Liaz is occupied, and Ali's going to come and finish him off. Azza has to do it all here. Stuck in the corner of the bomb site, and he can't do enough. 2 versus 2 now for Renegades. They've lost the upper bomb site. X7 and LXCB don't have much in the way of utility left. Just one Molotov on LXCB, and they have to go for the plant, and Renegades are already in position. They might have a good shout for this one.
LXCB's got a Molotov. Does it go to the heaven position? Does he feel like he's safe to throw it? That would be an MVP play at the moment. He might not realize he's got it if he just walks and picks it up. Second CT makes his way into that position. X7 holding the angle. LXCB looking for the squeaky door, which is being blown off for the time being. Gratisfaction flying to his doom. Stereo frags for ENCE, and they're on the board again, 5-2.
Only Simple can do that, Gratisfaction. You've got to be careful with that AWP, the flying AWP. And indeed, ENCE, it's such a big round to win. Renegades, of course, do still have some bank to work with, but they've got to pick and choose carefully. Gratisfaction would be able to purchase an AWP, but we've got JChem, JKS, and Liaz all under $4,000. So it's not really an ideal situation for them to do a fully committed buy. But, you know, in doing so, in doing that eco round, you're going to be conceding another round most likely to ENCE. And you know what? They're going to go for it. Because they can get the AWP on Gratisfaction, we're going to actually see a full buy from Renegades here. A lot is going to be left to be decided in terms of the buy for JKS, Liaz, and Jacob. I'd imagine we're going to see some SMGs and lack of utility. Okay, looks like we get an M4 onto JChem. So there will be firepower in this round. But the issue, James, is that Renegades can't really play a long drawn-out round. They can't really play retakes. They have to try to take the initiative early in this round.
It's interesting. If you look at the like Gratisfaction's got 1 kill at the moment, but let's not forget how important he was with that 1 kill towards the ramp, holding up ENCE for one of the rounds. Renegades were successful. Aerial taken down early. Another quick 5 versus 4 for Renegades. Much needed with their lack of utility, the shortcomings they have in this round. The UMP, the MP9. Gratisfaction not shy to jump peek for information. It's sown. Oh, sit down, sir. Never mind everything I was about to say. But still, they retain the man advantage. Jacob is there to trade, and more importantly, to hold position. ENCE can't be in secret, and that's huge info for Renegades with only 3 ENCE players remaining.
That's a disgusting shot from Alu. But indeed, we'll have to see if it's going to amount to anything that ENCE can really work with as the time is running lower and lower. And they finally start to make their move towards the outside where now Jacob is there with the AWP. They had a bait set up between Jacob and Gratisfaction. Jacob will take over the AWPing duties now he's collected the fallen AWP. And he's going to see X7 soon. Oh, that might have been the chance for X7 there. You can see that the rotation comes in immediately. Jacob doesn't risk another peek. Gets the info that X7's moving outside by himself, and that's going to tell them quite a lot here. They can definitely deduce that upper play is incoming, and here it goes. Trying to find Liaz, and eventually he will go down. Azza from the corner gets himself a double. That leaves Renegades in a favorable situation. A 2 versus 1, but they will have to retake with the bomb down.
Smoke to create some space. He might hear one of the CTs in the lobby position. He saw some running there on the X-ray. Jacob comes up. Is it too early? Spicking that, pulling out the CZ. How on earth has he got that kill? Through the smoke, JKS will trade. There were so many chances there for X7. He must have heard the running in the lobby position. 1v1 versus an up the ladder. Almost, but not quite. Renegades managed to hold on, but look at their money. Their money absolutely sucks. Liaz has got nothing, literally nothing in the bank, so next buy is going to be a difficult one for Renegades, and ENCE might have a chance to reset.
Yeah, it's going to be really telling around this next one. And I've got to say, speaking of things that are telling, X7, you know, that kind of first whiff there, he looks really uncomfortable. And
it's got to be nerves, man.
Yeah, it does look a lot like that, yeah. Which it was not something I would expect to that degree. So we'll see if they can kind of calm the camp there, the ENCE camp, as we do get a respite in this freeze time, a moment to breathe. But here we go, once again back into it. Round 9 begins, and as James mentioned, Renegades spending absolutely everything, but ENCE are in the same boat. They've got no money left as well. So this is a huge round, and here we go. We get the drop down the vent straight away, coming in from ENCE, fast positioning, and ALU picks off Jake, and Renegades are in troubled waters.
Do they realize that Alexi B is in or near around the B bomb site? That's been a consistent issue for Renegades so far. That will certainly help though. 4v4. They continue to look outside. Now, in some older games of Nuke, we can see JKS, he realizes, you can see where he's aiming. I was going to say, do ENCE open a door downstairs while there's some spray upstairs? Do they smash a window downstairs while they're making noise somehow to allow XCB to advance his position? But that's not happening, and he's looking for someone to rotate and try and defend, but maybe they realize they've got some power with those sound cues, so they'll just hold towards the ramp. That gap could be painful. Not crossing it just yet. Running over now, they've got a flashbang to help them. Doesn't quite go far enough. And they know that the secret area has been compromised. But what can Alexi do from this position? He's waiting for the CT rotation. He hasn't seen Azza, who's made his way onto the elevated position. LXB focusing on the ramp area. JKS is there as well. Azza might get two. King of the multi-frag, but not on this occasion. JKS has been waiting. 30 seconds on the clock, and now it's 2 versus 2. Sergey and his teammate need to get that bomb down. Sergey might just see Gratisfaction, who goes for the alternative angle. That won't work out. Now Liaz, he doesn't have the range of an MP9. So far, so good though. Looking for the second one, but he can't quite get there. Sergey, the last man standing, gets the round for ENCE.
What a critical round to pick up for ENCE. Absolutely smashing the economy of Renegades. They are in so much trouble now. Oh, that was so huge. Really clutch stuff running in down onto that lower bomb side. Things looked pretty grim from time to time, but they managed to make it work. And that is what is important. And I feel like, you know, as we see these rounds build, as we see ENCE begin to win these fights, we're going to see them be much more confident. I am still seeing from Renegades, though, they're bringing that individual performance we saw from the first map, but they're not really finding enough spots to really convert to those round wins. We get a fast run here from ENCE to play against the eco of Renegades, although Liaz has picked up a headshot with a P250. That's not ideal, and now Ariel might have to try to protect the weapon.
The rest of ENCE are moving towards that ramp position, and it seems Ariel will fall back further to try and avoid being swarmed, spotting some of Azza. So keeping the CTs honest, but if he is to fall there, then that would be a really dangerous situation for ENCE. So he's got to be careful. If there's a push through lobby, for example, then things could get super weird, but he's still trying to protect the weapon for now, and you can see the hunger on the CTs, but now they're starting to swarm and get a little closer. Ariel doing an okay job for now, but soon he'll run low on bullets. You can hear it. He's got to pull a pistol out. There's one elevated, and he will fall. So it's going to be 2 AK-47s and a 3 versus 3. That bomb hasn't been down for too long. They could consider something here, Renegades.
Yeah, absolutely, and these AKs are just huge going forwards, especially again seeing some of the performances we have on Renegades, but you know, effectively that's going to save Renegades, what, $6,000 or so moving forwards, and that is very much needed as their economy has been quite stretched. But there goes JKS, that's one of the guns gone. Gratisfaction needs to stay alive with his. Of course, he really wants to do some damage to the economy of ENCE, but you've got to keep that AK at this point. Spray comes through, but it's unlikely to find the kill, and indeed it will not. So just one AK collected in the end by Renegades. So back into the buy they'll go, but they're looking down at the scoreline right now, and their deficit is not too good. 3 against the 7 of ENCE.
At this point, if you're Renegades, I think you need to start asking how many rounds do we need at a minimum for this half. You can see there are some frustrations now on one of the more consistent players for Renegades. 3 rounds on the board. Do you aim for 6? Do you aim for 7 maybe? Let's see. Ariel has got a place to be. He's got his bus ticket in hand, and seems the rest of the team do as well. Once again, a giant hole in that short position, or is it? Azza gets a team kill assist, so there will be 2 falling for ENCE, but a bomb will be planted quickly.
Yeah, those 2 kills really make all the difference. Ali will take down Jacob outside, but right now it's more about that lower bomb side. Alexi B threatening the flank, and with all of that, that means that X7 is actually alone on the bomb side. He's alone, and that means Alexi B has to play his card, and he'll go forwards, and Gratisfaction will take him down. And now Alu has to save the day. 1 versus 3. That bomb is freshly planted here. Renegades start to apply the pressure as they go for the bomb defuse, but Alu's going to have the spray. Nade in his hand, smoked off, has to go through with the flashbang, doing what he can, but it is not enough, and Renegades with the steal.
It's unfortunate for Alu trying to make a play through the site. He had the angle for the bomb plant. Could have estimated it, but with the CT so close, it might have insta-punished him through the smoke. Who knows? No perfect play in that situation. Renegades managed to survive. Again, we raise a question as to what the minimum number of CT rounds is for them in this half. That was a beautiful adjustment from Gratisfaction. Spins his mouse in the flick, the correction at the end. Marvelous stuff. They've got 4 rounds on the board. Can they make it to 6? Short-term goals, make it to 6 and then set another goal after that. Both teams will be on the bye. That bomb plant is really crucial for ENCE. You can see the limitations in their grenades. They've got the rifles out for the most part. Well, for all the part. Everybody's on the rifles, no SMGs or funny business like that. Renegades have a different approach to dealing with that squeaky position, going down the vents, just having Azza there waiting to delete people. He's pretty good at that.
How much can Gratisfaction do here? Jakin will slow them down. That will allow Gratisfaction more time on the peak. Oh, Alexi B, great return there onto Grat. So it will be a 1-for-1 after all. But you can see the information was gained there. They saw a lot on the radar. Ali will pick off Jakin, though. That's a problem now for Renegades because Alexi B is going to feel more confident now, pushing outside as well as the lower position as well towards Secret. Both positions have been compromised. It feels like the map is being constricted around Renegades and their defense at this point. JKS still has the ramp, but you can see that he's going to try to make a play here. They've got to do something to get information, to try to take initiative, because ENCE are in a very strong position, and they're trying to wait out a play like this, but do they have the right guess?
Sergey may have heard Azza jumping into the vent earlier on. Not 100% sure. There's going to be a high variance situation now in the lobby, but Sergey's the one to look first. Alu still waiting, misses his shot. But that's one of the 2 players remaining. They know where he is, so they can use the numbers, abuse the numbers towards this A-bomb site. Now they know Azza's the last man standing towards Secret. His options have been taken away. Such a joy to watch Azza in this match so far. The multi-frags in that first map were awesome. The whole team of Renegades been firing on all cylinders since they started winning matches in the last stage. But ENCE are about to move to 8 unless Azza's got some funky business.
Yeah, and the problem for Renegades too is that the kind of pattern of the rounds in which they have won means that their loss bonus is not going to be quite as good as you'd like. So we'll see what they'll be bringing into the next round, but I don't know that it will really be all that much. ENCE are now so strong. They're looking for the double digits for sure at this point, as they're trying to survive. And so trying to hunt him down, and there it is. Alexi B will take down Azza. All the weapons removed from Renegades, and indeed, it's $2,000 to $3,000 for the Renegades players, so they need to go for a save, buy a few P250s, a flashbang, something like that, and ENCE will be likely picking up that 9th one pretty soon.
Renegades' loss bonus is not amazing, and indeed, they are broke as pokers. There will not be much to bring into this round. The CZ for Azza, the P250 for JKS, and that might be about it. No grenades, no nothing. So we'll see how they choose to abuse something. I mean, all they have really to abuse is their numbers to trade. Someone's got to take a bullet for the president if they choose to make an aggression somewhere. But of course, that will be looked for, and ENCE have time. So hard to decide when to make a play, but it looks like Renegades could burst from Garage and Main at the same time around this outside position. But it's all guesswork. The smoke grenades will isolate the options. X7's got to be careful. That smoke will help. But when you stand up there, your shadow is showing at the bottom of Main. That's one taken down. The smoke will obscure the vision. Oh, that's an AK in a very difficult place to protect now. Again, that's one used for HE grenades. Oh my god, his friend has gone away, and he could have been facing 2 with the Julies. That will certainly help. Alu doing it in style. But there's still a gun on the floor as they're jumping towards that vent position. There's some spray, but oh dear. Is there a trade? There is a trade. Lexi B will take care of the rest. Okay, everything's fine. That could have been really awkward, but it wasn't. 9 rounds for ENCE.
Yeah, it's definitely looking a lot better. But in comes the buy once more for Renegades. And I'm wondering if, I don't know that they will be able to get the AWP onto Gratisfaction. So they may have a different style of play moving into this round. We'll have to see how heavily they'll contest the outside. It would be quite cool to see an aggressive setup, 2 to 3 players from Renegades early in the round. We'll find out very shortly. Only with the 1 kit on JKS, you can see some of the limitations, some of the shortcomings of the Renegades economy. And indeed, they'll be pushing 2 players outside quite aggressively with these M4s, and there is Gratisfaction back there as well, who can, of course, offer support from further away. Ariel is investigating. You do need to deal with any CTs if they are close in these positions. Going through the smoke, very unfavorable, and Azza will punish and pick up the AK for his trouble.
High-risk situation there for Ariel. What if you're wrong? If you're wrong, you're dead. LXCB trying to make his way through the A-bomb site, but he sees absolutely nothing as they're charging through the smoke now. So many CTs, but a Tracer goes back and forth. 1v3 for Sergey, only for half a second. Renegades prevail. They survive with 3 players moving into the last round of the first half. Really important for them. They need that extra cash. That was a fast one, but a brief one at the same time. 5 rounds on the board. Still a chance for those 6 rounds for Renegades, and maybe that will be enough.
Yeah, I think, you know, if they can show a T side, obviously they won't have quite the T side they had on Mirage in terms of preparedness and comfort, but definitely, you know, 6 rounds is enough to work with on that CT side. But we'll see if they can get that 6th one. Here we go. Final rounds of the first half. They won't have an AWP, the Renegades, but they've also changed their approach pretty dramatically. No aggression outside, because the ENCE were looking for it, but it won't be there. Instead, a more passive and slower approach from Renegades. Looking to get the information is Gratisfaction as he moves towards Secret. Also try to slow them down. J-Chem can play off of Gratisfaction. And there goes the flashbang. That is lethal. J-Chem with the AK finds a fast headshot and falls straight back. No punish possible. That's a good way to take an advantage.
That is a very strong statement from J-Chem. Some late momentum for Renegades in the first half, excuse me. Smoke towards main, but J-Chem will not respect it. Again, he will have a small shadow advantage. You can see one here, LXCB taken out for free. He would have one on the high ground as well, so he'll fade away with that. It's going to be really hard for ENCE to do anything, I think, in this round. X7 just running in for Sergey to trade, but there's no trade. Very awkward angle. Liaz makes it as hard as possible, and Ariel requires an ace now with 44 seconds on the clock, but Jacob says no. 6 rounds for Renegades at half-time. A nice comeback late on in the first half.
Yeah, a recovery, and I think you're right, James. You know, there is work to be done here for Renegades. They're going to be feeling a lot better about this new performance than their last one. So we'll have to see if they can do anything about this match, and maybe Chad's prophecy can come true, and they'll get that 2-0. But we will find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Can Renegades make a comeback in this second half? Of course, on this map, on Nuke, you expect to see more dominant CT sides, more rounds on that CT sides, but this is the major playoffs. Anything can happen, and Renegades have already showed us that they have definitely woken up on the right side of the bed today because they are hitting some shots. And now they move on to the T side, and let's not forget that T side they had on map 1. Again, sure, it will be more difficult for them on Nuke, but there is definitely a lot of work to be done here, and we'll be starting off with a molly and smoke on Azza. JKS will dump all the nades towards the squeaky door, towards that vent, as is so common. And then we'll try to investigate with a cursory jab or two from Alu.
Now, this could be a trap. Having blown off the door, you have to be worried if you're a CT player. And here is the fake being offered into the A-bomb site. Will it pull rotation? X7 will spot a lot of players coming towards the ramp. He backs off. He's got some information. Time to rotate for ENCE, but can he be sure of anything at this point? No frags just yet. Loads of Renegades players moving towards control. The bomb's going to be dropping. X7 trying to fall back to reload. Jacob with 2. X7 trying to do more. 3 from Jacob. Looking for an ace. We've got Sergey coming in from the back and TYLOO hiding on the site. Renegades holding position now by the double doors, waiting for a response from ENCE.
They're really making them sweat it out. A minute. That is a long time. Lots of time to play with. Lots of time in which ENCE might make a mistake. As Renegades have, as you say, just completely cut noise, being static. And the longer they do this, the more space ENCE have to move around. But there goes the smoke, making it safe. TYLOO not wanting to throw any shots across. Bomb's going to go down. And now Renegades have defensive positions. It's going to take something special here for ENCE to find the headshots they need, because they're going to have to attack into these dug-in positions, or maybe not. Jacob's going out. He's going to find himself the 4th kill. Sergey takes down JKS. And, well, there it is to shut down. Liaz secures it. But what a performance in this round from Jacob with the quad kill.
At half-time, I was saying to Dan that I'm kind of worried if I'm an ENCE fan right now. Renegades with 6 rounds on the board. I don't know, man. They're looking like a better team at the moment, despite the issues they've had historically on Nuke. They've got 6 rounds on the board on their CT side. They've looked more confident, more decisive, and we've just seen better fragging from Renegades overall in this series, and that might be enough for them to find themselves a 2-0. They win the pistol. So now we're in a really interesting situation. The match is paused. Looks like a tech pause at present. There's no buying from ENCE just yet, but again, this is scary.
Yeah, it's extremely scary. Because indeed, as you say, Renegades have put ENCE in the position that ENCE put them in, which is you have this CD side where you want to have the AWP, you want to have all the utility in the world. And now Renegades could just take over the money game, and that makes it a situation where you have to take more risks on the CT side to get that momentum back in your favor. So yeah, no one wants to play from that position. And also, Renegades are a team where, as you just mentioned about the individual ability, they can play the basics on these T sides really well in terms of playing the trade game. And if they focus around a more simplistic game plan like that, given the level that we have seen from every single player on Renegades individually, it makes me confident that that could even be enough. And as you say, James, maybe what if there's a breakdown in ENCE? What if there's some tilting that happens? It's hard to say. We'll find out all those answers out very shortly. But here is, of course, the opening rounds on the first half of this series. You get to see that dominance initially from ENCE. JKS shows up.
All right, tech pause has been sorted out, and we will soon be back into the game. It is not going to be the sexiest round. It looks like it's an eco for ENCE, and the match has been paused again, so never mind. Maybe it'll be a slightly longer delay. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm terrified for my pick'ems. Okay, the unpause is coming in again, so we're only a few seconds away. Might be a good day for ENCE fans. It might not be. Renegades seem to be in the driving seat despite being 2 rounds behind. Of course, they did win the pistol. That's quite nice.
That's beautiful.
That's a very nice touch.
That is beautiful. I love it.
Artistic direction. Thumbs up from me. And into the game we go. So indeed, it will be an eco round from ENCE. They're not really spending much of anything, if anything. They will just be targets, moving targets like it's a training map. That's how it should go. But this is going to be good just to watch Renegades and see how they deal with an anti-eco situation. Of course, we always bring it into question. It has vastly improved in this tournament, and we can see that they already have a player down in that secret position. They're keeping the CTs honest in the upper area, just making sure nothing untoward is going on. As it can move towards control, have a look through the windows, and Renegades can try and figure out where ENCE may be playing.
Yeah, and it should be pretty easy to adjust here for Renegades. Even if they do get into a spot of bother, they should be able to trade things out. They're playing against just absolutely nothing, so should be easy to control the situation. There's already enough information gained here by Renegades, and you can see them start to communicate that, and as it's going to get his team, rally his team towards this ramp position, and you can see everything's clear. So they've got a clear line to that bomb site now. I do wonder, how this will go, because if we think back to Mirage, ENCE opted to do a similar approach in which they didn't go for a force buy, and they get the buy-in on the following round, as you would. The thing, though, is that there is always shortcomings with that buy because you can't have the AWP. You'll be limited on the utility if you want to opt for the firepower. Oh, hello. 7, maybe with a chance. There it is. All right. So we'll get the UMP stolen on the way.
I didn't see or hear the glass get broken on this window pane. So I'm not sure who smashed it. I'll assume it was Azza. But he got a lot of information in this round, and now ENCE will try to swap. So they'll do what they can. They'll try to make it somewhat expensive. Those are 2 frags they find themselves with now, and Aerial's the last man standing. Got himself an AK-47 though. Distraction being run from one rifle, and another one to collect the final frag. And here we go, 8 to 9, 3 players surviving for Renegades, all good in the hood, and it's time to buy for ENCE.
Yeah, we'll see where the shortcomings are. And as I mentioned, because if you're on the T side and you understand specifically how much money your opponent has and maybe that they can't get full utility, sometimes it's just a clue that they're going to play a bit more aggressive because they will have more disadvantages playing those slower rounds, those late rounds with less utility, so they'll want to get a kill early. So we'll see what ENCE do if they try to go for a play like that or if they just try to play very passive here on this CT side. Harry will take a forward position behind the smoke. He doesn't really have too much support though, so you can see he backs away, just trying to get that early information.
TYLOO moving around the vents just in case. They're keeping a keen eye on that. You can see Renegades are lined up to deploy some grenades outside. TYLOO may do some spotting. Now at this point, there's a minute 20 on the clock. ENCE have 1 flashbang. So if they want to make a play around Secret or something like that, or anywhere else, they've got 1 flash with which to do it. Alexi looks to be deploying it somewhere. Out the flash goes. There we go. But they're not in position to do anything with it. The smokes are up. They've been isolated from their positions, and Alexi has been taken out. JKS has been traded by Sergey. But you can see the nervousness from Aerial. He has no idea what's going on. He looks like he's in a really nervous situation.
Yeah, the trade is very likely here. Aerial's got a lot of work to do with this M4. They're trying to do what he can, but he can't find anything, looking the wrong direction. X7 will get a trade from Hell, but there's much more work to be done. Down to half health, they know exactly where he is. Gratisfaction takes the challenge. Dancing around the crate with the Krieg is a play that will work out, as now it's just 2 remaining for ENCE. As TYLOO tries to capitalize on the push into Hell, but they just cannot win these 1v1s, James. And now it's up to Sergey. He's picked up an AK, which I believe he stole from JKS, but it's going to be difficult. He'll be going down the vents. They don't. Oh, this Vias is waiting, and that will be a wrap. Great round from Renegades, and once again, we have this situation. ENCE just couldn't find a way to take the initiative with their utility. It felt like that flash outside had to be more.
That was a terrifying to watch from ENCE's point of view. Again, they had almost no utility, fair enough. The flash comes out, but the smoke grenades were in the right place for Renegades, so ENCE weren't able to do whatever it was they wanted to do. But then while the smokes were up, they just seemed to be in bad spots, but not really choosing to move back, just being in such a deep committed position and looking in 2 almost opposite directions. Like, that's just terrifying to watch, basically. So they just got picked apart. Renegades pulling the scab off the wound and now rubbing some vinegar in there as well. Sergey with Kevlar and a Desert Eagle will be having a look-see, having a look around. ENCE are at maximum loss bonus. So again, he's just trying to keep that T economy honest as they look to start off on the right foot in the next round. Nasty. That's a nice frag. It will draw attention. Got some grenades to limit his options. Gratisfaction doesn't want to go too far. No need to give a 1 versus 1. Okay, unless you're supremely confident and you just don't give a damn, in which case, more power to you. Double figures now for Renegades.
Absolutely. And this round will be very different because ENCE won't feel, I think, the pressure that we had on that previous buy round where they were low on utility to try to get some action happening early on and then just being denied. We're going to see the AWP will see the full amount of utility behind this buy for ENCE. So they're in a position going into this round where they should be very confident and they can play that slow roll approach. Renegades, on the other hand, they're going to realize that too. They understand that they need to, if they have a really good round, James, I think we need to see it here. And Renegades can then assert the momentum off that.
I do wonder if ENCE spent too much money in that eco round, because when you look at the full buy here, they don't have all the grenades in the world. He had to be dropped in AWP because he didn't have enough cash to buy one himself, although X7 is still holding it for the time being. But you can see that there's a few players who are missing some grenades, so I do wonder if they just invested a little too much in that previous round. So maybe X7 is playing a spawn. We shall see. He's going towards the ramp with the AWP. And in the meantime, Renegades take position in the lobby. No AWP for them. Gratisfaction does have a scope, however. He's got the Krieg instead. Azza looking to cause some problems outside while Renegades look to focus on the ramp.
Yeah, X7 had that most forward spawn. Oh, there goes the flash. That is beautiful. X7 barely had any time to react to that one. And just that, just like that, $200, boom. You got yourself ramp control, you got yourself the lower bomb site control, and X7 is all he can do to communicate to his teammates, but Renegades are already on top of the site. What a fast-moving round. X7, that's a fantastic shot straight to the face of Gratisfaction. And he will be able to hold on to some of those more forward positions that Renegades really need. The push comes out of the door, and Jacob can't defend it.
That is rude from ENCE. They've got a man advantage. They so need this round, and they need all these players to survive. Azza has time. If ENCE are nervous, they might make a mistake. There are 3 players alive. 2 of them are heavily tagged. You can see Alexi B, I think he's got an elevated position, which will make things more difficult, but still, Azza, that was a bad peak for him, but he still got the kill somehow. 19 HP. 2 more players to find. You see X7 repositioning. Again, ENCE, I don't think they've won a round in this half so far, and this has to be a nervous situation. He could be moving into a crossfire. He's got to be careful. Try and check all the angles. There's a distraction being run, and Ali will deliver the kill. But that extra frag from Azza may go a long way in the future rounds. The score is tied, but it really does feel like all advantages for Renegades at the moment.
Yeah, I completely agree. That extra kill could really be huge, and honestly, you know, it's so scary that individually Renegades are overpowering ENCE in most of the time. As you say, that peak is actually a terrible peak. Like, not only is like a left eye peak versus the right eye peak, you know, you're against an elevated position, so kind of nutty that he picked that one up. But Azza's really showed up to this major.
I did wonder if Renegades would cool off after the break from the previous stage, because they were all running super hot like lava. But here they are, as they're still doing damage towards the end there. And the score is tied, but they do look so much more dangerous. And just the expressions on their faces, yes, not the most expressive necessarily on a good day, but after winning the pistol in the first half, we saw frustrations, at least in the communication, it seemed, on the cameras. So I do wonder where their heads are at, ENCE, but they're still in with a chance. 10-10 at the moment. Lexi B on the Mag 7. They've got a better situation in terms of grenades. This might be a fast one into the A bomb site with a grenade from Azza being lined up. Lexi B's got no idea there's a player behind him. No idea whatsoever. JKS wipes out the A site. This is a disaster for ENCE very, very quickly indeed.
Oh my god, they don't have any money. They actually just have to save. They just have to straight save. In the first 20 seconds of the round, a save is called. That is brutal. What a timing coming in, and indeed, as you mentioned, you know, the Mag 7 not understanding that JKS was so far forward. JKS with those entries, so violent, just swinging through with 2 instant picks, and that's really created problems here for ENCE. Their money, this could be another situation, James, where they're just battling to just have money for the entire half, as we saw on the first map, and we know how that went for them. Ariel, you can see, might be the next player to have contact, trying to hold on to the AK-47, so critical that he holds on to this. And Renegades don't have great money either, so you can see that they are being slightly more conservative, not really committing for the hunt. And there it is, 11-10.
Just like that. Blink of an eye and the round is over. If the T side can keep a CT side living paycheck to paycheck, then there's so much you can do. And it forces the CTs into conservative decisions, into being afraid, into being nervous. Renegades have not allowed, in this entire series, ENCE to have a feeling of comfort, of confidence at all, on either half, in any round. One round won by ENCE in this half so far. This is a CT side of Nuke.
Yeah,
we were talking about the shortcomings for Renegades, but look at ENCE.
Absolutely, they are in trouble, for sure. Alu, though, has the AWP looking for that fast play through the door, and it will not happen. Renegades are playing a slower round. They're focusing towards that outside control, and they're also looking for any plays, any forward pushes that could be made for by ENCE. Obviously, there's so many different aggressive setups you can have on the CT side, so many things that you have to worry about if you're a T side to clear. And really, it's just going to be Alu, and how much can he do here? He's got, actually, no, he's got Ariel from main as well, who can offer something, although the smokes will come in to deny information. Ariel is committing himself here. How many can he get? The flashbang comes out. Renegades checking it. That's beautiful work from them. Very cognizant of these forward plays, and now ENCE are in trouble.
No support flashes that I could see for Ariel when he went down there. Ali was smoked off, but I didn't see any utility, just some pot shots to try and run distraction, and there are problems for ENCE again. Just shy of a minute on the clock for Renegades to capitalize on their advantages to pull ENCE out of position. They've got to worry about B. They need to worry about the Heaven position being flanked as well. Renegades still have their options available to them, and how on earth could you possibly try to go down this vent as an ENCE player unless the players towards the ramp are successful. The MP9, maybe they did it. There will be frags elsewhere. Sergey being taken out. There's a quick peek, and Liaz is going to die while the bomb's getting planted. Spray from Gratisfaction, 2 versus 2, doing the best he can, looking for that second player to come through, and it's Alexi by the double doors.
That is so huge that that information just came in the doors there. So Gratisfaction knows where the last 2 players are. He needs JKS to activate to get him out of trouble. JKS needs to push faster. Gratisfaction will be pushed down in the corner, trying to survive for as long as he can, but they don't know where JKS is. Maybe, just maybe, enough time with Sport holding the defuse. There goes JKS! He picks it up, and that is so bad for ENCE. I cannot express it enough. What a save from JKS. Swinging in at the perfect moment. Gratisfaction buying time so that he could actually go and do that to make that play to save the round. And Renegades, James, they move to 12. They're 4 away from 2-0ing ENCE here and making their way to the semi-finals.
This is absolutely crazy. I don't know if there was some confusion in the comms or something, or ENCE were convinced that the player was coming from Decon. Double doors were open for business, and it was 3 kills towards the end of that round for Renegades. And ENCE are in a forced buy situation. They've got almost no utility. They've not had any success really on the outside. Aerial, they may be good for 2. He won't be. Fast moving around now. Alu looking for T's, moving into the A site and moving along the outside, being really careful. You can see the nerves here for ENCE. They've got a man advantage for the time being, trying to keep control of that squeaky door position. It's been blown off, and that might come into play later.
And once again, there's no nades now ready for ENCE at this point. Oh, the miss there is huge. What a huge miss from Alu there. That is a problem. I don't know what you're going to do about that, because now the bomb site's gone. That was a shot that's supposed to connect, an eye entry, and now Alexi B swings in, gets punished by JKS, gets caught out of position, and JKS doesn't stop, gets himself a triple in this round. And Renegades, they shouldn't have been able to make that work so clean, James.
ENCE, I don't know if they're having a giant adrenaline dump or what, but honestly, like, the score doesn't tell the story. Look at the half. Look at the half. It is 7 rounds to 1 for ENCE on the CT side of Nuke. They're not having success outside. They're not having success inside. They're being out-aimed. They're being out-fragged. They are being dominated and exploited by the likes of Renegades, who are 3 rounds away from a 2-0.
Oh, you can see how bad that feels. The frustration there for Alu. For me, you know, I really had this series as pretty much everybody else did. I felt like it was just going to be won on the map pool. I felt like Renegades wouldn't match up against ENCE's map pool, and that was going to be a wrap, and that a 2-1 would maybe be the best case. But Renegades here have shown their focus and have shown their preparation, their composure. They had a rough couple months leading up to the major. You could see that, you know, they went down 0-2, James. They managed to fight their way back. They ran it all the way back, and over the course of the tournament, they started to, you know, get rid of that ring rust, started to, you know, really feel out their gameplay. And look at them now, peaking at the correct moment, but it's not done just yet. Although that said, ENCE are in a very weak position now. They're on a save. They do have a few dangerous weapons, but ultimately, they don't really have that much.
ENCE are in so much trouble. They've been in trouble since the beginning of the series, and it has not improved. It has not got better, it's only got worse. Renegades in full control. These rounds haven't been much of an issue. There was a scare maybe once in this series so far, and they deal with it for the most part. Gratisfaction to 180, okay. And there it is. Doesn't matter at this point how many frags you get. It's 14-10.
Yep. And this is that spot to the experience starts to be really important. You're about to get it over the line. Everything looks like it's stacked in your favor. Everybody's hitting their shots. You know, the other team looks like they're broken. They're whiffing. The pressure's getting to them. You are in the position where you can just clinch the match. And that's the spot where you have to make sure you don't defeat yourself. But I do think that Renegades, all these players, they have a lot of experience now. They should be good to go, keeping themselves focused until it's the job has been done.
With the consistent performance we have seen of late from Renegades, you do wonder how far they can go. Big round for ENCE. It has to be now. It has to be now. They can't fail anymore. They can't be dominated anymore by the likes of Renegades, who are looking for some kind of aggression. There are more grenades now for ENCE. You can see those grenades around main. They've been such a problem for ENCE to deal with, but this time they won't be in awkward positions on the outside. They won't be isolated, trying to look in 2 directions at once. Renegades lining up around that squeaky position in the meantime, with angles towards the roof. Alexi B's going to get taken out. They've pulled plays out of position. The flashbangs are still good. Sergey, can he find two? He's got to find two. He does. He keeps him in with a chance. X7's got to be careful. He can't fight to the death. He can't make it 1 versus 3 for Aerial.
Oh, the bomb's gone down as well. Aerial will pick up a frag. X7 swings in at the perfect moment, but now it's down to Azza. He has a lead on the health. He's only got a couple flashbacks, but he has plenty of time. Aerial nails it. Azza's done. And then stay alive for another round in this one, but their money is not perfect, James. And Renegades have very deep pockets, so they're going to be loving it.
That could be a blessing in disguise for Renegades. It's going to be harder for ENCE to defend with less than they had in the previous round. But it seems we do have a crowd here after all. They've been quiet for a while. 3 rounds behind are ENCE. It's not too late to turn things around, but this time they're fighting with pots and pans. MP9s, French guns are out. There are 3 defuse kits on the 5 players. Could be a fast one from Renegades. We've got smoke grenades to isolate Aerial from his position. LXB with the MP9 can't even get a crosshair in the right place. Sergey's in a horrible position. Again, can he find 2? He can't. Look at all the frags. Alu, it's 1 versus 4 with 1:35. And he is going to be hunted. Surely Renegades are on the cusp of something great.
Alu will do what he can. Needs to keep this AWP really if he can, and getting a forward kill will be a good way to do it, but there it is, a better peak for Gratisfaction, and 15-11, match point for Renegades, looking at securing a spot in the semi-finals here at the Berlin Major. I think pretty much everybody, except Chad, of course, had them pegged to be defeated against ENCE. Even though Alexi B is on the way out, it didn't seem to really impact the team and their performance in the stages of the major leading into this. But now we see the weakness, but also, I think more importantly, we see the hard work, the grit, the determination. We see the strength from Renegades, and it is something to witness. I'm really enjoying thoroughly the Counter-Strike that they're showing us.
Tack timeout from Renegades, keeping the focus. The game is not won yet. You're still playing a very dangerous opponent, a very high-ranked opponent, and they're only 4 rounds behind. They've got nothing to fight with, but nothing can be taken for granted. This half has been 9-2 for Renegades. ENCE have gone missing almost all the time. They've been reset every time they've won a round, and there are almost no more rounds to win for them. Only 4 players with SMGs, X7 with a Deagle. You can't have a round prepared for something like this if you're ENCE. Surely, this is it for Renegades.
Yeah, I mean, these are the ones, right, that are very dangerous because the pacing of them can be very quick and very difficult to prepare yourself for. So, Renegades trying to... they had the pause. They know exactly what's coming in this round. They know that ENCE are on the ropes economically. They know that ENCE are going to be buying everything, that there's going to be SMGs, there'll be forward setups, there'll be all kinds of tricks. ENCE have to pull every single trick out of the bag to stay alive. And Aerial will be perhaps the first hurdle for Renegades as they start to progress in the outside positions. Lots of presence shown here from Renegades. No smokes just yet, though. We'll see them thrown across just now. Always trying to mix up the timings of that. There goes the push. Aerial will catch one, pushing out with those smokes from main. There's a chance here for ENCE. In comes Jacob for the punish. Wow, okay, that fair enough. The UMP, the vertical shot works out for Aerial.
40 seconds for Renegades. Alexi B's in a really tough spot to deal with. Liaz has got a pre-fire, a different angle, but he walks through at the wrong time. It's a 5 versus 2. Maybe there was no need to push forward, but how could you expect someone to be there? 30 seconds then. It could be a question of damage at this point for Renegades, because if they take players out, if they stop them from collecting rifles, should they lose the round, then that might be enough for the rounds to come. Oh, Sergey, he's being careful. He's shown presence, but maybe it's best to fall back now with the MP9. 14 seconds remain. They've got to find some players to frag at least. Alu showing some presence, and there's Sergey from the back. And ENCE make it to 12.
All right, so so there's a couple of things going on there, of course. One, again, Renegades perhaps not going to have the cleanest drills when it comes to handling rounds like that. And it seemed like they didn't quite know what to do, especially after losing a fight against Aerial there, when he picked a really good timing to swing out as those smokes came in from Renegades. And then they just slowed down, and the SMGs are so fast moving. However, it feels like they're up against rifles again now, James. They've been successful the whole half against rifles. They should be fine.
Where are the ENCE fans at? You better make some noise for your team if you want them to win. That said, it's not too late to defect to Renegades. I'm sure Chad will forgive you. 1 minute 40. JKS is creeping. Will he be seen in the corner of the smoke? Alexi B's looking for it. He doesn't see him. That's a huge headshot for JKS. Closer to the smoke normally means a disadvantage, but Alexi couldn't see him. He couldn't see him, and it's a big 5 versus 4 for Renegades. That's the advantage they may have been fishing for in a previous round, and maybe it'll be enough this time. Again, it's not too late to defect. Turn your jersey inside out, maybe. But ENCE are still in this. They are still the ones with the map control, despite them being 4 versus 5.
Then you have a handful of flashbangs now, and the push comes in towards that lobby position. X7, he's going to make this huge, but it's absolutely nothing. It's all Renegades there. TYLOO is all that stands. 4 versus 1. 3 angry Aussies and an angry Norwegian there, ready to take this series against ENCE to push themselves into that semi-finals. All that stands in their way is TYLOO coming up into the heaven position, looking to get his first peek. He will be denied. Renegades through to the semis.
Massive performance from Renegades. They did not allow anything there for ENCE. Complete asphyxiation. That is a very big statement to the rest of the teams in this tournament. Renegades continue their consistency. Their reverse sweep goes even further, and ENCE were never in this game. They were never in this game.
James, watching Renegades right now across this major, it feels like I don't know, Dragon Ball Z or something. At the beginning, they look down and out. They always come up against opponents where we have them pegged to lose, but they find something. They dig deep, they find something, and they find just enough to take it over the line. This has been, I think, one of the most convincing wins against one of the strongest opponents in the tournament. And what does that say about the rest of the story for Renegades? I'm not sure exactly, but it's definitely good.
ENCE did not have to show so much to get to this point in the first place, but once they got here, they didn't really show anything at all. And you have to give a huge credit to Renegades. Their T-side of Mirage was absolutely beautiful. It was super strong. They were all over this game from start to finish. They silenced the crowd. They took everything away from ENCE, and they put themselves one step further to a finals match.
And they did it by showing us some of the most beautiful Counter-Strike with some of the best composure.
All right, well, you can see Renegades are still on the stage, and they've got a few words to say with Stunner.
Thank you very much, James. That's right, I'm standing here with the Renegades. I know they've got some fans in the house. I know that you guys just turned this place upside down, like where you're from. Pretty insane stuff. Azur, you've been leading the charge here for a while now. What do you have to say about your boys?
Everyone came out swinging today, and it was really good to see. I've got Alex behind me, leading the charge in the team, and we just came out confident, and we just did a really good job as a team, so I'm really proud of the boys.
Oh, the boys certainly celebrating the night. Let me talk to you right now, Kassad. Tell me about the feeling that you have after going out last major, top 8 to now.
We knew we can do better last time. You know, we were preparing for this for like 5 months last, you know. We've been preparing the crowd as well, you know.
Anything that you want to say to the crowd here, Azur, because there's a ton of Renegades fans. Even Chad is upstairs. He's cheering you guys on. It's the weirdest phenomenon in the world.
Just thanks for your support. We're loving it. We love the crowd. All the roars it's amazing. So, yeah.
Let's get some roars for the Renegades. Ladies and gentlemen, in Berlin, they've done it in the quarterfinals.
Zero-2 down, and then back-to-back 4 best-of-3s. They weathered the storm not only of the Legends stage, but now stepping into the champions and victors. I'm joined by, of course, a member of the Renegades in a previous life, now turned analyst, Chad Sponge Birchall. You had a belief. You have doubted for so long. You know, you've often predicted against the Renegades. This event, you felt like they could do it. There was belief.
I got one thing to say, Alex. I only have one thing to say.
What's... Oh, damn.
No.
Security. What is this? There's liquid inside a shoe. What is coming next? What's coming next? This is outrageous. Absolutely incredible scenes.
Are off to the semi-finals.
Right,
Chad's off to celebrate with them. I guess we'll have to operate with a 3-man desk. I'll tidy up all of this mess. Oh my God, it is a nightmare down here. Don't look down there.
He didn't tell us he was doing that.
No, that's not. Well, Chad Sponge Birchall, he predicted the Renegades would take it, and he has indeed celebrated. The only way I think a man like that can. Joining me, of course, Duncan Thorenshields and Sean Gares to provide some insight. Guys, ENCE falling. They go from not dropping what seemed like a single game, a single double-digit scoreline to stepping into this top 8 and looking flat.
Yeah, I mean, this was Renegades showing up today. ENCE didn't look like they were in this game at all. I was impressed, honestly, even though that first half was 9-6, you could see minor adjustments in Renegade CT side nuke play. That T side, though, ENCE did not see that coming, obviously because they had nothing to look at, right?
Yeah, no, precisely.
FaZe dominated them and didn't even allow Renegades to have their T side. Apparently, their T side is legit.
Yeah. It really was, and we'll continue to talk about it, but right now we have something to look at, and we have a rare opportunity, actually, to hear from the other side of the story. Yes, the Renegade through to the semis, but a team departs here, and it's ENCE. Let's see if we can hear a couple of words from them.
Back-to-back legends, back at the top 8, but unfortunately for ENCE and for Alexi B, the road ends here. Alexi B, it goes without being said that despite the extremely difficult circumstances in which you had to play at this major, today and throughout this major, you have played your heart out on the server. What's going through your head right now?
Nothing, actually. I'm just glad I'm here and all the fans giving me support and my family being here too.
You have created so many fans over this past year. Even if this is the last time that we get to see you wear this jersey, you have gained fans for the rest of your career who will be supporting you. Any final words for them?
Just thanks to everyone here. Thank you.
Give it up one last time for Alexi B.
In and out of the server, we talk about professionalism, and no exception there, of course, Alexi B. And taking a moment of his time, not always easy, and taking a moment of your time now to reflect upon this series. We started, and I think we'll just kind of come back to where we put a pin in it. The T side from Renegades is legit, Duncan.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, what's interesting is Sean nailed it in the pregame. Like, this is the perfect pick-me-up map because you don't even actually have to have all your star players going off if you want to grind some rounds up. So if you're ENCE, you're thinking, first half went great, CT side, we'll get it going. CT side of both maps is what cost ENCE because the individual players never turned up. You look on the Renegade side, though, it's another game where everyone's spread across the scoreboard, everyone's contributed, every single player. I mean, it's an old-school throwback game. It was JKS and Azza.
Yeah.
Both maps who were leading the way and outclassing Sergey and Alu on the other side, who were the guys with the big stats.
And those two names have been trying again and again in the major circuit to make a dent. JKS and Azza, somewhat of a duo, are partners in crime. Well, now they're through to the semifinals.
Constant improvements, right? Last major, we were shocked they got to the quarters. Here they're shocking us again. They're going to the semifinals. I mean,
they play like this, they can go to the final.
Contenders.
That's not impossible.
They are absolute contenders on this side of the bracket to make the finals. And based on the map pool now, they can play Nuke. That opens up a lot for them.
So Nuke added to the list of Renegades maps. I mean, we saw the stats. Everything pointed to this being a weakness of the Renegades, but they talked about their hard work coming into this major, and I think this is somewhat of a demonstration, especially on a stage like this, with the performance on a map that statistically should not have looked that good.
It's like I said, the problem is, since people didn't know the real extent of how much the visa issues hit them and having to have a stand-in, and then basically by the time they got Gratisfaction back, it was straight off to the summer run, all those tournaments in a row going in the US, so they never really got a chance to actually retool their game, get themselves back to where they were when they were in the top 8 at the last major, when they were looking like a team who could have won the Star Series Season 7, had to play the Na'Vi team in the semi-finals who was just on fire that day. That's the potential that we were looking to see. Funnily enough, like an ENCE had shown, where he'd risen up with this same core without the big fraggers. So I think one of the crazy things for me is I still don't look at this team and say, like, they have someone who's going to be the MVP of the tournament or one of the best players in the world. They don't. I tell you what, they've got a great T-side and they've got fantastic team play.
I will say this. We sat up here on the desk before the match went down. We said JKS needed to show up, and he did. He came up huge time and time again for them throughout this series, whether it be in the clutches, the entry frag department. I think he had 5 or so entries in the first map, 4 on the second. I mean, he put in a lot of work on these maps, in my opinion.
Certainly, and actually, while we're looking at his highlights, I think the Jacob storyline is such a beautiful one. For those unfamiliar, the idea of a player who kind of felt like his best days were behind him. When were we going to see more from Jacob in Tier 1 Counter-Strike? He then presents himself as a stand-in, simply just there to fill the void, and something clicks.
Yeah, the thing people didn't realize was he was very young when he first came into those G2. I think he was like 19 or 20 at the time. So what happened was when he then ended up on the All-Star team before they became proper FaZe, where it was a bunch of good players but no real in-game leader, he was just lost in his role. Like I've talked to him at the time. There's a reason why he could have 29 kills on a map, and then he literally had one after that was like 3 kills. So this is a guy who didn't have confidence. He didn't know how to use himself. He went through the phase with Carrigan. Now he arrived at the Renegades. It was kind of a last chance saloon, really. I mean, they picked him up basically because they were looking for some European talent. They didn't want to go into the domestic pool again. So the idea that he's now gone back-to-back major legends, he's going to the top 4 here, maybe the final. You can't write them off at this point in time, Sean. That was something impressive.
Yeah, you definitely can't write them off. I mean, we still have another series. Obviously, I think Renegades can easily take either of the teams in the next series, right? AVANGAR or Vitality. It wouldn't shock me at all if we saw Renegades in the finals.
Oh my God, what happened starting
Problem
today?
is, though, as much as you don't want to do it, because listen, they were playing under trying circumstances. They already knew they were going to remove AlexiB.
Certainly,
obviously, ENCE is prepared already. Literally, there was no way back. Even if I think they won this major, they were going to make this move. But even so, that isn't ENCE. Like, that's not the team I've watched playing all the year long. Definitely the players like Alu, like Sergey. I expect bigger things from him. Here's the thing, Sergey is still young. I think he's 17 years old, maybe. Yeah, he could next year be a great player. It's actually Alu that really disappointed me today. Where was all the open? Where was all the clutch play? Where was everything you think? Alu's supposed to be the cool customer, you know. He doesn't get rattled by these moments. So something was off. Like, I don't know what it is. The next ENCE better be different from this.
Yeah, a new iteration perhaps for ENCE, but it is a bittersweet pill for them to swallow. We do now get to see, of course, Renegades, they've picked up their win, but there's another game to come, and it's a big one. Team Vitality are going to be stepping into this arena versus AVANGAR. So many storylines unfolding specifically in this best of 3, and it's something I'll be breaking down on the desk with these guys, and perhaps we can find a towel or something for Chad. We'll maybe see if we can get him back here. Still, we're going to take a break, and the major continues. Tell your friends, more Counter-Strike coming up after the break.
Change of range.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
up. This is unbelievable. Simple. Oh, he's doing it as well. 5 seconds.
They say when the sun shines, make hay, and Renegades, they did exactly that. They came to play today, and they are already locked in for the semi-finals. I'm your host, Machine. We've got another game for us to dig our teeth into. I'm joined by Duncan Thornshields and Sean Gares, masters of their craft, as are the teams stepping onto the stage, and that's what's so interesting. Let's start right at the very top. AVANGAR stepping into the ring versus Vitality and impressed us so far in the Legends stage.
AVANGAR was basically, for most of the year, they were what I call like upset bait. Like all they'll do is they'll cause one nice upset, but that probably just messes your tournament up. They're not going to go and win the tournament. They're not going to be in the final. They're not going to be the team that then takes your spot in the rankings. Well, I have to say, at this tournament, not only have they caused the upsets, they've actually delivered on it. They've looked pretty solid.
Yeah, and honestly, they were a team that I definitely didn't expect to see in the quarterfinals, if I'm being honest. When I saw, you know, they're performing in the challenger stage. Yeah. They were struggling mightily over there. I think they had to win the 2-2 match against Syman Gaming on the 3rd map to even get to the Legend stage. And then on the Legend stage, you know, they were taking out people like Liquid to advance through. So, and Renegades, the team we just saw, obviously, who's waiting for them in the semifinals if they win. So AVANGAR had a much different Legend stage than Challenger stage. And, I mean, that's different than what we've seen as well. At the start of the summer, they were 13th ranked in the world. And then coming forward to the major, I think they're like the 30th ranked team in the world. So they haven't been hot coming into the major, but they're turning that around slowly.
And how many times, Duncan, and this is actually a very genuine question, have we seen the CIS create a team that can truly destabilize and dethrone many of the world's hot favorites at these major events?
Sure. Well, the key thing for me that makes AVANGAR different is a lot of those teams, the classic ones, obviously Vegas Squadron, you go back to the old Flipside, etc.
Quantum Belate or Fire.
You look at like Flipside, they had the tactics but none of the players. You go look at Vegas Squadron, they had the style, but they never were going to actually be able to deliver on that and be consistent. Like they were just upset bait. The thing I like about AVANGAR is, say what you like about the in-game leader and how much he saves, his actual control of the game is pretty good. Like he knows what he wants to do, he knows where to put his players, they have a consistent style of play on all the maps that they play well. Maybe they don't have the biggest map pool, sure, they don't have the best players in the world, usually goes hand in hand, but I think they actually have come with like some structure that you don't normally see out of that region.
They have structure, and more importantly, they're good on, you know, the one-trick maps like Vertigo, Dust 2.
Overpass.
And they're also good, yeah, Overpass. And then they have, you know, strengths on Inferno, like we've seen earlier in the event when they pick Inferno in best of threes. So they have enough maps to always have an option in best of threes, which is why we see them here today.
Yeah, no, we certainly do, of course, managing to battle back, the likes of G2 falling as well as the third win that they got in the Challenger, or rather the Legend stage, to get here to the Champion stage. Now, as they are setting up to walk out into this arena, I think it would be foolish not to reference who they go up against. Now, it's Vitality. A lot of teams fearful of this one-for-one name and a couple of others alongside it. It is ZywOo, of course, stepping back into the arena in this top 8. Do you believe that Vitality are as hot favorites as many expect them to be in their pick'ems?
So I do believe Vitality are favorites in this matchup. Do I think they are actually the #2 team in the world if, you know, all these teams were to keep playing each other time and time again?
Your pick'em suggests snow, I believe,
I would
Sean.
suggest, yeah, my pick'em might be heading towards the gold area right now.
Oh. Welcome to the club.
But they rely way too much on ZywOo right now. Apex has had a really good Legend stage. We saw what happens, you know, in the Challenger stage when ZywOo struggles, though. They struggled mightily against, you know, lesser tier opponents. They went to a 3rd map against Grayhound on a 2-2 matchup to get to the Legend stage.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, is it fair to say that that's not the same Vitality we saw coming into the Legends? I mean, they did seem to tidy their act up a bit.
They definitely got better. I mean, the fact that one of their losses is to ENCE doesn't look as good looking back now, obviously. We were using that to build up ENCE. Now it makes you kind of question where was Vitality at as a squad. They still got through, though. They were still convincing enough to get to this stage. They weren't in the 2-2 games in the last phase, so that was very positive for me. I think the big problem for me is, like, I'll put it like I did with Sergey on ENCE. If my best player is like a 17 or 18-year-old guy, also inexperienced as well as literally being inexperienced in life, you put a lot of pressure on this guy's shoulders, and there isn't anyone really to relieve him. Like, at least within the ENCE lineup, you look at Alu, you look at LXCB, who's having a great tournament. In Vitality, as Zero's gone down, the others haven't really actually elevated their performance. They won as a team because they've got a great map pool. They are a structured team. They certainly know all the roles. The veterans play their game. But in terms of the just pure fragging department, which sure, AVANGAR isn't going to blow them out the water, but it evens the playing field. I think that neutralizes a lot of the advantages.
Interesting.
Yeah, I definitely think their map pool is a huge favor to them in this series, right? They can play 5-6 maps. I don't think their nuke is as strong as it previously was. They've struggled on it mightily, as well as their overpass picks that they used to go into a lot. I don't think overpass is necessarily a strong map for Vitality anymore. So we could see AVANGAR, go down that road. They are known to, be strong on the map. They took Liquid down on it.
Yeah, and a map that Liquid are no slouch on. In fact, many would consider one of the strongest weapons in their arsenal in that map veto discussion. We aren't quite there yet. In fact, I can just check my clock. It does sound like any second we're going to be getting those teams out onto the stage. So it does sound like the arena is going to be ready for that one. Taking a break after, of course, a rather quick 2-0 in the previous. Do you think this is going to be a one-sided affair, underdogs prevail kind of story, or are we going to be on for a marathon of Counter-Strike ahead of us?
Well, the interesting thing is, actually, without going too deep into the whole map angle, basically the main two maps that you're looking should probably be picked if you want to get strength if your Vitality is Dust 2 or Overpass. Well, listen, if you play Dust 2, automatically you open the door. The crazy things can happen. It doesn't matter that you are much better than a AVANGAR. And if you pick Overpass, you've already seen what happened when some teams thought they could play a confident Overpass against the AVANGAR. So if you're the big favorite, but your pick is probably actually going to give a little bit of room, I think that right there can potentially open the door for an exciting series. Now listen, a AVANGAR doesn't automatically get gifted that. They have to step through the door and do something about it. So I think a lot of it's still on a AVANGAR, but this isn't one of those series where, I know ENCE just lost there, but they had their heavily favored one where there was a 0% win rate for their opponent.
Yeah, and actually an interesting conversation to have, especially when you have these two teams meeting. I want to know your take on it, Sean, is we've noticed a trend of RPK not even buying anything on the pistol rounds. T-side pistols to set ZywOo up into the buy, win or lose.
Yeah.
We've seen Sanji do the same thing for James to get his AWP.
Yeah, the RPK thing you're mentioning is a crazy tactic, actually, that Vitality's been using. So they have him full save on pistol rounds. They do plant strats. So no matter what, they're going to be able to get the bomb down. If they lose that round, they drop ZywOo a creek, which he then, just takes fights with on the second round. And I think they're pretty much flawless on those second rounds. I mean, they've won a large percentage of them coming into this stage. Partially because I think it's such an unexpected thing for them to be doing.
You can't expect many players with an MP9 are going to have ever played against a Creek coming straight out with armor. That's pretty ridiculous. You have no experience coming in that side, and it's going to tilt you when the first person dies from that.
And then Sanji, I think you and Henry mentioned it several times on the cast. He always has a CZ. I don't know if it's just because he's always dropping Jamin off.
But he's like 18 frags deep. He's just got like anything but like a butter knife, just stabbing a couple of them on banana.
He's making it work with whatever he has.
He does. We'll continue this conversation, but why don't we go ahead and get the teams onto this gorgeous stage.
That's right, Alex. I know you're still with me, Berlin. You just made it roar in here. You made it real loud for me in that first quarterfinal. I need a little noise again, please. That's how I know you're still with me, Berlin. That's how I know. Let me get a Ooh. All right. We've got another quarterfinal coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. A French side, a Kazakhstani side, and they're both represented here in full fashion, some of which would be an underdog. That of AVANGAR, definitely were not in your pick'ems. If they weren't in your pick'ems, let's go and get that hashtag #WreckedMyPick'ems in chat right now. Nonetheless, let's get on with this quarterfinal. Give me some noise, Berlin. Let's do it. No. Do it. Bring it on the stage.
Welcome on stage. Team Vitality. Welcome on stage. Second quarterfinal. Team Vitality versus AVANGAR.
The scene's set for our second quarterfinal of the day. AVANGAR versus Vitality. A new lease of life for the French scene up against AVANGAR. With pinpoint Poseidon precision, they have made their incision so far, and yet now face their tallest task yet. It will be Vitality for AVANGAR. Sure, a best of one versus Liquid. It's got our analysts impressed, but they'll need to be convinced in a best of three format. The maps have already got our analysts somewhat intrigued, perhaps expecting to see some resistance and all three. And that veto, of course, happens live with the major system, so that will be coming up any moment now. I'll let you guys get your cards on the table. Duncan.
Yeah, like I said, for me, this is really all about where is the mentality for Vitality. Like, if they think we're just much, much better, and listen, like someone like Zebu's never played in a Legends stage of a major, so the Champion stage now, I know to change the name. So if you want to just give him comfort right out the gate, you put him onto something like Dust to overpass.
If I were Vitality right now, I would try to get a map like Mirage, right? A map where, you know, they can take their time, run default, get Zabu activated, you know, around that ticket booth area, have him roaming around the map, you know, have hits develop. Keep it out of short-range trade maps like Overpass, and you know, I think Dust 2 would be a fine pick as well, actually.
Okay, so Dust 2 Overpass, that seems to be somewhat of the expectation. The punish picks, have you got enough? Have you seen enough from AVANGAR's map pool? Right?
There is one punish that exists. It's called Vertigo. The problem is, does AVANGAR actually have the balls to pull that out right now in a major?
I want AVANGAR to pick Vertigo. Now, Vitality did crush mousesports when they picked Vertigo, but I don't think mousesports approached. I think they got a little bit anti-strat in that game, and I want to see Vitality do it again, right? If they were able to do it again, I think people will definitely respect their Vertigo. But I think AVANGAR needs to do something like that because I don't really give them, you know, the advantage on any other map.
No, the problem is I actually expect AVANGAR also, like it's their first time except for Adrenaline in a major. I think they're obviously going to head towards Comfort. It just seems more likely. You want to settle into the series. So the Comfort map for them is probably Inferno. And at that point in time, listen, that isn't the best map for Vitality. I've seen them be shaky on it. I've also seen them beat some very, very good teams on it though. So I agree with Sean. The problem is AVANGAR can shift the veto somewhat. I don't know if they can get maps they can win on unless they're willing to go and just risk it all with that Vertigo pick.
I mean, you are right. AVANGAR is good on Inferno, right? They actually took down Vitality's fellow Frenchman, G2, on Inferno. That was a very scrappy
Listen,
game.
MBK, I know I called you out for looking a bit nerdy before. You'd have to flex on me like that, man alive.
He really has got you good.
His back looked like Bane. What was going on there?
NBK getting his correct jersey on, of course, get those extra. I think a couple of teams have just got 2 jerseys now. When things aren't going well, you just transition, get into the away kit. And, I mean, you made a good point, but it bears repeating. AVANGAR, 4 members of this squad. You can see them on your screen. This is their very first time at this stage of the major. Previously, it was the CIS minor. Prior to that, of course, you get to see the play-in for other teams trying to battle into this spot. Now AVANGAR have done it through tooth and nail, from the challengers to the legends to the champions.
And as you saw there, win rate-wise, you want to be playing train if you're AVANGAR. The problem is that is the perma-ban of the guys from Vitality. And so Vitality is absolutely not, by the way, going to switch that up to a Vertigo ban at this point in time. I don't think you even bother risking that. So unfortunately, if you want to really see the underdog, like it be at all shifted towards even being a favourite or a 50-50. You want to get them to their best map. You want to get them to a specialist map. So that's kind of out of the equation. Then again, though, if you want to talk about rookies, rookie in-game leader for Vitality in terms of making it this deep in a big major. Obviously, ZywOo, the main star player, one of the best players in the entire world. Never been this stage before. So you're gambling on 2 people showing up in the Vitality side.
I do also like how AVANGAR has a Dren on their team, right? He made that deep major run with Gambit. He won the major as an underdog, so he can maybe bring that, that mindset into this young team.
This is actually the guy I think personally can shift the whole series, though, is Kickert. Because if you look on the Vitality side of the equation, after ZywOo, it's supposed to be Apex. And if it is Apex, that's what makes the T side so dominant. Yeah, Alex can call a great game. If your entry isn't on, you're not going to be able to get those wins on a map like Inferno that might be played. So you look at Kicker. I actually thought personally, since I didn't know Na'Vi was trying to groom the next in-game leader, I thought if they were looking for a player to replace Edward, I thought Kickert was the player. This is the guy with the entry skills. He's shown he can play at the top level. So he's someone that I think could really do damage. And if he can win that battle, him versus his counterpart Apex, that can absolutely not only win them a map, potentially put them ahead in the series.
Yeah, everyone gives all the attention to Jame when they look at AVANGAR, but really, I agree. The attention should be on their young guns, Kickert and Buster.
There's the insta-ban we talked about, so bye-bye Train. The expectation our analysts set was Dust 2 overpass.
We should see Nuke banned, yep.
Okay.
Even though it's not that strong for Vitality, again, AVANGAR, you probably want comfort at this point in time. It's your first big series, you want to have a chance here.
So there's the Mirage pick that I thought Vitality would go with.
But I will say, even though Vitality's won over a lot of bad teams, there's something like 10-1 on the last 11.
Yeah,
so
only lost against Liquid.
Big stat, one of the best teams, obviously. There we go, comfort from Inferno, so
this is where
Kickert's going to have to be a big-time player.
Vitality should get rid of Vertigo here. I don't think they should allow Vertigo to be the third map in this series. This is an interesting choice for them because they are good on Vertigo, but it's just such a
Look
unknown.
what's left as well. Dust 2 overpass. Listen, we'll play either of those as a decider. You can pick. We'll just take Vertigo out right now.
That is also sketchy, though, if they leave overpass in as the third map, too. So really not many good options right now coming for Vitality, and yet
I'm quite sure we get overpass.
That's actually AVANGAR banning Vertigo.
That's wild.
Perhaps that win it was enough versus mousesports to just keep AVANGAR avoiding the newest edition.
Is that how it works? Do you swap when you do in the second rotation?
Yeah,
you do
so
it
now,
first? Okay.
So now Vitality is likely going to ban Overpass, third map Dust 2, I would imagine, because
it's the logical
AVANGAR
one.
is so
it's not
strong
a great
on
Dust
Overpass.
2 map. They're not a great Dust 2 team, certainly.
So it went from a veto, in my opinion, that I think AVANGAR was going to win, to if the third map is Dust 2, I think Vitality walks away from this veto pretty happy.
They're taking a long time to make this decision, though, mate.
Yeah, looks like the final lock-in. Alex is off his PC, so it will be Dust 2 as our final. Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2, AVANGAR versus Vitality. Ooh, okay, so now you've got your thinking caps on and you have the maps locked in. You said ballsy when you saw Mirage.
I don't think it's ballsy at all. I mean, you can see on your screen right now, Vitality is a phenomenal team on Mirage. I think the way they get ZywOo activated on this map on their CT side, it's unlike any of the other maps they play, in my opinion. He's roaming around the map so much, you never know where he's going to be. So it's important, in my opinion, for Vitality to have him start off well. He is what makes Vitality a strong team. So I like the pick.
Yeah, that's the thing. The reason why I said, even though they have like a 10-1 record, that should make you one of the best teams in the world on Mirage. Nobody calls them the best team. And the reason why is a lot of it comes down to ZywOo. He's just a monster on the CT side. He can go anywhere he wants. On the T side, he wins a million clutches, even with rifles. Like, this is a guy who absolutely can just win you the map outright. Yeah. But on the other side of the equation, I'm absolutely sure the guys from AVANGAR, despite the fact the win rate was terrible there, they can at least do something on this map.
Certainly. Kickert, Buster, two names I want to continue our conversation as well. Jame, another name at the tip of the tongue. But for now, why don't we actually hear from Vitality coming into this quarterfinal?
Preparing the major, we went into a boot camp for a week, and then we had a week practice at home. Things went well, I think. We brought in new stuff in the boot camp, and everything was looking good coming to the challenger stage. I don't think it felt like a really fast rise, but we could continuously see progression. Like every tournament we went to, we've had like 3 or 4 boot camps already, just like grinding as much as we could, all the online qualifiers, and the end of the last season was really tough for us because we were just like so tired, we couldn't deal with it. Coming to the legend stage, the fact that we were playing against tougher opponents kind of made our life easier, if I can say it like that, because we know we have to be on point from the start. It felt like we're going into the real major and that we had to start playing now or our run was going to end straight away. The main focus going into the playoffs is going to be fixing some maps where we've had struggles on T-sides especially. I think if we can fix the problems and sort everything out, then I think we could go. Going up against AVANGAR is going to be a fun match. We struggle quite big against CIS teams. I think the fact that they have a young team means that it could go either way. They could either be like hyped by the whole thing and like be absolutely mental and the game will be really tough, or it could go the way where they kind of get stressed and miss shots, and if they miss shots with their playstyle, I don't think they'll do too well against us. So I think this time, we being a quarterfinal of the major, we'll be 100% focused and prepared, and I think we should take it.
Getting to hear from the leader of Vitality, somewhat of a rookie, certainly not in Counter-Strike, but in this form of Tier 1 Counter-Strike. There's the man on your screen, ZywOo, who has taken Counter-Strike by storm this year and widely regarded as in conversation for the world's best. A performance here at the Major certainly would help. NBK, we've seen that name for so many years here at the Major circuit.
I mean, this is a guy who literally has played every single role in Counter-Strike. Not always to the absolute best level, but he's someone who can just fill all the gaps for you. Here's someone who's obviously, at one point in time, typecast as the hard entry.
Yeah.
I notice they don't entirely just abuse him in that way anymore. He gets a little bit more of the freedom, but absolutely a player you want to be streaking and have those big games.
Yeah, and I think he was a large reason for their success in this last Legend stage, right? He was the second highest performer on Vitality, and he's also the emotional leader of this team, right? When you watch them play, the others are very monotone. Apex is the one shouting, screaming, getting up, you know, yelling. And I think he really brings an energy to this team that they need. They're a snowball team. They run on momentum. And you could see when they struggled in the Challenger stage and that wasn't there, I don't like the look of them at that point.
Right. And actually, the guy on the screen right now, often it's hard to talk about the coaches. You have to wonder what do they do, etc. I just look at what this team was like before he was in, when they had Happy, before they got Alex in, before they shifted the leadership. It was night and day. There's a reason why I said back then I thought this team was actually a joke. It was just ZywOo, and then the rest of them didn't do very well, and they didn't go deep in tournaments. Since this guy came in, that's when the structure appeared. That's when all the roles started to fit. Even people like RPK, who stats-wise are not on the board, they're actually filling their role. They're not just an empty chair in the server.
Yeah, everyone from Vitality has, you know, chipped in lately, and that's what makes them such a strong team. Everyone does always bring up the ZywOo show, you know, the plus 1,200, you know, frags compared to his teammates. But really, when you look at them play, they have a lot of great utility setups, right? They set up ZywOo for success in a lot different way than Na'Vi sets up Simple, in my opinion.
And to be fair, it's not like there was a lot of minuses on that sheet. It was mainly people just near zero. They were plus minus average, and then ZywOo carried the game. So that's actually not the worst setup to have, especially not in the current day where we don't have just super teams across the board.
And from zero to hero, a Vanguard story. Let's hear from them.
Сложно описать эмоции одними там словами. Это яркая гамма эмоций, которые до сих пор, наверное, мы еще и чувствуем, но нам нужно найти в себе новые силы, чтобы бороться за победу в этом чемпионате. Я думаю, что наш стиль отличается тем, что у нас как бы своя химия, это мы вместе живем, у нас больше доверия в команде, и мы можем где-то, грубо говоря, сыграть на чуйке, на своих внутренних ощущениях, а Vitality, я думаю, что более она структурная команда. Но они все европейцы, это касается не только там игры, это и в жизни, мы разные люди. Я думаю, будет супер бой характеров, бой двух стилей, разных школ Counter-Strike. Я думаю, что это будет незабываемый вечер. Парни, все, кто смотрит, все, кто сейчас собраны, и сейчас начнется матч, и я всем желаю с нами быть на одной волне, потому что эта поддержка, мы ее всегда чувствуем. Эта поддержка, она заставляет нас просто делать супер вещи, и эта энергетика, она чувствуется. Так что давайте болеть, мы все одна команда, и вы тоже часть нашей команды.
The coach there of AVANGAR talking about synergy. They live together, they live and breathe Counter-Strike, and AVANGAR up against Vitality. is on its way. James, one of the names we actually haven't talked about too much here at the desk.
Yeah, I think he summarized it perfectly, right? AVANGAR they operate as a team, but they don't have like the structure that Vitality has. They have communication and cohesion in very hectic situations. I think they're great at 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, where the round breaks down, and it's only communication and understanding rotations. That's where AVANGAR shines. And I think the maps in the pool right now, we have Mirage, Inferno, and Dust 2, I believe.
Precisely.
Those maps really lend to that style of play. You're going to see a lot of 3-on-3s. So this is where AVANGAR can succeed.
And it has to be a topic since we're talking about Jim. Listen, skills-wise, he's certainly been one of the better new generation CIS players. Some people obviously, just in terms of big names, wanted maybe him to go to an RV. But if you look at the way he plays, the key thing for me is, since he is the in-game leader and the AWPer and has this reputation for saving, listen, sometimes it's the correct move to save. Like, that puts you in a scenario where you can do another buy. Obviously, an AWPer, even just a couple of rifles, is a much better buy than just having, like, CZs and rifles. But I always say this, if you are going to save and you're the AWPer, it's not anymore about how many kills you get in a game. It's how many gun rounds you can then convert, because that's what you're saving for. You're giving up this round and whatever, 30% chance to win the round you have, to say, I'm going to have a full buy or a partial buy next round. So you've got to convert those. So for me, if they want to have a chance to grind out a team like Vitality, a really structured squad who get their maps here, they've got to have actually conversions from that. It can't just be save after save after save, and then at the end, you just gave up 3 or 4 gun rounds.
Have a pile of Skrilla.
That tends to be how you guys like to do it. But playing the percentages, Sean, we say this a lot. I was wondering if you could give those watching at home what we mean when we talk about saving and playing the percentages, just so if it becomes applicable in this game, everyone's on the same page.
Oh, it's going to be applicable in this game. Jim will save ops in this game. That is a fact. AVANGAR is known for that, right? He actually is a little bit aggressive when he ops in the early parts of the round, but he'll pick and choose his battles. And in the middle parts of the rounds, he'll drop back. And he'll never be like entry fragging in the late round. He'll always play passive angles, play the bomb. And if it even looks remotely close, like the round is out of reach, he's not going to try to win that 2-on-4. He's not going to try to win even probably a 2-on-3 where him and someone else have like half health, but the HPs of the other team are unknown. He's always going to save, and that's fine. Like Duncan said, that's perfectly fine to take that op into the next round. Have your team half buy pistols. It looks like they have game plans around that.
Certainly.
So that's what makes it okay, right? They understand how to win those scrappy rounds.
The one downside I do see to that, though, is it becomes very telegraphed to the opponent. Like, if I see them in a 3-on-3 situation, and I know that we get the kill on the aggressive guy who's pushing in, and I know James back there, I can actually predict he's going to save at that point in time. I can already start setting up for that.
Yeah.
I can choose which angles to take on the first guy.
It is a nightmare, too, if he dies after the round ends.
Absolutely.
So that's something to look out for.
We have, of course, got a lot of company here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. Let's meet some of the fans before we jump into our second quarterfinal.
Well, well, well. I chose the win inside last time, and it seems like I might be doing it again, but it smells a little bit like baguettes around here. We've got the crazy guys from Vitality here, and these guys have traveled far and wide. They have everything, flags, drums, and these crazy chants. They might be the most hyped crowd out here. And honestly, what chance do AVANGAR really have against them? Talk to me, man. How much does this mean for you guys to be here and take this huge journey over to Berlin to watch your guys?
Yeah, it was a 14 hours trip. It's just amazing to be here with all the team, and we're just here to support Vitality and share all the night.
So much passion. I got a lot of respect for these guys. But Tonya, who have you got from AVANGAR? Because honestly, I can't see you beating us again.
James, I don't see a t-shirt, the Vitality t-shirt, because I am the true fan, and I have a lot of guys here who support AVANGAR. Guys, where are you from?
AVANGAR.
They came from Russia here to support AVANGAR, and there are a few of us, but we're very loud. AVANGAR! 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 James, what do you have to say?
Well, I think that was pretty weak from the AVANGAR side, because they seem a bit quiet. Vita! Alex, back to you. What do you make of this?
It's all right. It's technical difficulties.
Yeah, sorry, I had to just compose myself after seeing just how rabid the Vitality fans are, and I can understand why. Their Counter-Strike, when it's working, when that machine is functioning, can be gorgeous to watch unfold. It's often we describe it as their T-sides can just look like they're choking their opponents out. It doesn't feel like there's too much room to maneuver, too much time to make your decisions when the Vitality that we've seen, not always, are in form and in the server.
And of course, if you just look at the star player, like, listen, whether they win or lose this game, this is one of the best players to watch. Aesthetically, absolutely superlative. Like, you run out of things to say. Compliments. The idea that he's in his first real year of Counter-Strike is absurd.
Yeah.
There's very few, like, you could probably count on one hand players who ever played that well in year one and carried a team to the kind of like top 2 ranking. That's the other thing. You say that he doesn't have the quality in terms of teammates. The ranking's right there. He's not like down at 10 where Nico and mousesports were, or Kenny S dragging you to like number 5 or something. This guy's already at the cusp, but if you look at this bracket, he might be going to the major final.
Yeah, it's absurd because he's won tournaments already in his rookie year, right? No one expected him to be this good this quickly. I think even I said he's going to be a rising talent, but I didn't think he would be at simple level in his first year, right? He has took the scene by storm, and there's hardly any games where he goes missing. It's just he just always shows up.
And that's often something, you know, that you attribute to that star quality is consistency. There has been no absence of consistency from ZywOo.
But the thing is, when you watch ZywOo, it doesn't feel like when you watch Simple, right? Like when you watch Simple, you're like, holy cow, this guy's fast, he's flicky, he's like going all over the place doing crazy things. ZywOo is just consistent, and anyone that enters his screen, he wins every gunfight. It feels like every time he gets a one-on-one, he wins it.
Oh, he's very, very good in clutches as well. There's another thing. If you're a young player, that's the veterans game, is that you win the clutches, you play the angle, the clock, the bomb, you use all the intangibles to beat the young guy who's just trying to peek you constantly. This guy's come in with a fully formed game. Like, where's he supposed to improve beyond this, aside from just being the best player in the world?
Fist bumps coming in. That means just one thing. Our second quarterfinal, we see Vitality posted as the number 2 in the world and looking to prove it, lock it in, carve it into concrete that they are truly some of the world's best. Let's jump in. Anders and Moses bring you Vitality AVANGAR. We start on Mirage.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Second quarterfinals here at the StarLadder Berlin Major. It's Vitality and AVANGAR, and we are off to a really hot start already with a little bit of pressure being applied to that A bomb site. The grenades are out, and we're not even going to be allowed to wait. Now, Adren is already flanking through middle. This is so quick, but they should have at least a bomb plant here.
Yeah, but this is exactly, Sean touched on this in the desk. It's just a plant strategy. Vitality running the strategy to at least get the bomb down. Look, RPK with the no armor. If they can't win this, he'll be able to pass the gun over, but kills are traded. NBK with 2 headshots.
Yeah, that's huge. Adren, is he going to be effective in this flank? The longer it takes, the more they're going to be looking for it. Alex actually looks like he's already thinking about it. He's waiting in that corner, trying to play a little bit sneaky as RPK will take down Jame. Adren now looking for it, finally going to find a target. He has to hit this kill, and he will. And Buster will take down another one. It's all up to RPK to try and save this round. It has been looking good for them. That bomb out in the open, but Adren will be able to pick it up. And even without the kit, I think he just barely has time for it. Really, really close here in the pistol. No, he's going to make a run for it. He does not have it. And Vitality will win it on bare seconds.
Oh, that one's got to hurt that the defuse isn't able to come in. But that is such a well done retake from AVANGAR, waiting for that flank coming in from Adren. Some beautiful kills right down the stretch. Still, Vitality steal it away from them. And this is a Glock. Look at the range on that. Ooh. 2 headshots that NBK gets. Those are brutal. Losing that many defenders early on, 1-0. And Vitality going to invest up while AVANGAR sits back on pistols. Few nades purchased. Kickert with the flashbang and Adren with the HE grenade.
Yeah, if you're going for this kind of a peace stack, that's pretty great. They do bunch up in the hallways. You can get one good grenade out. If they jump down, maybe you get a good counter flash. You like this kind of a thing. It's pretty, I would say, low risk, and I mean the chances are it's going to be not much of a reward. But if you get it in the right round, if they happen to clump up, then it's perfect. It looks like Vitality are going to be doing all of the right moves here in figuring out what's going on across the map.
Actually, even AVANGAR's doing some of the cool moves. Look at Sanji pushing up in these B holes, clearing out this side of the map, clearing out this flank, and he'll be able to obviously see what he can get. He can flank through underpass. Low percentage chance of winning, but that's now 2 rounds to start this that AVANGAR has had some kind of an aggressive push that turned into a flank. And I would imagine you're going to want to watch for that as this half progresses. If that's the way they're going to try and find an edge over Vitality. Meanwhile, Alex handling things with the help of Apex very well, very clean. And the last player falls. It's 2-0 for the Frenchman.
Yeah, really well. You're absolutely right. And This is such a strange map, I think, for that reason. I, myself, am a huge fan of people playing that aggressive CT side, but there are teams that don't do it almost at all ever. So I'm going to be excited if AVANGAR are going to be playing that role throughout. I think that's super fun to watch.
I think that, I mean, you imagine they would, but also I think it would pick up, it would intensify. If Vitality gets out to a really hot start and AVANGAR's in a hole, I think you're going to start seeing them taking more of those risks. Speaking of which, a risk for Jame. AWP in hand, but no armor.
Yeah, that can always get scary. And I could understand why he wants to get away from the window. That's a common grenade spot. Looks like Alex is going to be really quick. They might just sandwich this bomb site in the first couple of seconds of the round. A beautiful grenade, but are they ready for Alex coming in from the other side? That's the question. They're not ready at all. And Buster goes down. Sanji, long-range headshot, and Jame there with the AWP to take down RPK. And Sanji, what a brilliant move. Up on the box, and he takes down NBK. A fantastic triple for Sanji. That long-range headshot is a great start, but then moving in progressively instead of falling back and being scared, holding the bomb site.
Right over the van on the edge of the smoke as well. Part of it, that hit did not feel that aggressive for Vitality. The catwalk is the main part of the attack. You can see on the minimap as this replay goes on, there's 3 players from Vitality who never actually entered the halls. And if you're going to try and aggressivly find a contact play at the B bomb site, you need players getting in. You need to trade those kills early on and get into the bomb site before the rotations come in from the defense. This also allows Jame to pick up armor and plenty of utility, so the defense standing strong.
Oh, the fans, I think down to the French Quarter there, are going wild at the moment. You like to hear that too. Deagle in the hands of Saibu in this round so far. And now armor's been picked up on Jame, so they quite like that round in a bunch of different ways. Kickert is playing very close, going to be flashed in towards that ramp and instantly taken down NBK. That's such a common setup, and it works really well.
Now RPK, 2 players in connector at the moment. There's Apex right at the top of it. He goes down, no trade kills for the Vitality side. Good entry for Alex. Is it enough? Can it open things up for ZywOo, who's now picked up the AK-47? They know Adren is trapped. They line up for him. But it's quickly down to just RPK. Any kill matters, take economy out of their hands. Vitality is out of money, and RPK is sandwiched between 3 players.
That's a beautiful grenade. Should be no problem here. Buster will take him down. And Sanji was sort of the backup plan in that, but didn't really feel any need to be aggressive, and that's also smart. Little details, but you're in a 1 versus 3 like that, there's no reason to overextend and take, you know, really mad fights. The guy at the stairs probably does have the better fight there.
Yep.
So
especially considering the other teammate was nearby as well. There was no danger for Sanji to just chill in towards CT spawn. So all tied up at 2-2. AVANGAR might be able to take a lead here though, and I think the dangerous thing for Vitality is not a whole lot of kills coming out in that previous round. 3 players surviving, so the money can now blow up just a little bit for AVANGAR, which is going to allow them to feel much more comfortable with investments.
Molotov landing as they run out, and they're just all catching fire in the middle. Nobody makes it out alive. Jame actually getting 2 kills with a pistol, but it's all worth it.
Yeah, I mean, this is that was a small mistake from the AVANGAR defense. You know, we talk about them, one of the more inexperienced teams that we have at this stage of the major, but the full rotation to chase after the eco kills, you leave the A-bomb site wide open, and that's a free plant. That's a lot of money that goes over to Vitality.
Yeah, all they invested, I think, was a P250 in that round, and everybody gets an $800 bonus from putting the bomb down, so well worth it. They're going to be quite happy about that. A 3-2 lead as AVANGAR are now, a little bit ahead here, just a tiny bit. I mean, I can't even imagine what it would mean to them to make it forward and get into the semifinals. The run so far has been just amazing.
Well, trying to continue it here, 3-2. Full buys from both squads. 2 Kriegs out on ZywOo and NBK, and this is a lot of bodies ascending into the B halls. NBK at top mid looking for pushes, but 3 players heading towards this B bomb site, heading right at Jame and this AWP.
Smoke there, but the counter Molotov is really well timed, and RPK takes way too much damage from just the grenade. That's slightly unfortunate. Looks like they're going to try and recommit anyway. RPK not going to be leading the charge after all, due to the health, obviously. They're waiting up there, and Jame, he's really thinking about it. The smoke is gone, but he's not going to get the chance. That might be one of the only ones he's going to get. They do have another Molotov to block him off in here, and Buster, well, he's double smoked out of this position, takes a little bit of damage through as well. They're delaying that bomb plant. They want to make sure that they can get a fight first, maybe get a little bit of a favor at RPK. That's a beautiful strafe, and they are immediately going to start to back out.
That's got to be a safe call from here. That's a good kill from Sanji, and actually they might come back for it, but there's still players so far away. In AVANGAR, they have to decide right now if they're going to go for this or not, and it looks like they're coming back. Let the retake begin. James still not able to find anything at range. No one in halls for Vitality. And Sanji's going to lead the way with the double kill to re-enter into this B-bomb site. But Apex holding it down. He's the only one left. 1 versus 2.
Trying to get that shot on a Dren. Not going to be able to do it. That is a quad kill for Sanji at the end of the round. That is really just out of control. That's after you've made the call to fall back. He says, oh, hold on, guys. Maybe I can just get a quad kill and we can still win this round.
Yeah, I mean, that was beautiful. You can't rely on that every single time, but obviously having a point man on Catwalk able to get those kills, I think Vitality, part of the problem, not leaving one player in halls, that advantage up in those halls, the way you can set up crossfires with your teammates. But still, brilliance out of some of the young stars in AVANGAR. And they're up by 2.
Yeah, they're up by 2, but as you were mentioning earlier, the economy is also looking so good for them right now. James got 9,200 in the bank. He's got everything that he needs. Only really Kickert is a little bit low on money, but that's great. What a position to be in early on in the game here. And Vitality needing a break, a tactical timeout to discuss exactly how they want to handle that.
Those fights on the retake, it's just there's way too many individual battles going around. He didn't have to deal with 2 people at once whatsoever.
Yeah.
Vitality getting a little bit lost in their post-plant setup, but still in this fight. Jame again in towards the window. Just to throw utility, just to apply a small bit of pressure, but not commit anywhere. And again, look at Kykert over towards the A-bomb site. He's actually already peering down that A-ramp.
Now they don't have the AWP for Saibu either. And theoretically, this should be the side of the map where he could be more free with the AWP, he could take more fights. It's going to be slightly more difficult when he's on the CT side. He will pick it up with a Krieg instead to take down Buster, so it's not all bad here. No on health, though.
Yeah, but full mid control and the man advantage is so strong of a position for Vitality, and they might get an extra one here. RPK is looking for that exact push. This time, no aggression onto the extremities, but the bait setup. Jame actually might be able to get 1 kill here, peeking down. I think he might have just spotted the shoulder. He's going to be under a lot of pressure, must hit this first shot. Flashbang is in, he turns, and he just bails out of the fight.
That is really close, isn't it? Heads up play from Vitality to actually throw that grenade and not just walk into the shot. Now they're going to be putting the bomb back through T-spawn and heading towards the A-bomb side, where Kickert is going to be with just an M4 and a flashbang. That is not a lot to deal with. Adren, I don't know. Maybe there could be a crossfire. Maybe he could take down Alex coming through the connector, but that's a lot of maybes to hold on to a bomb side. Kickert, he's going to be the rock right now. 20 seconds left, and they're starting to push up there. NBK showing the shoulder, and Apex not even trying to bait anything out, is he? Just goes straight for it. Comes rumbling into the bomb site, and that's an immediate safe call, obviously.
That's a beautiful bait, a beautiful shoulder peek by NBK over and over to just freeze Kickert in that position, and he's so overexposed from multiple different angles. Apex gets a freebie, and AVANGAR just has to save. Pick up the AWP. They're going to close the gap. They'll get their 3rd round, and there's not enough money for Vitality to actually hunt down these weapons on the defense. They have to just let them survive.
I feel like this is such a common story that unfolds over so many rounds when you're playing on the CT side. You lose the initial battle, and then to try and sort of regain some control in that round, you go for a bit more aggression, and then you also lose that battle, and then you're almost out of that round immediately. So I think it's just a theme we've revisited a bunch of times already.
I mean, it's different theories, right? Every single time AVANGAR goes down a player, you're not always going to see them try and push someone into those positions. Sometimes you just try and do it vanilla, and just stay into the bomb sites. Maybe you stack one. Regardless, that time the attempted flank, and perhaps it's just because Vitality's already seen it once or twice in this half that they're just a little bit more hyper-aware. Or a conversation to say, just be careful if AVANGAR is going to make those pushes.
Yeah, because, I mean, and if you're Vitality and RPK in this scenario, right, you actually want to give them some time to make those mistakes, or at least to sort of play into your hands.
Especially an inexperienced team. You know, let the pressure really sink in of the moment.
So give him 20 seconds if you've got it, and see if they can't sort of walk into something. Pretty deep grenade, but nobody there to really capitalize on it. A close game to start off with here on Mirage. And pretty much a default spread coming out more or less, controlling every part of the map right now. Vitality just need to take that mid control. But they're outside of B, they're up in apartments, they're really trying to make sure that no one's going to be sneaking through here.
Well, here comes that mid control. Apex using the flashbang to peer up in towards Connector and start clearing things out. There's no one here from the defense to mount any kind of resistance, so Vitality will have control of mid. Actually, it's a very deep defensive setup as well. Buster just now rotating back towards that A bomb site. There's already 2 players here. Jame with the AWP just peering down, looking for the sign of anybody.
Well, look at where Alex is. If they go for B and he's here, he can count the rotations, he can take people out if they try and come through. So much that can be done with this particular position. And Sanji is alone over at that B bomb site. This might just be a god call coming out of Vitality.
Yeah, it looks like it's a small fake setup. NBK waiting for this smoke to clear. He's got 2 flashbangs. Little does he know, they didn't really need to do anything to fake it. AVANGAR already stacking 4 players at this bomb site. This is going to hurt even more. If Alex can pounce and just get 1 kill, that would be so deadly, and it's a huge headshot as he turns the corner. He's going to find so many bodies here, and even though he goes down, it doesn't matter.
Sanji now alone, it's all on him. He sees the corner, that's a bomb down, turns around with the creek and could have nearly got the double. There's only 10 seconds. If he gets that kill, I think they win the round. But now, the bomb plant will go through. A 3-on-3 with NBK rotating through spawn. He might actually catch a Dren, who's trying to flank himself into the bomb site. Man, this is going to be a weird round, isn't it? Low on health as well, AVANGAR, a lot riding on this. They've built an economy, but they can't sustain too many losses either. A free kill there on RPK. Apex with the immediate return, but he can't get down behind the van. It was so close. Are they going to be expecting NBK? They just came through here, and they will. Jame covering that window. He had to get that kill, or it would be all over.
And that's a great call. That's a great read and heads-up play from AVANGAR, realizing there was a second player at that A bomb site the whole time. Jame just holding holes with the AWP. Knowing that someone was going to be coming late, and NBK walks right into it. That's an incredible recovery and retake. 4 players stacked up at the A bomb site, none of them here to actually defend B at any one point. That's so sick they're able to come over and retake that. 5-3.
You could imagine the sinking feeling if you're Sanju in that bomb site and you've just heard the calls on the other side. Yeah, we've got the 4-man stack at A, don't worry, yeah, they're flashing, they're molotoving, we're all good to go. And then actually you're the one under attack. Jame, smoke is going to be able to save him. It does go down to 44 health, but mid control quickly this time for Vitality.
Again, yeah, even with the health loss though, if you're Jame, that's worth the risk. You had the shot. That's the one that you want to hit. You had the chance to get a pick for your team, give them 5-on-4 advantage. We'll see if AVANGAR is going to start stacking towards that A bomb site. It seemed they had some kind of a read in the last round. Here we have Kickert clearing out A ramp. And just waiting. There's going to be a 4-man Vitality hit at this bomb site. RPK over and B looking for the pushes, looking for the flank, and he can rotate through underpass to join up with his teammates later on in the round.
Pretty well timed smoke, to be honest. Grenade only does a tiny bit. And I think Jame had a Molotov that he just used. I was going to say I would have loved it if he could have held on to that just a short while longer, but it's a hard call to make.
Well, Vitality didn't like whatsoever seeing him be aggressive on A ramp. They didn't like that kind of pressure from Kickert and that smoke coming up in their face. Delayed mid-take, Adren gets caught in the open. He's just looking for information, and the timing's not with him. Again, mid-control, this time later in the round, and 35 seconds for Vitality to choose where they want to end.
They might try and split B through Catwalk, having NBK shoot people in the back if they try and rotate out of A. That could be a lot of fun. But it all revolves around this corner. A fantastic flashbang there. Put up by Apex to take down Buster. Now Sanji again alone here at the site, and they're going to be falling back through the middle. They got the bomb on the other side. There's nobody there. This is a perfect fake coming out right now for Vitality, or even better, I think, just a great mid-round call to make sure you can get back.
It's a beautiful mid-round call, but it's built on the fact that Vitality has gotten that mid-control whenever they've wanted it. AVANGAR's eventually going to have to fight for that because you can see the way they're able to manipulate the map. They apply so much pressure onto the B bomb site, which they've done for a couple rounds now, and then when they see the resistance there, they just sink back and beat the rotations. Again, AVANGAR abandoning that bomb site very quickly to rotate over to B.
Sanji really picking up a bunch of kills in this game. I feel like he's been stepping it up throughout the progress of this tournament, because obviously Kickert and Jame are sort of names that we sometimes end up talking about, but he's playing a fantastic game right now. They'll lose this round regardless.
Not just the kills, but the quality of them. Remember, he's the one who spearheaded that retake in the first round that AVANGAR won. Maybe they're not even in the lead if it's not for that kind of an effort. He's having a very good game over at that B bomb site.
Some rounds now, that Vitality end up winning, and AVANGAR get to save, you know, 2 or 3 rifles, which is, you know, another classic theme.
It's a factor of winning with finesse, right? Of winning with strategy. Some of these calls that come out, AVANGAR's like, yeah, we just can't fight for that. We just can't retake it. But the other thing is they haven't had to save a whole lot since they've started winning. They've been able to preserve some of these buys and preserve some of the dangerous weaponry that they have in their hands.
Yeah, because if it's 4 versus 5, or 4 to 5 as a scoreline, and you're on the CT side, and you lose every rifle all those 4 rounds, that probably means you're going to be saving a couple of rounds here. And that hasn't really been a theme too much for AVANGAR yet. Unfortunate battle there in the middle. Looked like he actually could have maybe even got both kills. That flashbang, though, was great.
Yeah, it was the timing of it. He wasn't prepared to take a fight. He didn't even really want to take a fight. Adren was just searching for information, and unfortunately, that's the one kill that just gave free control over. I like this. Buster and Adren going towards mid. We just mentioned they might have to start actually fighting for some of this mid control. Position on catwalk. There is also Jame at the top connector, top stairs at the moment, looking down the A ramp, but he can rotate over for assistance with that AWP whenever it's necessary.
Yeah, Alex captaining the team there on the Vitality side has been really good at exploiting that mid control, so I sort of agree with it. Might be better if you don't just straight give it to them. Still with NBK lurking up in the hallways over at A. The rest are all over at the B apartments. And
ooh, nice shot from ZywOo.
Wow.
With the chance of the French fans in the background. A beautiful pick. And now control of the map again goes to Vitality, and if you're AVANGAR, you've got to feel so bad. You're getting outcalled hard in this game. Jame and Buster controlling mid, but this time Vitality's not even messing with it. They're not even heading there whatsoever. It's going to be Kickert and whatever support Jame can provide with the AWP from connector, and they have to defend.
With 5 Molotovs, what are the chances that not one of them is going to land at the feet of Kickert right now? He's pushed up to the corner, so maybe he's just going to straight up take the fight. It feels like it. And now backup is being called in. Jame is here, Adren is here. This is a different defense than it was 5 seconds ago. And Kickert flashed in. He does get the 1 kill. It took a little bit too long, but the grenade, oh, it could be beautiful. Jame taking down 2 and even trying through the smoke. That's a bold move. He gets back around the corner before they hunt him down, but that could have been enough. 25 seconds now, and the flank is in. Buster is about to close out this round. Apex, he can't really focus on his own flank at the moment. He has to just worry about who's on this bomb site. 15 seconds, and it's almost over. NBK with a headshot there to take down Adren, and now Buster slowly crouching in. A lot of this is on him. There's going to be the 1 kill, but Apex, he's so quick, taking down Buster, and somehow it's a 1-on-1. This felt like an absolutely 1 round. Jame will have to do it all. He's already got the double kill. He needs to land a shot, a flashbang high up. Apex, he's got him with a headshot. What a fantastic play.
He finishes him with the headshot, but he got him with the flashbang. That is a nice shoulder peek to get the information, and a great trade on NBK. I don't even know if that was the plan, but NBK at low HP heading towards ramp, and Apex just trades that kill so efficiently. Oh, that's actually brutal.
Jesus.
Shoulder peek forcing Jame to look at the flashbang as well. Beautiful clutch, and Vitality is back. 5-5, we're all tied up, and finally, the guns have been slowly stripped away from AVANGAR. It's just Jame with an AWP. Other than that, everyone's pretty broken, having to sit out a round of rifles.
Did Sanji drop him that?
Yes.
All right. Putting a lot of trust into Jame here.
Well, at least in his ability to save the weapon if needed.
Yeah, that's sort of the, you know, that's plan B, isn't it? if you can't get some great opening kills. He's fairly defensive, so hoping that they get something here. Nice opening from Buster, but Jame has gone down. So someone else will have to recover that. Sanji waiting back here by the benches. I can't understand how it's possible that he got that kill with no retaliation yet, buying as much time as he can. But, oh no, they're still close with the AWP. And I think that was a mistake.
I mean, you had to do something if you're Kickert. I mean, you still feel like you're in that round if you can find the 1 equalizing kill, especially Adren on the flank, and unfortunately not fast enough. That up, they dropped it. Doesn't get any kills. Adren's been spotted, and Vitality retake the lead, 6-5.
Great turn of events here for the French side, obviously being ahead on the T side of Mirage. You like to see that most of the time. Although I will say this, there are really some teams, I think especially teams that have strong AWP players, sometimes they find they have trouble putting those players into play on the CT side. So I'm not surprised if Jame isn't having all the fights he wants. I would not be surprised if ZywOo is going to have a similar kind of issue when they're playing the CT side. So Might come down to something else. There's a chance, and James will take down ZywOo. He saw that fight all the way from spawn, didn't he?
That is a phenomenal pick to get, taking out the opposing AWPer. Another smoke, and Sanji, remember, he dropped the AWP in the previous round. The AWP, they got 0 kills, and he's brought so low. Again jumping, and again almost destroyed. Nade coming in deep. Nobody's there.
Bomb all the way back in T-spawn, so for now, just feeling out the landscape. Alex has picked up the mantle of that AWP. Just hoping for somebody to overstep the line. He's got quite far in. Checking that corner. If they do have a Molotov, if they Molotov it, that should be a dead Buster almost immediately. He's thinking about it now. A little bit of a smoke towards CT spawn would set it up, but now kick it here as well. Buster, he's immediately spotted. He goes down. Great headshot with the M4, but Alex is there with the AWP to return, and now he's covering that line.
This is such a very cool T-side from Vitality. This time it's not even actual attack or a set piece or anything. They're just kind of marching up slowly and seeing what they find, and they've loved it so far. Still waiting. Sanji can't do anything in CT spawn, so this should be a plant. You've got Jame with the AWP peering from Catwalk, but the smokes block his vision. They've just now cleared. But RPK does not have to expose himself. He can just wait in connector. No kits as well on the AVANGAR side. They're going to have to decide this. They need kills right now, and I think that's going to seal it. How do you still go for this?
Yeah, surely there's no way. That AWP on Jame, I would say, is going to be really valuable. You've got to find a way to save it if you can at all. You know, we make a fair amount of fun of it, but this would be a prime time to run away with that rifle. It is a real shame that the guy playing CT spawn is Sanji with an MP9 and 1 health.
Never get aggressive, could he?
No, like, otherwise maybe you try and stop that bomb from going down, but
yeah,
doesn't really seem realistic. Fantastic round out of Vitality. Really some great calling coming out of Alex here.
Well, yeah, and great play individually from Alex. He's the one who gained him the foothold with that AWP. He just marched up a ramp and he saw absolutely nothing, and he's just, why don't we actually apply some pressure here? No one has peeked me. I'm just able to sit up here without any kind of pressure, without any cares in the world, and now it's a 2-round lead. And another save coming in from AVANGAR. Another timeout as well.
So, I mean, did he turn his hand upside down to open that bottle of water, Moses? Did you see that?
I wasn't paying attention to his water bottle opening tactics.
I'm pretty sure he did that. I'm illustrating to Moses. I've never seen that before. Maybe that's more efficient. We should do some science on that.
Okay, we'll test it out for the rest of the week.
Somebody gave me a clip of that. It's of great interest to me personally. 7-5, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into round number 13. The timeout's about to run out here, and so far it feels like, yeah, James is sort of leading a little bit over ZywOo, which, again, I think is odd, because this should be the half, I think, where ZywOo has the most to say. But we'll see.
I mean, I think it's a great benefit. It's a great talking point in terms of just mentioning that Vitality strategically is outplaying AVANGAR. You know, you don't need your stars to shine as much when you're outcalling them to this degree across the map on a consistent basis. This defense has not been able to find a solid read to actually defend against the attack. Apex leading the way in towards connector, 2 teammates with him. The bomb rotating back towards the A ramp, and NBK waiting in Palace. This A bomb site is obviously again about to be under attack, and it's already here. Alex needs to check beneath him. They haven't seen the information yet. Kickert's gonna find that kill. He does take him up, but now they know he's out in the open. He's somehow gotten away, and Buster adds on, and Kickert, he's going mental, and he is saving this bomb site, jumping over as well. Apex finally ends his tear, but he's dropped as well.
He snuck underneath them. That's one of the coolest spy plays I've seen in a very long time, and the fact that Buster saved him for enough time to get that second kill is way out of control. Now it's on ZywOo. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. Might as well. The more time you waste here, the closer they're going to be. Now they definitely realize. I think they might have thought he was going to go to B, but he is still here at the A bomb site. Molotov buying him just a bit of time, but this would be one hell of a clutch. It's a 1 versus 3.
He's moving out of position to defend the bomb plant, though. Now he's got to fight them out in the open.
Yeah, that in itself is going to be a huge problem. Let's see what they could do. Jame up on the high ground, a little bit of shoulder peek. He sees it, but yeah, that's good timing. Either way, he was probably going to go down. And a fantastic round from AVANGAR, making it 6-7 here. They don't have a kit, so they had to be a bit quick about that. or it was going to be really scary.
Just what a round from Kicker. I mean, just the distraction that he caused, as you mentioned, Buster with the 1 kill to save his life, to allow him to add on a second frag into that kind of a play. And what a desperate scenario. That's such an incredible round. The first in 4 rounds that AVANGAR has won, and they do it with only, you know, an SMG, a saved rifle, and a bunch of pistols.
Round number 14. Double AWP now comes out from AVANGAR. That's something that Vitality haven't run into before. I mean, it's probably something they would have predicted would happen at some point. But you never know if they are going to make a mistake behind that. Looks like we could see a fairly fast execute. That smoke going all the way, it's still in the air. And it's probably going to land right by that bomb site, trying to block off one part of Catwalk. The other one going down. There's now a wall, but they go down through underpass and they get caught by James. This whole tactic has been blown up.
Yeah, this was supposed to be a fake. This was supposed to be Alex causing a massive distraction at the B bomb site, and James with that kill puts an end to it. They can no longer run that strategy. And there's the kill. That is ill-advised. Kicker may be feeling confident after his previous round, but he's given Vitality so much hope. After calling off the strategy and have to adjust on the fly, that's an opening that AVANGAR did not need to give.
Well, Sanji will take it right back. That's a quick shot to take down Alex. I will agree, though. Normally don't want to be going aggressive if you've got a 4-on-5, but now they've managed to stabilize this scenario. And back to the middle for Vitality. That's been a theme for a lot of this first half. Buster has got a pretty good angle here. They would have to basically get past this corner, and then he's probably going to be falling back right away.
Well, the utility usage to force him off this angle is what's actually going to let him know what's coming. He's got to back up into the corner. A new angle as well. A missed shot under a lot of pressure, trying to hold on. Sanji's got one. Zaiwu turning the corner. Finds that kill, but there's still so many to deal with. And again, Sanji, such smart play. Not peeking, allowing your teammates to cover the cross. And the defense stands tall. In round 14, it's all tied up 7-7.
They love it down in the AVANGAR section. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Sanji, he's playing at a very high level right now.
This is the other part of the conversation about this double up setup and how it frees him up, because we've seen, you know, he's had some very good rounds. He's showed us some very, very cool things. And all of a sudden, if you ever put that AWP peering deep into those halls, he can be aggressive on catwalk. He can be way more dynamic in helping the mid defense, the connector defense. He can rotate much faster. So you open up a very, very strong rifler to have more options in the map.
That's how it should be. Smoke heavily favoring RPK at that moment. And we are going to go into the last round of the half here. 15th coming up. Double AWP Krieg on the CT side and MP5 on NBK. Why not? It'll be interesting, if nothing else.
Yeah, a little bit bruised for Cash. We'll see who takes the lead going into the halftime break. James peering towards top mid, sees absolutely nothing. Buster as well, again with the secondary AWP moving towards catwalk. And James is risking a lot here. He did not actually have a teammate in position quite yet to cover his top mid. I don't know if it's a miscommunication or if he's just crazy, but he's not going to be punished this time. Another fake coming out of the Vitality playbook.
Yeah, we can easily tell because the bomb is on the other side, but they're really selling it and everybody's rotating. They've gone all in on this rotation. Now Kicker is thinking a little bit better of it, saying, hold on, we don't actually know where the bomb is yet. Buster, that shot might have got him killed. Oh, he gets Alex anyway. He was looking for him right there. Now, NBK's on the bomb side, but the rest of the team, they haven't really rotated yet. So he can't just go for the bomb plant, even if they technically have it. Siwu in the middle. Oh, Zaiwu going to be almost taking down Buster. That was a headshot down to 2 health. Now a 2-on-3, and the bomb will finally be planted after they've had the bomb site for 10 seconds. So that's kind of a little bit of a flaw in that. James sees right over to take down Apex, and now it's all on RPK. Good headshot to start with, but they still don't know he's there. And James with a triple to close out the half and getting 8 rounds for AVANGAR.
He was invisible over that smoke, apparently, to RPK, who never saw it coming. 8-7. And AVANGAR, that's a phenomenal grinding recovery to the half, because it looked like it was slipping away from them.
Yeah.
Regardless, a nice lead heading into the break. We'll be right back with the second half of Mirage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's AVANGAR and Vitality second half first map coming up here at the second quarterfinals at the StarLadder Berlin Major. The crowd have been entertaining themselves in the meantime, and we're back after that quick break. Now Vitality going to be playing on the CT side and AVANGAR on the T side. They have a smoke and a couple of flashbangs, Moses, to try and set this one up for the executors coming, so it's not a lot.
I think one thing you're happy if you're rooting for AVANGAR in this game is ZywOo still being very quiet. Obviously not great for the Vitality fans out there, but only 5 kills. And you mentioned the CT side can sometimes be tricky for Alpers. Mid-aggression, right on the pistol round, right at the start. Buster pinned against the wall. RPK's got the first, and Buster, he somehow responds, but Apex cannot cover his teammate at top mid. Alex might have to just hide. He's desperately trying to help him out. It somehow works with a massive amount of damage, but no kill. And Apex is in a lot of trouble with no utility.
Oh, he still gets it, and the grenade bounced right off the wall. That was really timely.
That was on a knife's edge. That could have been such a disaster for Apex.
Yeah, because if you're in the window at that point in time and you take that fight, it's just your head showing, isn't it? There's not much else. Sanji now double teamed here. ZywOo, can he find the shot? You said he's been quiet, and it's true. Now would be a good time. And Apex is flanking, so ZywOo just has to keep him occupied here. Don't run all the way away. Just make sure he's still looking for you. There's a bit of a fight. Apex, 3 seconds away from getting it now. Here's the running, could just be shooting Sanji in the back. He turns around. He's got the Glock, but he's not looking the right way, and Apex will take him down. And that's Vitality winning a big round.
That was close to going the other way, though. I'm not criticizing, but I'm surprised to see ZywOo back away from that fight in mid. He'd already tagged him up a little bit. I thought for sure he would have gone back for that re-peek. Falls back and lets Apex handle it. 8-8. With the pistol round. That's now both pistol rounds going to Vitality.
It's got to be feeling fairly good for them. Keep that AWP away from Jame as long as possible. And even up the scoreline. You've got a bunch of SMGs that you can play around with in this round. 3 of them go through the underpass. And see, we're having a pretty good charm of it. Oh, he's going to shut every single one down. And no bomb plant. Apex even waiting. He did that on purpose, didn't he?
Yeah, he's waiting until he looks at him. He's like, I want you to see me before the end comes. Well done from ZywOo. I mean, if you're having a tough game, that kind of round like that, that can get you right back in it. Just mentally, that feels a lot better as a player.
It does. And that's the kind of calm that you want to see out of him as well, right? You know, I mean, he has got the superior weapon, but still, you want to see him just take that one easy.
Sticking with 3 SMGs on the defensive side of things. The AKs are out for AVANGAR. They'll have to mind their utility. They're not fully purchased up. And Adren's going to get a very quick glimpse through connector and eat a lot of nade damage. And now trying to fall back among the bullets coming in through the smoke. Vitality remaining aggressive in connector.
I do like those really fast catwalk plays. It looked like that could have been a very cool one. But he did back it out at the end. Did not want to peek all the way into the bomb site. I mean, they have such an advantageous fight against anybody here on the Vitality side, just given the weapons. NBK, though, that push-up is worth a lot.
And I think that's why all the SMGs take a risk, get some map control, allow your players to feel more confident defending this A bomb site. 4 people here. Those SMGs can be close up to the choke points. That is a big loss. What a find for Jame, and the follow-up. RPK makes his move, gets blinded immediately.
I wonder who threw that flashbang. I kind of almost want to see a repeat of that because it looked like he was blind even before he turned the corner for a bit. Apex, Molotov back into a corner, and Alex actually and Apex will pick up a kill each, and finally they managed to overwhelm the bomb site. Now it's on MBK, and Sanji is literally right behind him. There's no chance, even taking a second to line that up, and that will be a kill. Now, that is huge for AVANGAR. That's the 3rd round that they buy into, and they immediately pick it up.
Yeah, that's so nice for them as well, keeping it 9-9 and actually decimating the economy on the defensive side of things. It's going to be another buy from Vitality, but if AVANGAR can just get this through this one with a win, all of a sudden there's no cash flow for defense. And actually, Vitality could be in massive amounts of trouble if they get reset here. This is that stage of the game where that would give AVANGAR a nice lead, a nice hold on this map, going deep into it. AWP on ZywOo. And look at how aggressive he's being. He wants to start taking over this game. Spots absolutely nothing. It's Apex who's under a lot of pressure. One player jumps past his glimpse, Molotov down, and he's got to wait for his teammates. Flash into the sky, there's the peak, but Buster's in a better position.
Yeah, not touched by the flashbang. Alex will at least get one in return. Good turnaround for RPK, but flashbangs just never stop on this bomb side. RPK will take down Kick It as well. Good double kill here for the tank. That will leave Adren. He's got a health advantage, but still in a 1 versus 2. Bit awkward with the flashbang. He's got so much time though. I would love it if he spent another 30 seconds just waiting for the fight. Gonna try and take it there, and does take down MBK.
I actually really like that from Adren. Sticking around, going back and finding one fight, and then you put so much pressure on RPK, because Adren can go to the other side of the map. He can go to the other bomb site. You force RPK to make the decision, and you've got 50 seconds still to play with. Pretty much equal HP as well, and RPK just essentially has to flip a coin.
Yeah, there's almost no right or wrong. You could go to either bomb side, you could try and sit in the middle, just close enough to hear the plant maybe, to one of them and see if you could get it right. And he has absolutely got it wrong. And there is a smoke on Adren, which means that he could actually sort of limit the amount of entries into a bomb site. Man, that's rough if you're RBK. I don't know if there's a kid he can pick up along the way, but otherwise he's in even more trouble.
Yeah, otherwise you can't spend any time clearing corners. You just have to go for it as soon as you get here. And with that kind of information, with the footsteps, Adren would know everything that's coming, and RPK just going to back out of the fight. I imagine he would want to go find the op, and he does pick it up. So it'll be a 10th round for AVANGAR, and they've done it. They've burned through the money in the early stages of this second half for Vitality. The one op will be useful in the next round to see what can happen if you pass it over to ZywOo, what he can create with it.
That's a huge win. 1 versus 2 there for Adren. Able to just isolate that first kill on MBK. And then all the time in the world of the bomb and everything else. Fantastic way to win the round. Now they're back in the lead 10-9. This game is so close. I feel like this whole major we've had games like this.
Well, this was the story kind of coming into this is which Vitality we're going to get. We've seen kind of two sides of the Vitality coin in this tournament so far. And AVANGAR, it's can they keep up the success? Can they keep shocking people as they go deeper into this tournament? And it looks like the answer is yes, they can. They're playing a very solid game, and they've had to withstand some nice runs. And obviously in the first half, the tactical outplaying from Vitality was so brutal. To be in it still, that's impressive stuff for AVANGAR.
It really is. A couple of MAC-10s now in play for AVANGAR. I mean, they're probably guessing at the economic situation and saying, you know what? If we run into a stacked bomb site with pistols, that'll be fine. Those MAC-10s will clear it all up. If we run into the orb, maybe with enough speed even, especially if it's over at B, it won't matter enough. It probably won't take down 3 players all at once, so let's just go for it. ZywOo does have it in. Man, we've been talking a lot about him, and I feel like now it's kind of time, you know. This would be the thing that would make the difference between them winning or losing this map, probably.
Definitely, and I think one thing that gets kind of lost in the conversation due to his own success is how inexperienced he is on stages of this size, of this prestige.
True, he just plays like someone who's been playing the game for 10 more years.
Yeah, and you kind of lose yourself in that one. So he's having a tough time.
Oh, there we go. All the emotions out from the crowd. People, I feel like the signage game has been up steadily throughout the years as well.
Yeah, we've certainly every major seems to be a new step in the sign ladder.
In the right direction.
In the hierarchy, yeah.
Get some really. People have a lot of days here, so you know, go back to your hotel, bring some Sharpies and come up with some great art. We really appreciate it. Draw Moses if you can. I would love that. I think that should be the challenge.
Thanks. As if that's what I needed in my life.
I truly think it is.
It's just going to be a bunch of circles on a paper. 10-9 in the favor of AVANGAR. And we do have a technical pause. One of the players has dropped out. We'll get him right back in soon enough and get this underway.
I can't even see what that says.
Yeah, the lighting really kind of ruined that one. Don't use red.
No, got to think about that. Looking a bit tense right now, aren't they, on the Vitality side? It looks like the purchase is in and the countdown has begun, so we'll see. Are they? Oh, the MAC-10s. Is that they're not doing the MAC-10s? I was getting kind of excited for that kind of thing, but guess not.
Well, 5 AKs and actually even Vitality not saving whatsoever at this stage. What a big risk. This round is massive for both of these sides. It's going to be a full-blown set piece, and it looks like it's going to be very fast for AVANGAR attacking into the A bomb site. There's a gap in that smoke, but the Molotov preventing anyone from coming through it. A delayed boost, and ZywOo's got his first. Kicker goes down, and AVANGAR, they have to speed things up. And how do you handle this? Flashbang into the eyes of ZywOo, but the smoke still preventing anyone from finding him. The Molotov finally busting up that stack, and look at the pressure being applied. A missed shot.
Well, both in the corner. That's very risky. You really don't want to be stacked on top of each other. Buster with a very quick bomb plant. That is at least something here, but that's the kind of quality we need to see out of the French sniper, and we need a lot more of it. They do have a 4-on-5, but
no kits.
3 of them already tagged up. No kits. Apex. Nice flank out to take down Buster. That was a very quick shot with the CZ. Now James has got to line up here, and they actually stack up in front of him. Sanji with 2 of them, Jane with 1 more, and now let's see. Kitty finished off this round. Adren is there as well, and it looks like it's all fallen right through the hands of Vitality here. They can't even make it back out. James and Sanji to clear out the round, and AVANGAR now at 11-9.
Oh, that's so brutal. If you're Vitality, those initial fights couldn't have gone any better. The boost, the follow-up kill, you had a 5-on-3. Not able to make it into the site. The stack up on the boxes at top A ramp.
I just see 4 people with SpongeBob t-shirts and fidget spinners.
Yeah, it all makes sense.
Does it? Do you want to help me with the connection here, Moses? Something I'm not missing?
Yeah.
Am I hallucinating again?
It always seems to be happening. Well, this is the problem with that kind of an aggressive buy. You're down 2 rounds. You have nothing to invest in here. In the next round, it must be a good round for Vitality. They'll be down by 3 going into round 22.
Buster having himself a grand old time in the middle. 4 kills on him. I mean, they did only have pistols, but that's not bad at all.
There's just so much production coming out from the AVANGAR side. 20 kills on James, 19 on Sanji, 18 on Buster. So close together as well. So many players contributing for AVANGAR, and you just don't have that on the Vitality side of things. 16 for Apex at the top, and it's 14 for RPK.
22nd round, and it is starting to feel like Vitality are getting pushed out of this game. AVANGAR having their way with them. They have the money, they have the momentum right now, and the French team need to find a way to stop that. Rolled it back somehow. Creative boost over at that A bomb site. That was looking good. That was the right kind of move. But they need more of it. Need to secure an economy first of all. I don't know, the step back into this game, it just feels like it's further than just the 3 rounds that we're seeing on the board, right?
No, but this is where you'd expect to see Vitality. This is where if you're watching this, you have to see the experience of these players of all the top tier events that they've been at this year. It all needs to come to fruition right now, because you're going to have to grind these rounds to tie things back up, to get the economy back into your favor, and you're going to have to keep grinding to actually take this map away from AVANGAR. And right now, just the way the minimap plays out, Apex is going to be in a lot of trouble. He is so committed. Molotov out, he's getting deeper into the bomb site. He wants to be more committed.
It's not a bad Molotov to actually segment them, but he has to win the first fight, and he won't. Instead, it's Buster to take them down. If he'd won that first fight, the rest of the 3 of them on the ramp would have had to have stopped and waited for the Molotov, but now they should be able to get that bomb plant. ZywOo still in middle, kind of looking over, but the smokes are absolutely everywhere, and the bomb goes down. And now, Vitality, hard as it seems, if they can't get these kills quickly, they need to back on out. These rifles are everything right now to the CT side.
Especially the AWP. You must save the AWP, and ZywOo on catwalk already backing away. So AVANGAR, a simple A set piece. And they've delivered a really powerful blow. 13-9 now.
Yeah, this is starting to look too good, isn't it? Well, they actually had a very forward mid position this time, Vitality. But otherwise, they're not getting any information about that hit coming until it's really there. It's when the smokes go down towards Connector and CT spawn that they realize, well, hold on.
Yeah.
It's at A, so...
And just by nature of the defense they're running, Apex just had no support coming. You either fall back and you play full retake in a 5-on-5, or you try and get more committed like he did. And he had the fight, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
He had the fight he wanted to do to his Molotov, couldn't win it. This is now 5 in a row for AVANGAR.
Yeah, that's looking so good. Remember how Kickert was playing close to that ramp? That in itself, and I'm not saying they necessarily have to duplicate exactly that play, but when he's playing close like that, you know 3 seconds earlier, and that's a lot of time, for the rest of the team to react. You know that something is happening. Leg shot there on ZywOo as he tries to go for that fight. Down to 39. Not bad.
Yeah, they may not realize it now, but softening them up, that's such a good start to the round, even if you don't get the kill. And Vitality this time, they seem to be spreading across the map. They don't want to gamble. They don't want to have any emphasis on one side over the other. It's the B bomb site that'll be under attack. And again, AVANGAR are going to find just a sole defender here. It's NBK standing right behind the smoke.
What a job.
How does he want to do this?
They're right in front of him. He comes to the smoke at the right time. Oh, but Buster turning around. He's so quick. That wasn't a Dren that was in front of him. That was Buster turning around to get that kill. Alex now with the rest of the job in his hands, and he walks right into the shot as Jame will take him down. Apex and Cyber on the bomb site, but they get shot down. Simultaneous shots there coming out between Jame and a Dren. And now RPK, what do you do? 1 versus 2. You had to save these rifles the last time. Now you're going to have to try and go for it yet again, and that's not even a chance there. Jame will drop him. A 3rd kill of the round for him. He's been playing just an outstanding game. 23-8 on Jame.
You're going up against one of the player who's in the conversation for the best player in the world, and ZywOo obviously not delivering on that title at the moment, but Jame is, as the Opera coming out on top, that's got to be a surprise to so many people. Probably no one else more than the Vitality players. But this is such a comprehensive victory on the second half for AVANGAR. They have not slowed down once. As soon as they got the guns in their hands, it just feels like it's all over. Vitality's going to have to start taking some risks. Oh, and there's a big opening kill.
Big opening kill and a big risk. Alex, look at that. He's stranded at the top of mid. That smoke, if they had stuck around, they would have been able to catch him inside of that smoke. He was on a little island there. There would have been no way out. He must be very happy that he can even make it back from that. And that's a play that's meant to be Alex pushing with ZywOo sort of covering his back and actually Alex having all the attention. But they take down ZywOo instantly. This is, I mean, we've seen Jame hit a bunch of great shots in the past, actually for a long time. I just feel like consistency has usually been a problem. And right now, I mean, this is something else.
Yeah, he's putting together such a nice game. Just AVANGAR in general as a team putting together a very nice game and a very nice offensive half. Kickert going to lead the way up ramp, but again, the bomb is on the other side of the map. This could just be a ruse. He just wants to find 1 kill, weaken the defense, cause a rotation, and just the pressure is pulling NBK over. It's a desperate situation for Vitality, and he does not want to be out of position.
Good timing on that grenade from NBK. And then RPK on the other side of the map will take down Kickert, so that helps a little bit. 30 seconds, this crossfire has to hold. This is maybe the last chance for Vitality to do much of anything. NBK down here. That MP9 not really doing enough damage. Apex will show up. That does help out a tiny bit. 20 seconds as Sanji will take down Alex, and now by the bench, he almost could have had that. No bomb plan yet with 14 seconds. RPK comes into it, but a Dren shutting it down. A triple in that round. And 15 overall. No bomb plan even needed.
A Dren in crunch time, the former major MVP delivering for the young team. They got him there. And even though Vitality held on to that bomb site for a long time, they never actually stopped anyone. They just didn't go down. They just didn't lose the bomb site. But eventually the positions from AVANGAR were just too dangerous. Were too powerful as they wrapped around the bomb site. No one actually stopped them. 15-9. And a final timeout for Vitality is called.
You've got to give it to the French fans down there. They're really trying to get their team hyped all the way up.
It's not the only positive thing you can say about the French so far.
Yeah, there's not really much hope looking, not looking good at all on their side. 17 is the top fragger there on Apex. 24 on James, Sanji on 20, Buster on 20. It is looking really, really good at the moment.
And listen, this has been a great half for AVANGAR. I don't want to take anything away from them, but if you're losing this many in a row as Vitality, you've come out flat. From a team level on the CT side, from an individual level, there's just not enough. There's no reason why Vitality should just not even be mounting any kind of a fight, and they have got one last chance. They've got to win 6 in a row to force overtime, and that just does not seem likely.
How do they do that? They don't really have the weapons. They certainly don't have the momentum, and AVANGAR, on the other hand, run boosting Jame into middle just to flex on them, just to show, you know what, we're willing to do anything at this point in time. And no mid control whatsoever for the CT side. When you're in this position as a T side, you could just do anything you want. So many setups can be unfolded from here.
Well, NBK almost wants flirting with the idea of getting close up towards Catwalk. Smokes the holes for his teammate. That shotgun has got to do a lot of work as the AK-47s have a deep sight into the bomb site. That denies information. That smoke, RPK can help nothing. He can see nothing for NBK.
They're right around the corner. Are they going to flash their way through? Adren, he's right on the edge and crouches into a headshot. That's so quick. RPK going to be going down next. Adren ready to close out this map right now. Kick out in the middle to take down Saiwu and Alex. He's got no chance at all. He'll pick up the kill, but surely they can take him down. Sanji actually falls. How does he get that double?
Oh, that's a big angle to hold. I thought Jane was going to cut it off. That would have been beautiful. He's got the bomb, 25 seconds, and he's rushing up connector, but he doesn't have his teammate with him just yet. Now coming in from the other side, and Apex has to back off. A 2-on-1. It's all on Alex.
Oh, they're bringing the bomb back. They're running back the other way. Alex, can he catch him? James is right there, and he takes him down, and it's 16-9 as AVANGAR will take down Vitality on the first map. So many great calls in that first half for the French side, but this second half, a clean run at the end. 8 rounds straight to win the whole thing. That is very cool.
I mean, you could even see it, the Vitality fans. That section says it all. Hands in the head, just so confused. What just happened to Vitality? They don't get a single round on the defensive side once the guns come out. 8 rounds straight to close map 1 for AVANGAR.
Yeah, that is a real statement, isn't it? Obviously, it is only the first map, so we don't want to get carried away from that point of view, but still, that's really something. The second map going to be Inferno, obviously. That was a performance that we weren't expecting out of them.
No, I mean, it was just like it's always like when you think about it ahead of time, you're just like, will the same AVANGAR show up? This is a bigger stage. They've had a massive break after the great group stage that they had to get to this position. And for Vitality, it looked like they recovered the problems that we saw earlier in the tournament. It seemed like they were on the path to being that dangerous Vitality that could take the whole thing. And now they just followed completely the other direction.
Yeah, some interesting calls. I think the calls were good. Some of the mid-round calls were good, but
on the T side.
On the T side, but you needed Saiwu to show up. You just needed more in general out of them. Maybe it will come in the second map. We'll see right after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Change of range.
Charge up your game with excitement. Highest odds on the market. Coverage of all live and pre-match events. Place your bets with Solid Bookmaker and win with your favorite teams. Take what's rightfully yours with GG.bet.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Now, Counter-Strike, it's a game we all love, but it's also a game that is so just notorious for keeping us guessing. Just when we think we understand how the battle is going to unfold, AVANGAR show up, Renegades show up. I've got myself, Sean Gez, and Thorin joining myself, Machine, to break down map 1 of our second quarterfinal, Mirage, and it goes very convincingly in favor of AVANGAR. Help me piece this one together. I mean, if AVANGAR just come out swinging?
Yeah, I mean, they lost both pistols in this game. They lost both follow-up rounds. They didn't lose a single T gun round in that second half. Not one CT gun round did Vitality come away with. ZywOo was totally missing, but honestly, I have to give credit to AVANGAR where it's due. I mean, I said they're going to make their game a little bit grimy, a little bit scrappy, and they won all of those 3-on-3s, 4-on-4s, 4-on-3s, and they abused NBK at the B bomb site throughout that entire second half.
Oh, the amount of aim duels they won on their T side was unbelievable. Every time they peeked with an AK, they killed their opposing player. Like, if you want to put it in context here, Alex, if anyone's tuning in now, like late in the game, this wasn't the AVANGAR map pick. This is a map that they had a 33% win rate on. Most of the teams beating them weren't even like top teams. They were losing a pretty bad opposition. Meanwhile, Vitality came, and as I said, they'd won 10 of the last 11, and the one loss was Team Liquid in God tier form. So I actually said, though, before, that's why when you have a record like that, you should be the best in the world on the map. They aren't, though. Like, ZywOo's an amazing player on this map. I don't know that Vitality is. And so when ZywOo's disappeared completely, there wasn't a whole lot on the server for Vitality.
I did some digging to get the context for you. AVANGAR's previous results on Mirage, they lost back-to-back excuse me, to Syman Gaming, Winstrike, Big Clan, forZe, FURIA, and now take down the world #2 on their map.
There's about
pick.
one good team in amongst those all ones you listed. That definitely not Vitality level. Certainly, yeah.
And that's what's so interesting. Not only do AVANGAR do it, they do it convincingly. This is their first time in the playoffs of the major for 4 of AVANGAR. Sanji, 20 frags on his opponent's map pick.
Yeah.
Flawless T-side.
And coming into this playoffs, he was one of their worst performers. He actually had a terrible major.
Yeah, and I mean, he was the support player, right? He was the one dropping all the guns to Jame. Jame also came up huge, but you could tell Vitality's game plan was to try to abuse Sanji at the B-bomb site. Ironically, that didn't work for them, but AVANGAR's game plan to abuse NBK at the B-bomb site is what worked.
My God.
That's also one of the things that makes this particular map so difficult. You have seen time and time again, whether it was Karrigan and FaZe, whether it's Zeus on Na'Vi, if you aren't a great team on the CT side of this map, people can just go isolate the B player and kill him over and over again. Na'Vi themselves, back in the day, a year ago, had to literally make Simpler learn how to play the B spots just to occasionally rotate him over to keep you honest. So you couldn't just go to the B site every time. Because as you saw here, Sean said it, there's a reason why Vitality could not get a single sniff on the CT side. They had nothing.
Yeah, I think it was in large part due to, the struggles of ZywOo. And Apex did show up, I will give him credit, but he did fall 0-4 in opening duels in this game. And, he is typically the one trying to open up rounds, but they definitely knew more out of ZywOo in the second map. Mirage is a map that they needed him on. Inferno is a little bit different. I guess they could have him rotate around from, mid to B. But NBK definitely needs to come up big in that B bomb site here.
Yeah, we have your Inferno stats on your screens just to highlight some of those important ones. AVANGAR, their loss versus mousesports, it was an overtime affair and it was tooth and nail, not far from taking quite a large scalp on Inferno at this earlier stages of the StarLadder Berlin major. But what's going on in that Vitality team camp now? You've just lost your map pick. It's the big one. It's what you've been setting your sights on in your boot camp, in the build-up, in all your preparation, and now you've got to go ahead and win 2 maps back-to-back, and the map pool, admittedly, does seem to keep our analysts hopeful.
That's the problem. I was saying this before when we were coming in. This is the life of an analyst, because what you're supposed to do is if you ride the hype train, you go, right, AVANGAR's their map, 2-0. It's a bit like before with Renegades. This is going to be amazing. The problem is, as we said earlier, and Sean said it in the pregame, in theory, Vitality's actually favored on all 3 maps. Like, they're supposed to bounce right back here. You saw it's a good map for the guys from AVANGAR. Certainly it's the second best map, I think, win rate-wise. But the win rate was almost the same for Vitality, and for them, it's in the middle of their pool. So you look overall, they're supposed to come back. Unfortunately, that's the way Counter-Strike is. You do get the reset between maps. You do get to start again at 0-0 without a money disadvantage. So if you are the better team, you're supposed to come back. I mean, as an analyst, I'm supposed to say that ENCE was still supposed to win that game before, even though they lost it. Like, they were the favourites. So as much as if you're a AVANGAR fan, you will say, oh, come on, man, sure we got the chance for this.
Certainly.
You have a chance for 2-0. but this isn't a heavy chance right now.
And what is it that Vitality's Inferno has impressed you in the past with, Sean?
I actually really think Nathan is great at that bomb site B hold. He plays a lot by the coffin, and when the execute comes in, he likes having another player, bait attention, so that way he can
classic setup as well, by the way, from the
hop up
LDLC
on
gears.
the coffin and basically get free kills. Now, it is going to depend a lot on that B hold, because in previous games for AVANGAR, they hit the B bomb site a lot. A real lot. Like, I'm talking, I think Andrew told me it was like 13 out of 15 rounds in their last game earlier today. So it's going to be on Nathan again to step up here on this map. It's going to be on ZywOo to rotate and maybe keep banana control in the early rounds. And they're probably going to get to start on the CT side, which bodes well for them.
Certainly. Okay, interesting. And just for clarification's sake, NBK is the name to keep your eyes on for Vitality's defense of the B site. It looks like it's time. Inferno on our screens, and that means one thing. The Mercedes-Benz Arena, are you ready? Certainly sounds like it. Our casters are too. It's back over to Moses and Anders.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much to the desk. We've got Vitality and AVANGAR second map, second quarterfinals here. And Vitality will start on the CT side. And absolutely everything is on the line for them here, as Kickit will take an early grenade. And they'll start to rotate a couple of people back. Alex immediately shutting him down. And that's a great start. Now they're going to focus on the other side. Looked like it was always going to be some kind of any attack here.
Yeah, but MBK is so very low. ZywOo needs to get involved in this round right now from small pit. RPK just waiting for the jump down, waiting for the information. There's the first kill. It's NBK cleaned up. They don't check for RPK. He's got one, but nothing after that. And the bomb will get planted. And actually a great defense to defend against the retake for AVANGAR.
Wow, this is the identical pistol round that they ran against G2. The exact same round. Trying to do it one more time is dangerous. Alex will take down Adren, but Sanji's on it. Second kill of the round for him, and they're probably going to get Alex as well. They almost line up, but Sanji will find a triple, and AVANGAR will end up winning the pistol here. And that is a change from what we saw on Mirage.
I was going to say, they won that map in a big way without winning any of the pistols, and now that they have one, it can be so deadly, especially if you can start with some early momentum on the T side of Inferno.
That is quite literally the exact same smoke, same everything more or less for AVANGAR playing that pistol. So if Vitality had been watching the demo, which I'm sure they have, that should be somewhat recognizable. A lot of and it's exactly right what Sean said. I actually counted all the rounds, and 10 out of 15 rounds, they end up in the B bomb side when they were playing the T side against G2. So that might be something that they could think about here.
Oh, the range of the AK-47 is going to force Apex back, but it's MAC-10s. It's 4 of them that are going to take over and swarm this bomb site. And with one defender here, Vitality has called for a stack on the wrong side of the map. They're going to go for an early flank, but there's no stopping this. Apex is going to back away, and there's the intel for Sanji. He's 3 players behind.
Yeah, it would have been more fun if he could have got a couple of kills there, but even just getting the information before he gets out of control is just fine. They'll pick up a MAC-10 and see if they could do something. RPK already quite low on health, but Alex will at least get one. MAC-10 is lost, but now they're running onto the bomb site. Buster doing a fine job at recovering everything, and without a kit or any armor, there's really nothing left to do. Still, a lot of damage in the round. I should say, by the way, just as a funny point, the 5 rounds that they end up going A in that game against G2 AVANGAR, they are A, there's the first round, second round, third round. So all the rounds where they don't really have all the equipment. Then they do it at like round 11 and 13 or something, where they're actually only up against pistols on the Vitality side. So it's almost all the rounds that don't really matter. They just say, oh, let's go A. And all the rest of them where they're quite sure they're going to be against guns, they go B.
Attacking the B bomb site. Well, thank God they had the AK-47 in the last round, because the MAC-10s didn't do anything special for him. A lot of rebuys coming in for AVANGAR. And a big investment in terms of rifle, 2 SMGs, and Kickert, he could not pick a target to shoot at. It felt like he had like 2 players dead to rights, but he spotted the stack, and he's the one who's just called for them to run back towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, it might even be setting up for a flashbang. They've got everybody up there. There's the grenade coming in. RPK does turn for it. Heads up play here for the Frenchman. And ZywOo will take down Sanji, so now this defense is looking very good. They're not making out of this hallway at all. I think it's a good call. I don't mind that they make the call at all there on the T side, but they had to break that crossfire somehow. And now 2 versus 3, it's not unwinnable, but they need Vitality to make a mistake here. And Buster, not going to be able to do it.
He was wide swinging as Kicker was falling back, and I'm with you. I like the call very much, but because of the speed of it, because they were trying to catch them off guard and beat the rotations back to the A bomb site, they didn't have that full set piece of the smoke out onto the balcony. They didn't have the flashbangs to go over and let you jump out cleanly. It's just the one flashbang, and it wasn't effective enough. First round on the board for the French defense.
That I feel like is the problem with that flash being thrown from middle. Is it does catch people really nicely if they're on the balcony, because to them, that flashbang is only airborne. They can only see it on their screen for like half a second.
Yeah.
But if you're down in the pit, you see it against the background of the sky, and you just turn around like RPK did. So it sort of is very dependent on where the defense is actually set up. Now we've got not really much here on the T side. So there could be a chance for Vitality to get into the game pretty early on, which I guess they did on Mirage too, so still can't be feeling too confident. It was neck and neck pretty much draw at the first half, wasn't it? Like 8-7 at the end, so...
Oh yeah, it very much was. They traded like some pretty good streaks in that first half, but then it was all AVANGAR in the second half. No AWPs on the board, and a pretty passive defense, and even AVANGAR on offense. I mean, they only have the 2 AK-47s. This is a full investment from this attack. This is all the money they have into these 2 AKs and upgraded pistols. Very little utility. They're hoping Buster or Sanji could provide them with a pick. Alex would be great, as he's the only defender at this B bomb site. He's waiting for the intel before dropping smoke, and he's almost punished. He can't get away, and he knows it. Turning the corner, they're gonna find him through the smoke eventually. And Apex is here to try and pick up the pieces.
Oh, the timing on that jump is ridiculous. He's just got no way to get back from that corner. They make it onto the bomb site, and the bomb is going to be planted very quickly. Apex, I mean, he's got the right idea for the lineup, but he's just going to be a couple of seconds too late. ZywOo will take down Adren through the smoke, and at least that is something to work with here, but still, this is very dangerous.
No one in the site yet for AVANGAR to defend against this. ZywOo and Apex can have a very, very wide wrap, a wide angle in towards water. That has to be a kill for Sanji. He's missed his shots. They're all missing their shots. And it's just Buster and Jame, and they've got nowhere to go. Both boxed in, trying to bait, and it might have worked perfectly. They fooled him. Jame is gonna win it with ease. That setup works out perfectly. It couldn't have gone any better.
You don't check that position, do you? Once you get that first kill, you just don't expect that they're both going to be stuck in the corner. But they were. That's an almost unbelievable victory here for AVANGAR.
That's a soul-crushing defeat for Vitality.
Yeah.
They don't have the money to afford that kind of a loss. A shotgun, 2 CZs, the AWP, the SMG. It's not a strong buy for Vitality. They've got to lean on ZywOo, who had that quiet first map, who still hasn't shown up to these quarterfinals.
The Molotov not walking into it. The grenade did tag him. He's still ready, and he'll take down Kicker, who's probably a bit upset, thinking, why was he right at the edge of the fire and not taking any damage? But well calculated. Nova shotgun on NBK, nearly taking down Sanji.
How aggressive does RPK want to be? Gonna take the peek. That's a beautiful flight for him. The MAC-10 not effective at that range. And actually great rotation. Great calls from Vitality, leaving the AWP alone at B, trusting in ZywOo. Although Alex is just leaving, and this is the point of the attack for AVANGAR. They come right through, jumping with the MAC-10. Apex and RPK with the crossfire between the hay cart and the bomb site.
Flash out to get some information. Buster knows, and he's going to get really close. He was ready. He saw the grenade trajectory. He absolutely knew what was happening. Spraying through the wall. That's such a good idea. And they can't really do anything. They're stuck inside.
Oh, they're burning.
Yeah, they're burning. It spreads into the corner. They're all figured out. Now Alex backing up into the fire, and Jame last tick of the Molotov, and he'll get that kill. Man, great moves coming out from AVANGAR.
Remember, this all started an opening pick for Vitality for ZywOo at that B bomb site in Banana with the AWP, and that was a 5-on-4 that AVANGAR is able to navigate out of. Buster plays that perfectly. He's the kind of the spearhead of that attack through lane, finding that kill, as you mentioned, seeing the trajectory and bouncing over, and now ZywOo under a lot of attack. It's just a MAC-10. That's all that AVANGAR want to risk, and ZywOo knows he's tagged him. He's going to finish him. Oh, no, he's not. Jame waiting for exactly that, and now he's got the AWP.
4-1. Oh, we've got a real memer, don't we?
Oh, damn.
Oh, damn.
That's not even, it's not fair.
I mean, It's clever, though. We're going to have to give him points for that. I mean, it's heartless, sure, but...
It's all popping off now.
We kind of like that, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Smokes all across the board, so kind of a well-known strategy. It might seem odd if you're a new viewer or anything. Why are they buying smokes if only they have pistols? But sometimes, if the T side is going to be a bit slow, you can actually force them in some really uncomfortable positions, mostly at B. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try and rotate people in and out of the B bomb site. That tends to happen a fair bit.
This is so tough, much like Mirage. I mean, this offense from AVANGAR is just relentless. And Vitality can't hold him back. This is going to be a contact play. That smoke is going to go past Buster. He peeks with it. Not going to push forward. He doesn't know what's on the other side of the smoke. And with such an advantage in the round, no need to risk anything with 1 minute and 15 seconds. There's the flashbang. They waited for it. They get a free kill and a free bomb site. It's going to be a 5th round for AVANGAR.
Not waiting around at all. And at that corner, I mean, it does seem a bit sad when you've got 2 smokes and you never get to put any of them down. But the whole point of buying the smokes is actually waiting. So if you throw them down early, you're actually defeating your own strategy anyway. You have to almost hope that they're just testing you and that they won't actually come through. And when they do, well, what can you do?
Well, it's also, I mean, the boldness of the contact play to just kind of peer into the bomb site, to kind of be that aggressive. The defense never has an idea when the proper timing is for the smoke. So nice job for AVANGAR.
Buster going to be walking past. At least there was an opportunity, but this time no 1Ds.
If you go back to the first map now, I mean, this is Vitality. They play that entire CT side of Mirage.
Yeah.
Now here on this CT side, we'll see how it ends. This obviously can all change very much still, but what, this is the 3rd defensive round they've gotten this series so far?
It's
after
not
16,
looking great,
after 16 rounds of play?
Yeah, not exactly what you are hoping for. 5-1. Tactical timeout. I don't know. Trying to think back to how G2 ended up playing the CT side, and like I said, many of the rounds finish in that B bomb side, and one of the only times they successfully put up a defense, well, there were really sort of 2 rounds that's popped out in my mind. One of them, they just straight up win the banana fight, but that almost never happens for the rest of the game. Then there's a round where they have a sort of a 3-man stack where they have a boost and they have a crossfire, and it's sort of a heavy investment into the round. So I don't know. The fact just is, it seems like it's not easy to stop AVANGAR on this map right now. At least not at that B bomb side. And I don't know. I would love it if Vitality tried to go for like an aggressive push down second mid, like through up and maybe even run one guy down, one guy up in the apartment, something to try and take a little bit of the momentum away from AVANGAR.
You'd want that, or you'd want the AWP in ZywOo's hands, right? But even that is a long way away. Good utility damage deep in towards Banana, and NBK is going to finish it off. A 3rd comes in late. So you get yourself a man advantage. It's a lot of information for AVANGAR, though. They can call out that it was 3 nades, that it was a 3-player stack in Banana, but due to the fact they lose Buster, that they're not even in position towards A, they can't take advantage of that fact.
James waiting for this exact jump. Really wants it. He did see him. Apex is going to be right in front, playing a dangerous game. They really don't have a lot to work with right now. I'd be very scared if I was Apex to do that. Keep the lead. Keep this 4 versus 5.
More importantly, get out before the smoke fades so you can preserve your Molotov as well. That could be such an important tool, especially if they want to leave you alone at any point. But perhaps a little bit nervous. It does feel like the B bomb site is still the goal of AVANGAR. They've been waiting around. They haven't pressured A. They've just kind of cleared out those A-halls and now rotating back. Now they want to take control of top Banana. 35 seconds left. Apex has a Molotov and a flashbang. NBK has nothing.
He's thinking about it. The timing is everything right here. Throws it up right in front and tries to go aggressive. NBK ducked down, waiting for the flash to disappear. Sanji should be dead 100% of the time here. He's just waiting for it. Doesn't want to reveal himself yet. Pretty heads-up play. 14 seconds, and they go for the bomb plant. Alex wants to be a hero. He runs through, but the bomb has been planted, and that Molotov will finish off James. That was a great grenade being thrown there from RPK, coming from outside, and he cleared up another kill. That's a beautiful round.
Yeah, there just was not enough manpower for AVANGAR to defend against such an aggressive attack. As soon as the bomb goes down, that even removes one of its own players for a couple seconds. Really well orchestrated from Vitality, and they found their 2nd round of this opening half. And importantly as well, salvaging the AWP to pass over to ZywOo. They do not have to reinvest into the weapon. But boy, it feels like this has to be some kind of a streak for Vitality. It feels like they have to win, you know, the next 4 or 5 at least.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, how do you do that? I feel like you almost need 3 at the B bomb side, which is just such a sacrifice, because AVANGAR, when they did go A a lot of the time, it was through Arch. So now you're holding the A bomb side with 2 people, and if they wrap Arch, you got nothing left. That's it. So I can understand the trouble. They do have 3 early on, but you could expect that probably they're going to leave just 1 or 2 people here.
Some phenomenal taps of the FAMAS that deal massive damage onto Buster. You could see AVANGAR that time evacuate Banana before the nade stack comes in, so nobody takes damage from the utility. But again, it's just a Dren and ult mid, perhaps to clear out holes on his own. And 4 players waiting to take over Banana. You mentioned Vitality possibly getting aggressive, and if you research, if you look into this team before this quarterfinal begins and you see a Dren very frequently alone in A halls, that's where you get aggressive.
Yeah.
That's an easy kill to find early on.
Something like that. Just take some of that momentum away. Throwing grenades like they're going for a B push, and Apex and MBK are sort of shuffling about, but now they're not hearing anything. Apex even walking through the smoke over there to find out what's going on, and instead top mid. Now, are they going to commit to this, or is it going to be a deep fake with not that much time left? That's a problem here. Bomb being brought back, maybe trying to split the B bomb side. That's what it looks like through CT spawn. Yep, kick it is in there. And that's a problem. 24 seconds. NBK goes for the information. Oh, no. Apex now knows. Oh no, he's alone, and every single one is coming. 18 seconds left. He's going to have to be a hero in this round. Now zoned out. They know where he is. 10 seconds, and they're coming for him while he throws the flashbang. And that's going to be a bomb plant. Surely going to be the round 2. 3 versus 5, and Vitality are desperate.
They've been 1 step behind this whole round, and you can't even fault them for calling the save. How difficult is it to retake that B bomb site? The full set piece towards A comes in, and it's the wrap. It's Zyru who actually pushes away from small pit because of the smoke into the bomb site. He is entirely annihilated, and Vitality again on the CT side. It happened over and over on Mirage. They just don't ever have information of what's coming. They don't ever have a sense of where AVANGAR's final point of attack is.
Very rough indeed. Low on time. They probably felt pretty good about that. And because it's so low on the clock, MBK says, you know what? If I could just find out what's happening at top Banana, then we'll have confirmation of what's going on. And he runs right into that AK-47. Very cool B split through that CT spawn. 6-2 in favor of AVANGAR, who are already leading a whole map. And rough on the economy there for the French side. So smart, isn't it?
I mean, that's the information play. That's the flashbang from Apex. I mean, they wanted to find exactly what was in Banana. They just weren't really expecting it to be 2 players holding and waiting for the rest of the B split to come to fruition. Apex, Alex, and NBK again towards the B bomb site. NBK playing support deep with flashbangs. They never expected Kicker to be there. The nades come in very late. And it's a 4-on-4, an equal trade, but Alex remains aggressive.
Did he hear the jump? Buster's right in front of him. That should be a free kill. He wants more than just the one. James now moving in. Gets the one. Alex with a good follow-up. Buster trying to be really quick then, but that should be the round-winning move. Although Dren will take down RPK in return. The bomb is back there. Surely, Jason, this is a round they win.
You have to imagine. Look at all the utility. They still have 2 smokes. They still have 2 Molotovs as well. You can just constantly delay and actually just drop that utility in this choke point. Over and over, as you can see, Sanji can do nothing, and it's just going to keep being heartbreaking, isn't it? Every time he sees a smoke come up into that choke point, then he sees the Molotovs.
Yeah, he's going to be counting, thinking they must run out at some point, but...
Tough part is a Dren. I mean, he's not taking any risks on the other side of the map, but there's no one here. Got to imagine everyone's going to be guarding the bomb.
Maybe they could... You know,
they can throw a deep smoke, a deep Molotov. They can use the Molotov to flush out any player they might think is playing in logs. Smoke to block off the up.
Yeah, the Molotov actually forcing them back. Nice shot from NBK and a follow-up as well. That's beautiful. Absolutely clearing out that round and getting a 3rd on the board for Vitality. That's a much-needed round. Everything they can get from here on out. actually landed right in his eyes, didn't it?
This is such a great play from Alex. We saw him on Mirage as well. I mean, he did a couple rounds where he was really the playmaker for Vitality that kind of picked up and you know, carried the baton for them in terms of actually producing something on the map.
The energy is still running high down in the corner. It's good to see. They're not giving up easily. Double AWP on the Vitality side. I say, you know, just like with the ENCE fan, or sorry, with the ENCE fans, just find out who these people are and bring them to all the events.
Yeah, wasn't that what Vitality did? Didn't they organize a bus and everything?
Good, I hope so.
That, yeah.
I didn't hear about that, but well played. Wish more people would do that. Round number 10, ladies and gentlemen. 6-3 in favor of AVANGAR. It is a beautiful beginning for them. They've not run out of money yet either. And going again for a bit of a banana fight, which Vitality don't really want to try and give them either. They just throw some grenades and then fall back.
They've switched things up, Vitality, though. This time it's ZywOo here with an AWP. NBK has gone for the secondary AWP towards alt mid. But this AVANGAR attack hasn't seen the AWP at that B bomb site quite yet. Good kill from Alex. And again, we just touched on it. Adren alone in those halls. That's an area where if you're Vitality, you got to feel like you can find an opening kill, find a pick. If he's going to be aggressive like that, especially.
They find that kill when he's quite close to the bomb side, Adren. So they might just be thinking, well, if the whole defense is that far back on A, maybe we can just go for a bit of an execute on B. And they won't even rotate here in time. They have the Molotovs, especially the throw one onto Apex. That could be a sign of real trouble, couldn't it? Flashbangs go in. There's the Molotov to push out Apex. He gets a kill on Jame, though. ZywOo doing a good job taking down Kicked, but he misses the follow-up shot, and now he's in trouble. He does get dropped, but Sanji can't really adjust in time for RPK, who was there in perfect timing. And Vitality finding a fourth round. Man, this is close.
That kill from Apex saves the day. I mean, that was the one. That first player from AVANGAR, they get close up, and he actually runs in with the utility. He's actually kind of, it's almost like a contact play to a degree. The fact that Apex is able to get him, because it's so difficult for ZywOo and Apex to take those fights that follow up after it, if someone's already made their way all the way over towards the grill. If they've gotten that deep into the bomb site, he can just keep you pinned down.
That guy had freedom fries on his cheek. How do you like that, Moses?
I love that. Big fan.
11th round.
That's an old meme.
That is an old meme, isn't it? NBK, RPK, and Alex over at the A site. And now it's CC's on the hands of AVANGAR, so surely it is smooth sailing in this round for the Vitality team. No signs of trouble, right?
They're going to be under a lot of pressure, though, at A. Especially with NBK with the AWP, if he can't get involved in the action, you have to imagine he's going to have a smoke in his face where Small Pit is, and that can really isolate the Opera. But these pistols aren't going to slow down. This is AVANGAR. They're going to throw caution to the wind, and they're just going to make sure they get into the bomb site, get in and attack the pit position, and NBK is already under pressure.
Oh, yes, he is. Some waves now forming, but quickly shut down. RPK and NBK with a good little couple of shots there. Even the USP comes out, and the lack of head armor makes that pistol very good indeed. Adren, desperate shots through the smoke and not really connecting with anyone, so this round should be just fine as they clear up the last couple of players. A headshot there on NBK. But now they're starting to find their groove, and I think, slightly assisted by the fact that AVANGAR ran out of money, but whatever it takes at this point. This is great news. Alex at the forefront, RPK right behind him, 10 and 11 kills on those two. Almost tying up the scoreline.
Yeah, and that was just good positioning from Vitality. Again, NBK stepping into the bomb site to take care of that attack. The Molotov that was used split things up. So here we are, AVANGAR, 3 AK-47s, 2 MAC-10s. And this is what, now 3 rounds in a row for Vitality, so the money is starting to feel a little bit better. That's pressure where you're not constantly on like the reset position. It feels so much better of a defense. You can get deeper into the playbook. You can be more aggressive. More risk-taking across the map.
Apex willing to suffer a bit of damage just to try and take that fight early on. Now they're leaving ZywOo again over on this side and putting that 4-man stack over at A. Not uncommon at all. And ZywOo actually only has a smoke. I kind of wish he would have also had a Molotov, because then you can buy some more time. One smoke is risky. Even if you put it up in time, if they know you have the AWP on the other side, maybe they just say, yeah, but we're just going to flash our way through anyway, and all go for it.
Well, he's also the only defender here, and he's in a position that constantly gets smoked off.
Yeah.
So Apex is rotating back to assist, and again, it's just quiet on the map, and again, it's a 4-1 setup for this attack. One player in alt mid throwing smoke towards rap side. ZywOo knows it's coming here. Hasn't used his utility in Apex. He's gonna get in behind these smokes, and he's dodging bullets.
Yeah, look at the wall behind him.
Oh
That one
my
was
God.
right over his head. That is certainly gonna raise your pulse, isn't it? Put on notice, still waiting for the flashbang as that smoke is fading behind him. 25 seconds, they've also pulled over RPK. They've got the right idea, Vitality. They can't lose any more rounds here in the first half. Everything rides on this, they push through. ZywOo picks up a kill, he gets another one. Still in the corner, they can't get rid of him, and RPK running them down. Spraying through the smoke, that's a great kill. And ZywOo with the third, 8 seconds left, and James, he's got nowhere left to hide.
He needs to die.
He needs to die right now. 2 seconds, they've kept him alive, and there's no chance. ZywOo with a quad kill. James running out of time and out of money. That is huge.
They could have killed him like 3 times before that, and they let him live till after the time. That is a huge punish. James needed to be way more aggressive in this scenario. He's gonna fall afterwards, and he's only got $50 going into the next round, but what a hold from ZywOo. There just wasn't enough utility from AVANGAR. They used so much early on to bait out counter utility, and just got stalled from there.
I'm pretty sure ZywOo tagged RPK through that last, second to last player.
Whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes, indeed. Tied up the scoreline, 6-6. This is the strength that we needed out of Vitality in the first map. It's a bit late, but if they can win the remaining rounds here, 9-6, that would be something.
Well, if they can keep that strength up into the second half as well, if this comeback actually carries them through the second half and brings us into a third map, they have to have it now. Down 1-0 in this quarterfinals, losing Mirage in a big way, in really heartbreaking fashion with how big of a defeat it was. Double up setup seems to be the answer as their defense is stabilized. It's now 4 straight, 5 of 6 for Vitality.
And again, pistols on the T side, leaving that grenade, and oh, the Molotov took down Buster somehow. Not clear why. Seemed like he was far away from the front line there.
Back to A we go. Just a little bit of utility, just the one smoke.
That's rough. Shot right next to Alex's head as well. And 4 men at the A bomb site here for the French side.
Here's the problem with AVANGAR's like lean, as you mentioned a couple times, and as you said, the desk mentioned, is if you're going to keep attacking the B bomb site in that fashion so frequently, it becomes painfully obvious when you're going to head over towards the A bomb site. Vitality in that sense know exactly when to bring the 4th player over. And that's going to get them a 7-6 lead. They've finally done it. They've come all the way back.
Oh, a lot of energy in that booth right now. No, I think you're absolutely right. They're starting to get a decently good read on this. They're also putting down the smokes over at B at a really good time, and it's forcing AVANGAR a lot of the time to either wait for you know, the end of the round, more or less, or try and push through the smoke. Not sure how that's going to be working out here. 14th round coming up. And AVANGAR need to find a way to get back in the groove here before the CT side starts to feel a little bit too good about this. Are they going to boost in the back? I guess they are.
Yeah, changing things up. They don't want to be aggressive down banana whatsoever. They changed their positionings. I believe it's Apex who's been captaining that on this side of the map. So Alex boosted. That's going to allow Apex to probably safely, if you'd like, rotate away. But you have to imagine, with so much emphasis on the B bomb site, why not just keep 3 players here? Especially with NBK and RPK deliver you a pick like that. And this is a very weak hit for AVANGAR. Players walking out into the open at B, and it didn't even seem to be a plan. Just an idea that gets stopped before it's fully formed.
Coming through the smoke, but RPK is right there. Lucky to be alive, Adren. Don't really see how you come back in a 2-on-5 at this stage. A number of the Vitality players have come alive now. This isn't just sort of a one-man effort any longer. So good teamwork being shown. I guess when they see 2 people up in those hallways over at A, they think, okay, if we're quick to go B, maybe that can work out, but...
Yeah, but they just leaked in right out into the open. There was no utility. nothing to make those defenders look in another direction or to just, I mean, that was just way, way too easy. Nice shot from James. He does have the bomb, and he's gonna, oh no, he actually turns. He baits out the shot. He does get tagged up. The plant, it can help. They need money. They need money so badly, and he's not gonna do it. He goes for the fight. Vitality fighting for a chance to take a 3-round lead into halftime.
Oh man, that bomb plant actually would have done a lot for them.
It would have been so monumental.
That's one of those times. I mean, it's always hard to blame people when they want to go for the ultimate win. Might have been better to settle for a bomb plant here. 15th round coming up, ladies and gentlemen, and Vitality starting to show some real signs of life, having won 6 rounds in a row, with RPK, Saibu, and Alex doing a lot of work to try and bring their team back in the game. They're in the lead now, so I guess just continuing the lead and maybe bring us on to a 3rd map. Which would be Dust 2, I believe, right?
Correct.
That is, yes it is. That's exciting.
We'll see if we can get there. One more half after this for Vitality to even up the score, and almost another pick for NBK. 4 players at the A-bomb site for Vitality. Apex, after that contact, just rotating back because Vitality sinks a little bit deeper and more passive into the A-bomb site.
Saibu alone over here. A good flashbang could force him back, but can he do enough? That flashbang actually doesn't connect.
Oh
Kick it goes down.
He tagged him.
To 43, yeah.
Well, again, 4 players just marching up banana, as we've seen so many times in this half. Adren all on his own in middle. Utility just being held by Apex. He's got the Molotov, and Adren, does he want to step into that smoke for the fight? ZywOo with the opening kill. There's still no smoke down for Apex. They missed it. Or they just didn't have one to throw, but either way, this is going to be a slaughter. There's no access to the B-bomb site without that smoke, especially because NBK with a second op has the range.
I mean, Sanji has a smoke, so they could have thrown it, but they also walked into the Molotov. Things are starting to come apart at the seams here a little bit for AVANGAR. 15th round, and they're in a 5 versus 3. Vitality look to just completely crush them here at the end stage of the first half. They're looking very good. NBK to take down Adren. 2 MAC-10s left, and they can't really get much done. A beautiful finish here for Vitality. 9-6 in their favor. That's a great recovery.
Especially considering they were down 6-2 at one point. They end this on such a massive streak. 7 in a row to close out the first map for Vitality. We're heading to a break. We'll see what they got when we return on offense.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half coming up here, the quarterfinals. Berlin, are you with us? Yeah, that's what I want to hear. This game has got it all right now. I thought Vitality were done for. They looked like they were going to get crushed in the exact same fashion as what happened on Mirage, but now instead we're on Inferno, and they managed to fight their way back. They win 7 rounds in a row to close out that first half.
Who knows what the winning recipe was? There were 3 big changes. I mean, it was the double op setup, it was ZywOo with an op over towards the B bomb site, and it was them finally having utility. Pick any of them, because once they got that underway, they rattled off so many. Good peek from Kickert. He's got 2 and he's going for more. Eventually runs out of bullets, but look at the aggression from behind. That might have just ruined it. RPK, incredible double kill, and Kickert still wants more, but it's too much.
Ooh, that might have been RPK hitting that shot on Buster. He's already got 3, and now they're on the hunt. They don't really want to push through. James is also flanking them, but he's overextended. He's out in the open. He picks up a headshot. Oh man, any kill right now would win this round. Still way over a minute left. What a strange way to begin the second half.
What a grind. AVANGAR just pushing so aggressively down mid, and here we go. They know 1 player's behind. They know there can only be 1 player at the B bomb site in the smoke. The utility helps them out so much. Good job from Buster, biding his time, and ZywOo, 16 HP. James is ready to come through the smoke at the point of contact, and not yet, but Buster somehow misses his chance. James finds it through smoke.
Not even going through. You're absolutely right. Just guessed the angle. Man, that took everything to win that round, didn't it? This beginning is outrageous, but the return from RPK, they just line. Oh, wow.
It might have been easier if they had just not been so wildly aggressive at pushing down mid.
Yeah. Well, they were already committed to the idea.
Yeah.
All the MP9s, it seems. And the Krieg on ZywOo.
Team MP9.
Krieg versus 5 MP9s?
What are you taking?
Krieg. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. He's got his own cheering section now, doesn't he?
96 ADR, 15 kills. Not a bad bounce back map from ZywOo. Still haven't seen him at his peak level yet. Might have to get a glimpse of it here with this Krieg if they want to turn this round in their favor.
I mean, if we get to Dust 2, that would be the map, wouldn't it? That would be the playground for him. A lot of smokes to buy time. Vitality, they need at some point to make that call internally and say, well, you know, when we get close to 40 seconds, we got to apply some pressure and make them use those smokes.
Listen, Vitality's got to start applying some pressure because this Krieg is the only weapon they have, and if there's not going to be a mistake from AVANGAR, they're not ever going to find those picks. They're not ever going to find a way into the bomb site. Otherwise, you're just throwing unarmored Glocks at opponents and seeing what happens. RPK and Apex going to go investigate towards B. They're thinking maybe that's the solution. Maybe that can pull someone into the crosshairs at the A bomb site. 30 seconds left. In Vitality, they just have to move forward. ZywOo's just going to have to try and create something.
Yeah, but this is so tricky. Buster actually has a smoke that he hasn't used yet at 20 seconds. Just think about that for a moment. NBK goes down to Sanji. The rest don't have anything. This is all on ZywOo, and he's going to open it up, taking down Sanji. Buster inside of the bomb site, 10 seconds, and now he's stuck. Really tough. Can't really get out there. Kickert will go down, but they'll survive the round, even pick up the Krieg.
Well,
round.
You could see the danger in that kind of a buy in the second round. ZywOo was just bodying people the whole time, just not enough left in the round for them to actually work with. 9-8, still in the favor of Vitality. That's disappearing quickly, though.
You wonder, I mean, not that they could have known that there would be 5 MP9s, but if you could know, maybe some of them would have bought some armor as well.
Yeah.
A couple of more people with head armor.
P250s.
Yeah, that seems winnable, but we're on to the next round. 18th in a 9-8 scoreline. Barely now favoring Vitality. Did they play better on the T side, didn't they, on Mirage? So if that's going to be the same here, it could still be pretty good for them.
Oh, look at this timing. Adren, he's going to be under a lot of pressure. He's dropped by the Krieg, and James somehow holds on a little bit longer, but it's not enough. And now Sanji and Buster, they're blocked out of this bomb site. Utility prevents the retake. Kickert's already backing away. I think his teammates have to join up with him towards that B bomb site soon enough. So unless Buster's given a gift, this should be a Vitality round.
NBK stepping into that fight with 16 health. That had me worried a lot. He did get a great headshot, so we're not going to talk about it much longer, but That looks very peaceful, the way that guy is sitting in the hay cart. He's really having himself a relaxing time there.
Yeah, he looks comfortable.
Just out in the sun, had a little bit too much wine maybe.
Getting the tan.
Getting a tan. Except he's wearing that mask, but yeah, fair enough. Great round out of Vitality, good call. And I mean, when you're holding that balcony and, you know, 2 or more people come running at you, if the first guy jumps and makes it past the corner, you're dead.
Yeah, it sucks so bad, doesn't it? It's also like you just, the timing of when you're trying to look away from a flash, you're trying to read when the actual hit is going to come in so you can dodge that. 10-8. Vitality on offense trying to take us to map 3. This should be a relatively, you know, easier time of things. Jame, Buster, and Adren just on the USP, saving all the money that they possibly can.
Buster and Sanji leading the charge at the moment. That is a lot of grenade damage, and Kicker never got to put that into play. Rough indeed. Sanji goes down over at the other side, so now it's becoming very tricky to see how they can make it back into this round. Buster going for a fight, tapping away. That does look great. He's got no armor, remember, so still very hard for them to fight their way back in here.
He does have a flashbang, but he's going to step into the fight. RPK just vacated. There he sees the shoulder. He's got one. Going to hold the angle blind as hell and dropped. And I think Adren's been spotted as well, and he somehow wins that. NBK jumping over. Could not set his feet, could not get into the fight. And it's Jame and Adren, the last 2 members of AVANGAR. They're on other sides of the map, and he's only got a Zeus to work with.
Oh, he didn't see that. Syman, he's no idea. He has no idea, but Jame definitely knows. And Apex, if he runs that Zeus, he could turn around for it. This could be an absolutely electrifying situation. He's just waiting for it. 40 seconds. Apex getting close to the corner. Jame, oh, he beats it. If he had just kept running, if he had not thought about it, that would have been horrendous. Adren, at least he sees just the hip there of Syman and the damage, a lot of it, but he needs more. In HE right now, and at least it would be a one-on-one. Gonna try and throw a little bit something through, but how do you get past this smoke? Waiting for it, but they're both right there on the other side. He jumps up and he gets shut down. Syman to pick up the triple. Vitality now well on their way here.
I cannot believe that Zeus did not work out. I thought for sure that was just going to straight win them the round. What a peak from Apex. Buster helping to get back into it. Adren does a very fine job as well, and Vitality dodge a massive bullet in that 2-on-2. Timeout called, heading into round 20.
The money is so broken for AVANGAR every round, it seems.
Listen, credit where it's due as well. ZywOo is 20-8 for his team, leading the way. He's been very, very good on this map after the quiet Mirage.
Well, you mentioned this in the first map, how he doesn't have a lot of experience, or really no experience playing at this level at such a big tournament, and that could be part of the reason for what happened on Mirage, but then the fact that he's able to bring it back is like, that's what you want. You know, we talk about him as being a future contender for the #1 in the world. That's the kind of quality you want to see then.
Also, look at his teammates, NBK, Apex, and RPK. It's hard to find players in the professional Counter-Strike scene more experienced than those 3 guys.
Yeah.
Not only have tournaments at this level, but tournaments over so long. That's a shot and a half.
Steps right into that. Yeah, you're right. They've been playing forever. RPK at one point, I think widely considered
the best source player of all time,
exactly.
as we hear so frequently.
But you got to give it to the French fans as well. They've been cheering since the beginning of this match, and now they're getting rewarded for it. Adren, though, strong position. A better weapon would have maybe got him a double kill there. They've picked up an AWP on Sanji, and he's hiding over by Arch. Don't think he should be going for this. I think AVANGAR need to think about what they can do with these rifles in a future round.
He shouldn't even be sticking around for exit kills. He should be bailing out just to be safe. That op is going to be so important. Such an expensive weapon, and you've already got 3 players below $2,000.
Well, especially now that that smoke is up. That surely is the cue to move away.
Any idea you had of flirting with the retake? It's no longer a possibility. Back off, but at least they've made presence to make it look like they wanted to go for it, so Vitality is not going to go on the hunt Pretty deep into the bomb timer. 12th round for Vitality and AVANGAR. They need to start fighting in the next round.
Even putting up the Molotov in case somebody wanted to come in and shoot them at the end. Another round for the T side. 12-8. It is just starting to look so much better for them. A 4-round gap. They have the money, and they seem to have the momentum with them as well. Now it's up to AVANGAR to find out, how do you shut this down? Like, what's the solution for defending this this second half? Because I don't think they want to play Dust 2 at all against Vitality.
It's a different beast when you have someone like ZywOo popping off like this with that Krieg opening things up. If he, gets the AWP in his hands, it can be completely different, but I like this idea. I like James starting to get a bit more aggressive, take that peek in towards ult mid. I think he just missed it by like a half second. ZywOo ran up just as he backed off.
Alex not really taking any chances either. Making sure that he wasn't going to get burned by that Molotov. The grenades are looking a slight bit better this time. Kicker just kind of doesn't have anything to work with, which is unfortunate playing the B bomb side. The rest with the double stack over at the pit is usually a very powerful position. A lot can be done from there, and even James is sort of on that side. So if they get wrapped on Arch, that can be painful. But if not, it should be a good defense here at A.
You have to imagine that defense would shift if they started hearing taking bracket control. That's a great flash through the smoke of the choke. When he goes back for more, Kicker is a beast over in Banana. He's eventually traded off, but he's got his 2 kills.
And they know somebody else was there because that flashbang came way deep inside of the bomb site. Sanji now waiting in the middle. Are they going to go check for it? MBK's right there. ZywOo still checks. They some heads-up play.
They over-rotated because of Sanji's position. They thought he was going to hold on to it. Look at Adren desperately along the wall trying to get back into the bomb site, but he's blinded. Everyone's out of position. A small mistake with big consequences, and Vitality's going to get the 13.
Wow. You're absolutely right.
They wanted everything. They weren't content with just the position. They wanted to cheat onto the rotation to the other side of the map.
Listen, as Dr. House would say, mistakes are as big as the consequences they incur. That's rough, really rough. I mean, it's hard to even blame them. You understand perfectly the solution or the idea. If they come back, surely they don't check that position. So you have super advanced warning that anything's happening.
Well, the really weird thing about it is he got into that position in alt mid, but NBK was in the balcony. Like, yeah. Even if it's not the guy from mid, NBK's got a free kill. That's a really tough position to find yourself in, thinking that everything else is clear behind you. So perhaps a misread, perhaps, I mean, just a aggressive call to try and cheat the defense towards the B bomb site, but they pay for it. 13-8, it's now 4 in a row for the French offense, and they are cruising. 22-8 now for ZywOo.
This is looking so much better.
You can just tell. It feels like a completely different team we're watching from Mirage.
Yeah, and that takes something, right? That's not easy. Alex to open up, taking down James. Not much on the other side. ZywOo with a clean opening at top of Banana to take down Kick It, and Buster flashed all the way into hell. It's now going to be that B-bomb side just defenseless. ZywOo going for it, hunting them down. A 3rd kill. They just can't do anything here. That is, well, that's why we keep talking about him, isn't it?
I mean, he just keeps moving forward into the next fight, and he knows where they're all coming from. And you had a little bit of everything that round. You had a little bit of the flash of ZywOo, just those instant headshots, the snaps over to the players. And you also had his teammate Alex throwing him the flashbang towards CT spawn. Blinded opponents. Free kills are the best kind.
Oh, that's some remarkable timing against NBK. Adren trying to thread the needle right now, find some way to escape the madness. They're all hunting for him. They really don't want to fight against anything the next round. And might have found himself a safe spot here as the bomb is about to go up, but not clear yet. Oh, Apex peeking into the window.
Not safe whatsoever.
Not at all.
Especially with that extra second on the end of the round timer here at the majors. 14-8. 6-round lead and a good chance to extend it because there's not a whole lot of cash for AVANGAR. I think, if anything, they'll have to go for a half buy. But first things first, they call a timeout and they talk things over.
They could actually go for the exact same streak that AVANGAR did on Mirage. Losing the first 2 and then winning every single round from there on out. That would be a perfect kind of revenge, wouldn't it?
This is so nice. Perfect flashbang from Alex. Buster's down and coming through the smoke. He just wanted to continue the pressure. And it's wild to think. He's known for his omping. He's an exceptional player with AKs and Kriegs.
Well, I mean, in some ways, that's one of the ways in which you can obviously rank people amongst who's the best just with the AWP. But when you add on top, well, what if they don't have it? Are they still pretty good? And any player that can add to that part of their resume is going to be so valuable. 23rd round, 14-8 as Vitality are 2 away from putting us on the 3rd map here at the 2nd quarterfinals. And as you said, just go for something here in this round, AVANGAR. Try and see if you can find a way to put an end to this.
This is everything. I thought they might save one more and try and have a strong buy in the last, but there's no wrong answers when you're at this stage. But the entire map rests here. Tag on to Apex, down to 47. And still 3 players for the defense sticking around at the B bomb site, including the AWP.
Shot to the walls, attack up Apex early on there. Oh, they're wanting to push in. The whole team is waiting for them. They're getting near the edge. They needed something. Oh, they will still get the kill. A perfect cleanup. How does that happen to Vitality? They weren't even really flashed in with any success at all. That is remarkable. The grenade, I don't think that will do much at all. Getting the kill, sure, but still a 1 versus 4 here. And they're waiting on the other side. NBK finally goes down. AVANGAR finding a round that they probably should not have. How could 4 people wait and nobody's ready for that corner?
Yeah, that's a bit of a miscue on the Vitality side of things. A good push, but obviously helped out by the mistake. Either way, 14-9, still a big lead. The nice thing if you're AVANGAR is that buy works out, and not only that, you survive with 3 players, you can build up money, and now you can actually feel like there's a chance for a comeback. That's the first step. What comes next? You need to build up a bank, you need to make sure that you have all the utility, all the Molotovs and smokes every single round.
A chance here to try and bring it back. Just even having the economy on their side, which they don't even have yet, AVANGAR, but if they can win this next round, that'll do a lot of damage to the economy on the offensive side and maybe even start to build their own. A quick grab here towards quarters as Dren will take down RPK. That's a good start. Sanji, MP9, and he's so quick, he actually is incredibly fast. He wanted to adjust to the 3rd target there. He's confident as hell. A 14-10. This could be big.
No, but if you're Vitality, this is the last thing you want happening. You don't want them to have this kind of a comeback, obviously, but even at this stretch, you still have 4 rounds. You still feel like you're in a lead, but if you don't stop this right now and actually just close out this map, eventually you're going to look up, in just 2 rounds, you're going to look up and say, oh God, this is a very close game, and it's an elimination map for them. They must win it. All of a sudden, all that pressure would come crashing down. The pressure of making it into the semifinals here in Berlin.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful about that. So quick, Sanji. I'm enjoying watching him play this game. A higher and higher level all the time. Sideway there at a ridiculous 25 kills. And just 10 deaths. That's quite impressive.
5 entries is a big one as well.
Yeah.
Doing a very good job at his opening duels.
And look at Vitality saying, let's just invest half the money in this round. Maybe we get something done, but it'll put us at a better chance to have a better economy later on. That's an effective couple of grenades. More raining in.
God.
Oh dear, there's not much left.
No, how do you recover from that one? NBK with 79 is the highest HP on your team. So many players just bruised.
Gonna need to get one of those Iron Man reactors built into them so the shrapnel don't travel. Isn't that the side of it?
Yeah, that is what it is.
There
Nicely done. Well, 3 players on defense rotating over, so this should go well for Vitality, especially, oh my God, nice peek from Apex. The smoke comes in late, but Buster's still alive. Alex trying to jump over the top. He never looks up. That's a good frag to find, and all of a sudden, just 2 players. How has Vitality turned this around in such a fashion?
This really should not be happening. They still don't have a lot of health left, but that might not matter. Adren could find a beautiful wall bang, but he's not trying for the flashbang though. It goes way too wide, and he's gonna pick up 2 kills, and now it's all on Alex. He has been known to get some amazing frags in the past. Now's the time for it. A bit of a missed chance there, and he goes for a second fight. Adren will close out the round with a triple, and AVANGAR will find an 11th round. That nearly slipped out of their hands.
That was too close, considering all the damage they did early on in the round. That should have never happened. 3 players at the B bomb site as well against just pistols. That's a cool idea as well from Vitality. I like that pop flash. Obviously, Adren just hiding behind the lip of the wall, and you can see Alex here hit himself in the back of the head. The missed shots against that Opper, against that first player. That was his opportunity.
It's interesting. How does the leader motivate himself? I mean, he's obviously going to be slapping the other people in the back of the head, but does it himself? Equal punishment on all fronts.
Yeah, he's got to show equality down the ranks. All right, Kicker, who's been phenomenal for AVANGAR at this B-bomb site. He's here with Sanji and Buster, and actually, they bail out.
Oh,
they leave him alone so quick.
That's their own grenade. That was a friendly grenade. And now, Kiggett falling back through the fire, but...
I can't believe how aggressive he's being all alone at that B-bomb site. He doesn't care whatsoever. And they abandoned him immediately, and they have not come back, despite all the attention, all the noise that Kicker was seeing. He didn't call any of his teammates back to the B-bomb site.
There are some players like that playing alone on B who just never really seem to be worried. He's almost at the point of rotating towards the A-bomb site, which that might be too bold of a call.
Maybe that was a call, maybe it was a read, but at the moment it's looking genius. It's only RPK at top banana now for Vitality, so Kicker making sure his teammates stay over the A site. They have the right call.
Grenade gonna be a bit too early there. Jane back around the corner. And they're looking at least towards the arch now. Saiwu wants to open up, and he will add another one to the scoreboard for himself. 37 seconds now as they wrap through CT spawn. Saiwu wants to clear out this part of the map, and he can't. Adren will shut him down. That's a big kill. The bomb now waiting over at quad with 25 seconds. They need to pick that up and do something. RPK opening up the other side. Apex waiting in. He's going to get one. He'll follow it up. That's a beautiful double. Apex able to make sure that they know where the final player is. They have the whole B bomb site open. That's a round-winning move, surely.
That's a gutsy call as well, late into the round. You know, any kind of disaster, and that can change things. Beautiful positioning from Apex. The kill that Adren gets in CT spawn doesn't really help him a whole lot, because, I mean, that doesn't tell him which defender has rotated over, which one's in CT spawn. This is well played from Vitality.
Was that a little thumbs up? I don't know what's happening anymore. That was great. I feel like Apex just thrives. He's just sort of a rumble-tumble player, isn't he?
It's like the chaos,
yeah,
the hectic situations. He loves it. It's like a throwback to his hardcore entry fragging days.
Speaking of which, we haven't had nearly enough Apex reaction photos and videos in this stage. Definitely need more of those.
I feel like this is the stage where you really get them. This is the one where they matter.
All the memes.
Yep.
Well, 15 to 11. It's moving closer, it seems. Almost inevitable at this point. This is... I mean, what a play. Oh. I'm not good at reading body language, Moses, but...
There's the Apex reactions. I will say Kicker makes some awesome faces when he's in gunfights. We'll keep an eye on that one. 15 to 11, round 27. AVANGAR must win 4 in a row. Vitality, you can hear the French fans shouting for one more round. That would bring us to Dust 2. RPK gonna lead the way. There's the flashbang, and he's got Kickered out in the open. And they've got to retreat, but it's such a sketchy situation. Buster actually still standing out in the open, ready for a fight.
That's a good counter grenade, but ooh, Apex taking down Buster. I was gonna say credit to Vitality for not chasing that around the corner. You actually don't know what's waiting back there, and that's one of the, especially when you're this close to winning, you could have got carried away just saying, all right, oh, they might try and replay this round. Leaving RPK outside of B, and then going to clear out at least top, mid, and arch.
Well, I think actually what just happened was Buster getting a bit carried away. He wanted those fights. James finds the equalizing frag. 4 on 4. And Adren's got to move due to the fire, but that also blocks off any attack that was going to come through lane. And RPK still just patiently waiting for his teammate to tell him what to do at the B-bomb site.
Oh, Sanji, it's all on him. He could have even got caught jumping up here, but he's going to have to defend alone against 4 with an HE and an M4. I don't even know how you do that. 35 seconds, the Molotov right down behind him, and they're just going to clear him out. RPK with the double, and surely this is what's going to give him that third map. It is going to be a 2-on-3 as Jame will take down NBK over at Banana. An almost impossible retake with an M4 and an AWP. And looking for it. Oh, that shot! ZywOo! He's still alive. Jame trying for it again. And doesn't quite get it. And that might have been the only chance. He's out in the open. ZywOo will take him down. And Adren now, 1 versus 3. Vitality showing all the strength here on Inferno. And that's going to be the third map at the quarterfinals. Dust 2 coming up, ladies and gentlemen. As Vitality take it 16-11. That is a really, really powerful fight out of them. ZywOo ending the map at 28-12.
And that's the Vitality you want to see. And that was the rest of them. I mean, you can see when they win it, how much it means they force this third map. But this is the Vitality that's going to be dangerous, and Dust 2 has got to be a nightmare for AVANGAR. That is going to be such a tough battle for them, despite playing so well in these first 2 maps in the series. If ZywOo has arrived, if he's showed up and we get him as well on the third map, it might just be all over.
There we go. Banks down on the crowd ready. I mean, this is really something, isn't it? I thought they were out of it. It looked like such a poor start to this map, but they managed to bring it back. It's just a job well done overall for the French side.
It's just a different team when ZywOo is there. It's not that it's all about him, but it seems like that level of play from ZywOo also elevates everyone else. I really like the play we're seeing out of Alex as well. I think he's done some cool stuff on Inferno.
Yeah, him, Apex had some great moments as well. It was nice to see that they didn't just crumble. Now we're going to go on Dust 2. I mean, that's wild.
I'm so pumped. The op of ZywOo, the double op with NBK, there's going to be some very, very cool things in this map.
I look forward to it, and you guys definitely should as well. And it's not, I mean, they have Jame on the other team, and he was amazing on that first map, so don't really want to rule AVANGAR out. We're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with the third map, so stay with us.
Change of range.
Worry about game, not about bet. Insure your bet with Heartcode. GG Bet with gamers in heart.
Predict the outcome, win the game. Get live coverage and schedules for your favorite tournaments. Analyze, predict, and vote to gain points. Compete with other esports fans and climb the leaderboards. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
we are back, and we are back with the Vitality gang. They're loud and proud now, but I got Camille with me here, and I got to ask him, you can be loud and proud now, but that first map, that was a bit scary.
A little bit scary, but we are confident. So we lose our map, but I was pretty sure we want to win Inferno. It's a 50-50 map. We not underestimated AVANGAR, but we need this map. We need this semi-final. So all this crowd is against us, but we are not afraid. We make like 14 hours from Paris to come here with 80 person. Come on, guys, come on. Let's go.
I love these guys. I cannot get enough of it. They're not afraid. They're ready to challenge anyone. And that seems what Vitality needs to be able to do. Tonya, who have you got over there with you?
That is impressive. But we also have this small analysis desk here with guys. So, AVANGAR. So, AVANGAR were really close on Inferno. Why do you think they lose the second map?
This game is amazing. Vitality is a very strong team, but we need only one win. And this win is for AVANGAR.
That's right, but next map will be Dust 2, and you will talk a little bit about this map, okay? Do you like Dust 2?
Of course, I love Dust 2, especially I'm a long player. And I can't wait to see the fights between Jane and ZywOo. That's gonna be really mind-blowing.
Yeah, I believe you. That is gonna be incredible, and we can't wait to start over the third map. I can't wait to see who will win this quarterfinal. Once again for AVANGAR, and back to the Alex.
Thank you so much. There's Tonya and James giving us a check-in. There have been fan sections dedicated to almost all of the teams in attendance. We saw the boys crew as well. Everyone has definitely made their fandom clear, as did our analysts. It looks like we're going to 3 in the end. Sean Gers and Thorin with me.
I was a little nervous.
Out for once.
I was nervous.
Double
Those
down.
baguettes could have been soggy with tears. Honestly, that was dicey. They were down 5-1. They lost both pistols. But Vitality honestly just dominated them in gun rounds. The way that they entered that T-half, third round onward, was super impressive. They adapted, they held the B bomb site with utility. But what was weird was that they had ZywOo playing the B bomb site instead of NBK.
And he was whiffing to start the game, but by the end he was on fire.
Yeah,
by
6 entry kills, 28. We get to watch his highlight reel now.
6-0 in entry duels on top of that, Alex.
Oh my goodness, so he didn't lose a single one, drawing first blood 6 times over the course of Inferno. And I suppose if, in hindsight, if you had to outline a win condition for Vitality, it would have been this man on your screens waking up and closing in on 30 in a rather quick game on Inferno.
This is a rough one for AVANGAR though, because not only did they have the game in their control early on, there were a lot of 2-on-2s, 3-on-3s, whereas on Mirage they won every single one they ever needed to on T-side. This time around they had a real hard time towards the end there. And I mean, it's typified for me in that one round where Jim basically didn't manage to die before the time ran out, and as a result wrecked the economy.
So ZywOo has had under a 1 rating in 21 maps that Vitality has played. 20 of those he has lost.
And so remember, he's played like over 200.
Basically, they absolutely need ZywOo to have a good game.
Can I have that one more time? So that's in 21 games, he's gone negative.
20 of those they've
20
lost.
of them they've lost. Wow, okay, interesting. Well, waking up in this
Keep that in
series on
mind for the
Inferno.
third one, certainly. Yes.
It's not even a joke when we talk about the win probability in ZywOo's performance. I mean, take a look at the stats. The stats do not lie, and he is back, and we're going into a completely unknown in the form of Dust 2. But Vanguard picking Inferno, what happened then from your perspective of what didn't quite click on their map pick?
This is also something we were discussing, because as we set up in the pre-game, listen, Inferno on paper, with what was left, Train's ban, it's the best win rate they have, right? They had 66% win rate, I think. So on paper, yeah, good pick. It's also a bit of a ropey in the middle pick for the guys from Vitality, but as me and Sean said, if you know you're the underdog, you could have picked Vertigo here. I think Vitality's only played something like once. You're going to look back now after you won that first one and think we had a real chance to close this series 2-0 if we do the gamble pick.
Yeah, that's where I really thought they were going to go with the Vertigo pick, because I didn't think Vitality had, an excellent pick to like enter this series. I guess they definitely were favored on Mirage, but we saw AVANGAR can win these mid-round scenarios, and giving Vitality a map like Inferno didn't seem like the best idea to me.
It was like an insurance, wasn't it?
But AVANGAR has shown that they can play on Dust 2. They have a really cool A-side bomb, like A attack, where they smoke on top of the the elevator, like the trash can area, and it creates a one-way. So that's something I'm sure Vitality is aware of.
This is an example, though, of where if you are a Vitality fan, a Vitality player, if someone tells you all you have to do is beat, like, what the 30th ranked team in the world, as Sean was saying, on a Dust 2 game, it's not even their best map, and you go to the semis of the major, you're supposed to do that. Like, forget the idea of, like, it's a 50-50 coin flip. You'll take that chance all day long.
But is there not something to be said with the fact that this map in itself has always been described as anyone's game? Whoever's crosshair, whoever's quicker on the day, you really can overcome it. And now that's the decider for your major fate?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of randomness when you watch pro teams play Dust 2. The aggression from catwalk oppers could go either way, right? Are they going to hit that shot while they're blind at the corner? Are they going to not get blind on like a random peak and then get that frag and fall off? Are the mid B splits going to be successful, which they typically are? So there is a lot of variance when you watch Dust 2 games.
That's going to make it great to watch, though. That's the thing. We're the ones who win in that scenario.
Yeah.
I like it when those teams, like when Crazy and Astralis, would just say, right, throw the strap box out. We're just going 3-on-3s. People are pushing through smokes. Whoever kills the opponent wins the game, basically. You're not grinding that game out at all.
They're playing off spawns. You're seeing people charge. Stewie running down long with his AWP. We all seen it all on Dust 2, and that will be our final battleground between AVANGAR and Vitality. Anyone shifting after the double down on Vitality? Anyone giving AVANGAR the underdog's edge coming into the third?
I'll definitely give AVANGAR props in the series. Like, even on that map there, they give themselves a good chance, actually. They put themselves in winning situations at times. They weren't able to get past Ewa, though.
Let's jump in. It's time for Dust 2. Berlin, are you still with us? It's Vitality taking on AVANGAR.
Yes, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the deciding map here. AVANGAR starting on the T side, Vitality on the CT side, and they've already got a trick. Look at Alex set up behind that car. They're banking on there being no Molotovs, and they're right. This is such a dangerous position if they have a grenade, but if they make a mistake, if they don't check it.
It's Apex as well. He's got 2 flashbangs. He's waiting for the call, waiting for the information.
They boost.
They boost. They see him exactly. They know he's there, and he doesn't even realize it. There will be no escape for Alex out of this. The flashbang isn't enough. That is creative from AVANGAR. Now they pick up the pace.
What an unbelievably smart. I've never seen that ever before done. RPK now shutting them down over at long. Already hitting a couple of headshots and finally goes down. Saiwu next in line as Kicker picks up a double, and it's all on NBK. And they've already tagged him up. Kicker with a quad kill to begin this whole affair with. I've never seen anyone go for that boost in a pistol to look over. That is so smart.
Well, I imagine you're going to start seeing it more now because that works so perfectly. And the strategy that Vitality had was based off that boost. And when he goes down without a fight, there's nothing that they can really fall back on. Even with some good kills into the bomb site, awkward fights for CTs to take, awkward engagements. The players on the low ground have to swing out very, very wide. 1-0.
A brilliant move. Scout down there on NBK. James not too willing to take the fight straight up, and I don't see why he would. They have all of the advantage, and if he goes down in T-spawn, that's kind of a little bit ridiculous. Instead, going for a long take. There are 4 people here, and Apex rotating over almost immediately. They have a flashbang on Alex as well.
Yeah, he just used one to help them get aggressive and clear out catwalk. Now they can do it out towards long. Here it comes, any moment it's gonna pop in. Sanji's completely blind, he's crossing over anyways, close to the smoke with the MAC-10. It's a dread to get things started. And a cool idea from Vitality, there's just no power behind that flashbang. The MAC-10s go to work. It's a second round and a flawless round for AVANGAR.
I actually think the problem was that flashbang was too good. I think that flashed like 8 people, which including the 3 Vitality players that wanted to push that. So
I think the problem was it came out at a point where that smoke was just popping for the cross, and if you're on the Vitality side, it's hard to motivate yourself to go through it, even with the flashbang, even with just USPs.
Yeah, that definitely was another issue. AWP now on James, throwing the scout over to Sanji. Vitality with a bye here in the 3rd round. No real surprise, I guess. And no aggressive pushing happening yet on the Vitality side, although that is one of the fun features of Dust 2 as well.
Oh, there's a gap in that smoke. Oh, but James, his teammate's in front of him. He actually couldn't even take a shot if he wanted to. That's just an unfortunate circumstance. And now here comes the pressure. NBK and Apex to defend against a B split. Adren gonna challenge in the doors, and Apex still hiding. Alex comes through, he's got the first, and all the kills coming out for Vitality. AVANGAR gets absolutely nothing, absolutely shut down. And Vitality with an early statement on defense in the first gun rounds.
When you throw that smoke towards CT spawn, you're supposed to have somebody holding it, but I think what was happening was because that first M4 just put all the bullets through, they weren't expecting someone to run through. They were expecting, okay, we got a break while they're reloading, but there was a second player, and the only other player holding mid was with a scout. So that doesn't really do a lot.
I think the other problem is once they got to the B bomb site, ooh, great tag from Jane. That is a very fast flick. Once they got to the B site, there was no one there. A completely blind RPK goes down. So a good opening for AVANGAR. 5-on-4 in a round where they bring 2 Deagles into it. And a tag onto NBK. That's a very, very good opening in round number 4.
Oh, certainly would be big for them, wouldn't it, if they could turn it around already. Vitality picking up that round cleanly. So if they can steal it back and make it 3-1 in their favor, that would be painful for the French. Alex on the edge does spot out a couple of people. Almost getting stuck on that corner. You don't ever want to see that happen. But he'll make it back alive. They've left Apex down at long alone. And now instead they're doubling up on middle, which could be great. There's almost no grenades on AVANGAR right now, so hard for them to clear some of these mid positions. And Saibu knows that they're jumping. He's just going to miss the chance back in the middle and not actually getting that shot up at all.
Gave him a chance, though. Gave him a real chance to find a kill. Now rotating back towards the A site. He's going to make it in, and they're already starting to come out. Alex with 1 frag, but ZywOo's over at the railing. He can shine here, a missed shot. Smoke to give him some time, some extra cover. And he's going to peer over the top of it. James hasn't held him in, and actually he's locked in now at the box with the spam from Buster. Alex is here as well. A follow-up headshot for the captain. He eventually does fall, and AVANGAR have themselves a 3-on-1, a relentless attack to the A-bomb site.
Buster with a beautiful double. I think both of them through smoke. I wonder if the way that smoke landed, if you could see them on the radar or something. He had a very, very good idea of what was happening there. Well played regardless, 3-1. And I don't know, that's gonna take some momentum away from Vitality, surely.
Well, it's certainly gonna take a lot of the money out as they rebuy into it. NBK with an AWP, but he has no armor. And actually they go for a double up setup. Neither of them in ZywOo's hands. 1 on Alex, 1 on NBK. Another great tag from James, and I think that's just a blind shot when the smoke goes up. Buster now wants to add on to it, and he will. An opening kill for AVANGAR, the same exact position, and they can build on it. They can grow this into a massive early lead. Buster is gonna get 3! And the 2 ops are left for Vitality. They haven't even had a say in the round, and now you have to try and find a way, if you're Vitality, to save those. For 1 minute and 20 seconds, they have to hold on to them.
And how long before AVANGAR figure this out? There's so much you can do if you know, and if you feel like you have the economy, which, fair play, they kind of don't, but you can delay the bomb plant. You could group up, once you find them, then you put the bomb down, then you try and spend your time fighting them. How many rifles would you throw away to get both these orbs out?
Well, I think the problem is now that they're just so hunkered down. I think it depends on when they spot it. When exactly do you see it, what kind of a position you're in, but I think it'd be pretty worthwhile to send at least, you'd be willing to sacrifice at least 2 to go at it. But in the B bomb site, with them peering at long range towards hulls, towards CT spawn, this is gonna be a tough ask.
Look at where Sanji is already. He's got the idea. At least has them boxed in. They don't really delay the bomb plant, they just kind of go for it, and I think that's fair play.
I mean, if you're going to get these ops, if you're going to go for this, you have to throw everything at it and get the AWPs. You cannot lose 3 players and let them keep those guns in their hands.
Smoke. NBK going a bit aggressive. Alex down in front as well. That's Sanji gone. But now they're in trouble. Missing shots, and Alex, surely no way. I think this has been a really good choice. Buster currently with the quad and kick it will get the last one. And AVANGAR take the rifles away and also put another round on the board here. 4-1 in their favor. This is an explosive start. That willingness to take these fights over at that long corner is great.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's the biggest danger that I see at the moment for the Vitality defense, is that's now 2 rounds that AVANGAR has been able to get the opening kills at long. Just perching up in that corner, finding a blind player for the first kill. Buster adding 2 onto it is brilliant, but it's not going to happen every single time. But if you're feeling this, if you're going to start feeling so confident as a T side attacking long early on in these rounds, it's really, really difficult for the defense to kind of hold that back.
Sanji peeking out, does spot a couple of people. And they had a flashbang to set up for an eventual rush out there, but he was already back around the corners. That was the last grenade there on Vitality. Right now, playing for a spot in the semi-finals here in Berlin. And it is the final map if you're just joining us.
James is in a bit of trouble. It looks like he's posturing as if he wants to attack mid. He can get pounced upon. If he moves forward, there's a stack there, and that's a good pick. Just as they break it up, with so many players in the B bomb site, huge trade, huge double kill for Apex. Alex is here now, and they just can't hold on enough. The weaponry is just not strong enough. It was a small amount of hope, and it disappears very, very quickly.
And now it's down to timing for RPK. If they mistime this, he's walking right through the smoke, and yeah, had to hope that someone was looking the other way there. Recovering AVANGAR in this round, that could have been much worse. And now what do? Vitality. How do they find a formula that works not just in this next round, but
consistently? Well, they really enjoyed that double up setup, and they're going to let the freeze time go all the way down before calling a timeout. You have to imagine they wanted that double op setup. They might just go back to it. They have the cash. It would be a couple of the ops would be no armor, but it is going to be a full investment from Vitality in this upcoming round, and they're at a 4-round deficit in map 3. The number 2 team in the world possibly being shocked here by AVANGAR. I think certainly already shocked with how difficult they've been to put down.
I mean, they've made a great run, AVANGAR. They're a lot of fun to watch right now. All right. Feels like if you bring the helicopter, might
not be fair.
A little bit too much, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit one-sided.
Never worked out in Pop Masters, did it? You know, nobody like that playing against it.
Well, here's the double up. Again, NBK, this time ZywOo is going to be the second AWP, but ZywOo has no armor. NBK going to miss a chance, but he will get away with his life. But very quickly, 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Kickert's already got control of Catwalk. They have control of mid as well. So Vitality is content to play passive with these AWPs.
Putting up that smoke over on Catwalk, and NBK now wants to find some information. Buster's got the right idea, but is timing going to be with him? Oh, he's standing right in that corner where there's a little bit of a shadow. And NBK goes down. That smoke that Kickert puts out can be used for a couple of different things, right? It can either just be a regular Catwalk push, or it could be a jump down into CT spawn. So you've got to be really careful if you're Vitality about how you play against that.
That kind of aggression into Upper Dark, though, makes me a little bit nervous, just because we're so early in the half, so we're only 6 rounds in. You don't need to go with the crazy risk-taking. That's a big weapon. And now a 4-on-5 that Vitality has to play with. Everything is invested in this round, and if Vitality lose it, AVANGAR can still go on quite a run.
But they can. Buster making a fair bit of noise in the middle.
And on Catwalk.
And on Catwalk, yeah. So they're signaling this more than you would want. Now, Sanji's also over at long, so even if this Catwalk push only sort of halfway works, there is a bit of a fail-safe in him flanking in on that side. Now they're going to be facing up against ZywOo, and a quick flick will take down Buster. Is he good for any more? This is where you need him. And he's going to take down James. That was the bomb as well. That's a disaster right now. Adren, well, he's alone and getting overrun. And that's a strong defense being put up. Strange end to that round, given how it started.
Well, once the hit got started, I don't think it's actually that strange, considering it was telegraphed the whole way, the footsteps. Yeah. Alex was close up in mid, hearing it the whole way, telling ZywOo to prepare, and then when you see the actual hit come in, they have the smokes and they have the initial flashbangs, but those flashbangs against an offer like ZywOo, they need to keep coming. He only gets blind initially. None of this is contested. There's already a player in the bomb site at this point when he takes that shot, and Adren needs to swing with that shot to at least trade ZywOo.
Five to 2 now. Pretty default spread out of AVANGAR early on in this round, just to see what's on the table. ZywOo pushing down. That might not be something you're expecting, although I think he made a tiny bit of noise jumping down from that. Not probably what he wanted to do. James is right on the other side. If they could call in someone with a grenade, he's right there, and he's going to win the fight against ZywOo. That's big.
Poor ZywOo only saw his elbow. That's brutal. What a quick peek from James. Another 5-on-4. It feels like AVANGAR's had at least 4 of those rounds. perhaps even more in this very short-lived half so far.
I think he made some noise, didn't he, falling off that ledge? Gotta be careful about leaking any kind of audio to the enemy team. There's that smoke again, which...
I like this play from RPK. If Alex can just hold on long enough with his op, get 1 or 2 kills, although unfortunately they're going to drop down on him. This one's going to be tough for Alex. He manages the first. Is he going to realize there's a second? Not at all. He doesn't consider it, and because RPK pushed for the flank, he's actually not there to spin and help Alex defend that A bomb site, and now his footsteps are heard on the flank as well.
Yeah, Jame waiting in the middle, getting a kill on NBK, and now RBK should know. I have been absolutely ready. He's got no idea. And Jame will take them both down. There was a lot of confusion for Vitality in this round.
Which makes you nervous if you're a Vitality fan at this stage in the series. Map 3, this is round 8. AVANGAR's about to have a 6-2 lead. And again, Vitality wins a pair of rounds, but there's nothing built on those victories. They lose immediately afterwards, and that is such a disaster.
I didn't even realize those 2 kills in the last round were the first 2 and the only 2 for ZywOo. So that's also an issue. Man.
It's a ZywOo sandwich. A good middle game, quiet first game. Slow start to the third map so far.
You want the middle of the sandwich to be good, don't you, Mose? But you need both.
You need a good piece of bread as well.
Top and bottom of the baguette. Yep. Got to be right. Otherwise, really no sandwich at all, is it? 6-2, man. This is very, very rough indeed. Second tactical timeout being called here. 2 already used in the first half. I don't know. It's not even Alex's fault that it's how is he supposed to know that 2 people jumped down? He only saw 1.
Right.
And if he plays for it, in his mind, it could have just as well been that he would have been overwhelmed from the other side. So, what a great start here for AVANGAR.
6-2. All pistols. Deagles in a P250, smokes, and that's the 3rd tag that Jame has got on this cross.
Pretty impressive.
It may not seem like much. I don't think any of them have been kills, but that softens him up. That's so frustrating. I know NBK's been the one tagged at least twice, and that is so frustrating as the B defender to just constantly playing the game with like a 50 HP handicap.
I think all 3 times have been NBK as far as I can tell. So, I think you're right. That's not fun at all. First time you're like, oh, all right. Second time, like he's really lucky. Third time, that's when it starts to really get under your skin.
That's when you start smashing the mouse.
Although not if you're NBK, obviously, he's a remarkably calm person.
Alex is boosted up, peering into lower B, and the Dren was just under his vision, but not for long. He backs up into it. Good start.
All right. He just sent him packing, didn't he?
I don't think a Dren expected it because he'd already gotten to lower B. Never had to deal with that boost until he backs up. Now Alex close up towards mid. Oh, the Molotov and the spray combination. That's great damage. But AVANGAR won an opening. That's what they're looking for at the moment. Alex still going to challenge with this deagle. That's dangerous. Same with ZywOo, but they're delivering. That's a tough angle for the headshot. The 3rd kill for ZywOo. He can't back up. The Flames force him into James' crosshair. And now RPK cannot hold Catwalk on his own. 25 seconds left. The A bomb site is open. So a small amount of danger. That was actually a 3-on-5 at one point for AVANGAR, and they found an escape route out of a tough situation.
Really quite incredible. ZywOo actually playing whack-a-mole with real moles, Moses, so he really went for it. But weirdly, the Molotov, as you pointed out, had them actually boxed in.
Yeah.
They just couldn't. I think otherwise, if they could have escaped, that would have been great.
They would have backed out with a 5-on-3 any day of the week. The Molotov keeping them stuck, keeping them primed for Jame. Ooh, a chance, and NBK had to just take it. He saw Jame walking out of his vision. Gives up his position whatsoever, but now Sanchi has to fight his way out. NBK wants to get aggressive, wants to peek this, wants to find 1 kill. Not going to get it, but Apex as well, taking 1 more kill just as the round ends. It's a small consolation prize, but it's something. And now Vitality, they have all the money they could want. But they need rounds. They need them right now.
Desperately. And again, where's the formula here for Vitality? What is the one part of the map right now that we can say for sure is definitely working out?
I don't think you have one.
me.
I think the person who's done the most, who's had the most success is someone like Alex playing around mid. He's been able to get the information. He's been able to be aggressive.
Here we
Long
go.
certainly hasn't been one of them, and Buster again almost getting that kill, and the follow-up isn't there. Finally, Vitality handle it.
A scary fight, which they've lost before, but this time they managed to stabilize that smoke that was in the middle of the lane there, allowing RPK to duck into cover so he couldn't really get sprayed down. 5 versus 3, and these rounds you have to win, especially when you're this far behind.
You want to win it in a 5-on-3. You want to win it with as many players alive. Don't want too many players to just disappear. ZywOo spots him just around the edge of the smoke. James has to get aggressive now to try and create something. The only player available to him at the moment might be Alex, but he's behind the smoke or just next to it. Good find. Now into a 2-on-4, but you still have ZywOo to contend with at the same bomb site, and he's getting aggressive. He wants more, and he's not going to find it. Surely not.
But this would be unforgivable, wouldn't it? 5 versus 3. 3 versus 2 now. As they've taken a couple of kills, they got the bomb plant down. There is a smoke and a Molotov there on Vitality. He's not done yet, but they need to be swift about this. James jumping down, missing a shot, and almost getting shut down. He's trying to escape. He couldn't get out of the corner, and MBK will take him down, and now it's all on the Dren, and they're just gonna triple team him. Nice play at the end. And someone truly dedicated to Vitality there. Excited. They're gonna get the round and make it 7-3. Man, I was real scared then.
It felt like Vitality was going to let that slip away. James had the exact play that he needed to make, because unfortunately, after the plant, AVANGAR's balked into the bomb site. They don't know if there's a flank coming in catwalk, so they can't trust the walk all the way there. They know there's someone at long. They had to move somewhere out of that bomb site. They couldn't just get crunched. And James had his one shot. He had his free shot at MBK, and if he gets that kill, it's much more doable.
11th round coming up. They are starting to get real low on money there, AVANGAR. A couple of them have a pretty good bank. Don't know if they want to risk it.
I think you buy.
Yeah?
James can drop, an AK-47 and buy one himself. Sanji can buy himself as well. And in that situation, well, excuse me, he's not going to drop the AK-47, or maybe he dropped it over to a Dren, but he's picked up the AWP.
Yeah, he went for that with no armor, so doesn't care about it. Not even firing the rifle this time. What is the plan now? AVANGAR with a very, very good lead early on. Out the middle quick, it seems like. Grenade, and they do walk into it a tiny bit, but not enough to do real damage. NBK goes down, and Apex alone inside of the bomb site. And are they gonna? They're waiting a long time to commit to this. Waiting maybe for somebody to get through the middle, and that's Alex going down. And Apex, he's gotta be so worried right now. When are they gonna show up? He's just in so much trouble. I don't know how you get out of this. He's gonna pick up one kill, goes for a double and sprays him down. That's just a remarkable effort already, and ZywOo in the middle to take down Sanji. Apex is a hero if they win this round. He's waiting for it, ZywOo. No bomb plant yet. This shouldn't even be a 2-on-2 right now, but somehow it has turned into it. RPK coming in through upper dark, and Dren and James inside of the bomb site, probably a little bit shell-shocked as well at what just happened on the entry. Bit of a grenade, ZywOo peeking in, and they both go down at the same time. Rock solid after plant here for AVANGAR, picking up an 8th round, and
that is such a cool round from AVANGAR. The mid-B split, everything looks like it's going to be a mid-B split. You saw it earlier, but once you get that pick in towards window, AVANGAR just waits, because that's so much pressure applied to Apex, who's calling for help, who doesn't know when the attack is going to come in through doors, through tunnels, or through the window. And then it also puts pressure on the spawn defenders to make some kind of a crazy play so they can help Apex. It's exactly what you wanted, and it causes them to jump through the smoke and get destroyed. The fact that it even got down into a 2-on-2 is actually kind of miraculous from the Vitality side, but 8-3. The Cinderella story's not done yet for AVANGAR.
It's really not. That one guy's blessed, isn't he?
Yeah, why does he get the cool seat?
Make a note, go sit there next time as well. 8-3. Oh. Moving into round number 12 now. Vitality fans still cheering their team on, hoping for a return, hoping for a recovery here in this game. So far, that has looked like it's going to be very hard to come by. A lot of grenades emptied out at long, and maybe baiting out some grenades from Vitality. Just using some flashbangs for that purpose. But otherwise, all quiet across the map as they're just setting it all up. Nobody down at long now. Buster still holding in upper dark. He's been doing it a lot on his own.
Transitioning into the 4-1 attacks that we saw on Inferno is AVANGAR. 4 players up Catwalk, Buster, and as you said, Upper Dark. It's just a little bit split, looking for any kind of aggression. And Alex again going to get close to the doors as we've seen so frequently. A spot that we've also seen AVANGAR clear out with the Molotov and spam, but in this position, it affords him so much information that he can pass over to his teammates.
They got StarLadder down on long. Last time he got a couple of kills because, as we mentioned, they did not quite throw the right amount of flashbangs.
And they have zero
They have no flashbangs, you're absolutely right, so that itself will be really tricky. James does have an AWP, so let's see how this goes. First, fed into the machine. Oh, he misses the chance, that's big. And now shooting through the wall. Adren, that is such an experienced play. Instead of fighting him straight up, he just takes a couple of shots at the edge. And that, now it's looking like a crumbling Vitality, isn't it?
It really does. Apex gonna find a kill here. Shout out to Adren, he drew the short straw. Look at Alex on the retake, trying to create the opening, trying to get the foothold into the bomb site, and all of his teammates go down. NBK has to back off, and they're not gonna let him live. It's Adren to start and finish this round. And
amazing.
I mean, it's a phenomenal job from Adren to get the entry on the ZywOo. That is so spectacular, you're able to duel that. Like we said, no flashbangs, but if you're ZywOo, you have to be getting kills there.
Yeah.
If they have no flashbangs to force you off the angle, those have to be frags. He's not even really letting him re-peek. You can see him tapping through the corner of the wall in case ZywOo is trying to get aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. Beating him with your mind at that point in time, and some really good aim as well. 11-5. That's Adren on top of the scoreboard, leading the charge right now. A veteran player from Kazakhstan coming up huge and taking down NBK in the middle. That is really something. He has been playing global offensive since the beginning, and I mean, yeah, he's got a long story behind him, doesn't he?
All the way back to his K23 days.
Yep.
Listen, Adren has seemingly been an all-star player, just lost to the Counter-Strike world since he won the major with Gambit. We haven't really heard much out of any of the players from that team. For him to be stepping up at this stage for AVANGAR is so massive. The experience leading the way. And it's 10-3. I don't know if Vitality has it in him to come back into this game. They look beaten.
They do. So, I mean, one of the strengths, surely, and this is what we talked about on that second map, and one of the reasons why everybody was looking forward to this third map, is surely the strength of that AWP on ZywOo over at long. That has to work out. That should be the part of the map that they just avoid and say, listen, we don't ever want to get anywhere near that because that's too much. Kick it now, going for a bit of a challenge here. Does avoid the timing shot, but still, they don't seem scared at all, AVANGAR. In fact, they seem like they're cruising right into that semi-final.
A lot of talk of Vitality in this event and how we've seen the good Vitality, we've seen some of the bad out of Vitality. Some of the issues that they've been trying to work with, and this is the worst time in the event for them to rear their head one more time. Mid control for AVANGAR, no one challenging. ZywOo again with the MVP towards long, and you can see this time he's got the support of Alex inside the bomb site.
Once again, it comes down to whether or not they can make that part of it work. RPK down at long, you're right, there's a lot of backup here. At least they'll know when somebody comes out long. The problem is if RPK loses the fight, then ZywOo's in the middle of nowhere with really no chance to survive, I think. So Let's see, double smoke, more smokes, and 3 smokes being thrown at that corner, and flashbangs. They have one more on James, just putting it up now, and ZywOo can't see much of anything. 30 seconds left. Alex going for the fight, but they're all gonna get shot down. ZywOo, he's completely locked in. Sanji with a big double kill. That was as clean as it could possibly get for AVANGAR. That is about the perfect execute, isn't it?
They're done, Anders. At the moment, they just seem so defeated. They can't even match AVANGAR in terms of just the fights. This is such a beautiful display, and AVANGAR, so much momentum now, so much confidence built up. I think it's too much for Vitality to turn around, even in the second half. They need more than 3. Even Apex gonna get everything taken away as soon as Sanji turns. Oh dear, that's awkward as hell. Doesn't matter. Second player, and they'll sacrifice all the guns in the world. They've got all the money in the world to back it up. An 11-3 lead over a tournament favorite, over the number 2 team in the world.
What a story. And they're not celebrating yet. They're so focused on this. They're so focused on following this all the way through. 15th round, 11-3 in favor of AVANGAR. Surely going to be winning a lot of the community over with this kind of a performance. Always have been sort of a bit of a dark horse, haven't they? In their own strange way. Also not participating in many tournaments, as you were pointing out. Like, you never really know what to expect, but this has been fantastic.
It's just wild that there's so many good players just hiding in Kazakhstan.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Bring back Astana Dragons.
Bring it all back.
Bring it all back.
11-3, final round, and as we just said, if you're Vitality, you must have more than 3 rounds. You must get this last one. The auto snipers are out. Just a signal of how comprehensive this first half has been. How much of a defeat it has been for Vitality. This is going to be a slow-paced round for AVANGAR. They're spread. They're looking for aggression. They're looking for something sneaky. They're looking for some kind of a change-up.
Maybe they're just going slow to let them linger. Buster hiding in the corner. They're trying to push in, and he's going to get one at least, but even just getting the one, that's information. You know there's one more player there. ZywOo with a pretty good push down with the MP9 to take care of Adren at least and flashed forward. Man, long-range fighter Sanji will pick up RPK. And it's a 3-on-3. James sneaking into middle, already scoped up. That probably should have been a kill, but it wasn't. And maybe a chance for Vitality to find a 4th round, which I agree still would not be, probably not enough. But it is a start.
Kicker needs this fight. Last hope, and he's gonna get it. Headshot onto ZywOo. There's no one inside the A bomb site. His teammate has control of long. Sanji's looking up at the railing. So the bomb will come in and get planted. It's up to Apex and Alex, AK and AWP. No kit on either of them, but they're all here and they're ready to go.
It's a Molotov on Apex. Surely that means Kickert is in a lot of trouble here. He's setting it up now. Gonna be jumping back down. That's some really good timing on Kickert, otherwise he's dead. And he picks up the kill, taking down Alex, and now it's panic time for Apex. How do you walk into this crossfire? Kickert goes to the fight, he picks up the triple, and that's going to be AVANGAR 12-3 at the end of the first half. Absolutely devastating for Vitality.
I can't believe it. All 5 players in AVANGAR as well in double digits. Everyone delivering. It's a team performance here and a massive lead going into halftime. We'll be right back in the conclusion of this quarterfinal when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Second half of the third map here. Second quarterfinals at the StarLadder Berlin Major. It's AVANGAR versus Vitality and a 12-3 scoreline in favor of AVANGAR. I mean, is there anyone left that still believes that this could be done?
The guy wearing the British flag?
That one guy, he's ready. Two of them, Moses.
Two of them. I didn't see the second one.
No, he was hiding it.
Yeah, he was.
Maybe for good reason.
Oh boy, Vitality, it starts here. This would be such a historic comeback.
Oh, Rush B, it's a classic. Kickert fighting him. Oh my God! They never stood a chance. How does he win that fight? He's out in the open, chest out, fighting every single one, and somehow he comes out way on top. ZywOo now trying to fight his way back, and he's gonna have to get the ace to try and shut this round down and bring his team maybe finally back into the game a little bit. He's got the right idea, but Dren, again, is such a smart player. He's been playing forever, and he's sneaking up behind ZywOo. Still can't get the kill, and now Sanji ready and waiting. ZywOo, he's just tapping away at the door. He wants to fight. Is he going to be able to get it? Still alive, and only at 56 health. That's not a lot against that USB. He fakes the bomb a single time, and he's got the right idea. The ace in the pistol round, and ZywOo trying to earn his pay. That is such a strong play.
You needed somebody to step up. I just cannot believe it's done. He's done it in a round in response to that opening from Kickert. There should have been no recovery in that one. So much time to play with as well. You mentioned it. Dren playing is so smart and loses his patience, loses his nerve. ZywOo's able to punish. What an incredible pistol round. He's bailed his team out again. He's kept them alive, at least for now.
Now, is that enough heat in that round to light the fire on the Vitality? Will that spark a comeback? I mean, that's about the biggest upside I can see right now, is that this is going to be a historic comeback if they do it. That's what's on the menu. James setting up for a flashbang on contact, and does not feel like they're going to get that chance. Surely there's no way. At 12-3, 13-round comeback or something like that.
You can't even think of it at this point if you're Vitality. You're not even close just yet, so don't even put it into a thought. It's round by round.
It's Natus, who is here at the major, would say. One round at a time. Ancient wisdom.
Well, it looks like Vitality, that might just run right into a snap. Oh no, there's a pop flash as well. If this comes out at the timing, it's not. They don't even know it's coming. They should all get slaughtered before the flashbang comes in, but they back away. Oh, and he's blind, and 2 more kills. The flank, I don't know if it can do enough with the USP. What a dangerous scenario for Vitality to walk into. They sprung the trap.
If you show the replay of that last kill from Alex, I swear his crosshair is miles away from where the bullets are going. That's just recoil bouncing it up. That, I don't know. That could have been the game right there. Double AWP for AVANGAR. They're not messing around, are they? They know, and they should know, and they should think about this too. Shut this down early.
Yeah, before it even begins. Don't give them the feeling that they can actually make it happen. And with 2 AWPs against the slow tactic we just saw in the last round, there should be opportunity for James to find 1 or 2 kills. He's gonna back away before he has any contact. No teammates behind him in the A bomb site, and he's only got the 1 smoke. Sanji and Kickert leaning towards A in this direction. That leaves Buster very much alone inside B with an AWP. If there is any mid presence, if Vitality called this mid to B split, there is nothing anyone can do to help Buster.
Yeah, he has to help himself with an AWP. I don't know, it's certainly an invitation for a big highlight, but ultimately, yeah, there should be no way to win that. Alex is in here, and probably, that's a smart play. Putting up the smoke and waiting to see if someone would push through it to challenge it.
You have to imagine as well, Alex is calling for his team to hold. It looks like they want to attack Catwalk, but since he's felt no pressure, here's no one spamming in CT spawn. Not a single piece of utility coming out of mid. So he's just telling them straight up, come back to the B bomb site. But Buster has a chance.
He does. They're all coming through the right angle from his point of view. Taking down NBK. And now they need someone for middle. Alex is going to be there. And a good call. Man, Alex is just one of the smartest leaders I've seen him play, not just in terms of tactics, but his own play as well, at such a high level.
And he probably himself couldn't even read that there was just going to be one player in there.
No.
He's probably like, oh, that's great. That was the easiest thing we've ever done.
But once the first guy go down, it wouldn't have been unnatural for the other two to say, oh, let's just go, like, get him now. And Alex just says, no, hold on, like, don't throw this away. I'll come help out the window. Really heads up.
And for AVANGAR, it's not the worst gamble in the world, considering this is just the first gun round of the second half, a double op setup. Don't even have all the utility you could possibly need, so saving these weapons, they're going to have another buy in the next round. You can even take some guns away right at the end. Good shot from Jame. It's going to be a 6th round for Vitality, but they're still 6 behind.
We have kind of weirdly entered into sort of a golden era of in-game leaders, haven't we, in Counter-Strike? Because think about
we lamented for so long.
Yeah, it was like a resource that almost didn't exist in the beginning of Global Offensive, and now they're starting to pop up.
Well, remember the early days were dominated by Swedish teams.
Yeah.
Notorious for not necessarily needing strong leadership, very good individually, very good at reading the game individually and working together. That's changed.
It has changed on a whole bunch of different fronts. Who knows what that'll lead to. 12-6. It is still not really looking good. Oh, and Henry's right, isn't he?
He likes nasty as a descriptor.
Yeah, I think I was reading that that in Henry's voice, I think, inside my head. Which I'm not complaining. I think it's great.
No, it is very fun. 12-6 as the timeout ends and we get freeze time underway.
Well, this is something, isn't it? Is me saying this, or?
The third time.
Yeah.
12-6. Here we are. AWP in the hands of Jame. AWP in the hands of ZywOo. And he's heading towards long. He's going to take the jump, up on up, and Jame just gives up the angle. He was blinded, wants nothing to do with the repeak. He's come back for an off angle. Oh, and that late smoke. ZywOo's got to step in front of it to help his teammates. A lot of utility going to be used. Oh, they're in so much trouble. This is so dangerous. If there's another flashbang, ZywOo is screwed.
Very late. Not happening yet. There's the jump. He lakes him. And that's not enough. Alex following it up, but now he's trapped in the corner. Molotov there, he's going to put it out with a smoke. Good that he had that, but NBK still gets dropped by Jame. And now out the middle. The bomb is over here, though. Alex is the one who has the bomb. That's kind of a disaster.
Yeah, they're not going to let him go. They're going to step right in front of that Molotov. Jame still wants to fight. There's the jump back. Huge shot. Bomb hits the deck. And Vitality is going to have to scramble to recover it. And Jame coming back now has a chance on an Apex, and he's got that as well. 4 kills in the round for Jame. And disaster strikes Vitality.
Well, he's so hungry, he's going to eat the entire team. Ace to take down Vitality and put AVANGAR now all the way up at 13. I mean, that was about as bad as it could get. It starts with a late shot. At least that could have been an opening there, but then the fact that the bomb gets stuck.
How many times do you see teams just decide when you already notice that the offensive attacking side gets out behind that box and actually has a foothold in the long? Do you see teams just stick around and take fights like that?
Yeah, some teams now almost by sort of protocol just fall back immediately.
So smart. I don't know, maybe they saw, I mean, you have to imagine they saw the bomb on radar when they took some of those fights and took some of those peaks and were just saying, just keep the pressure. We still have that other Molotov. Let's Molotov it. Let's force him into the open. And what an uncomfortable situation if you're Vitality. You're out, but you're trapped. NBK gets forced into that peak because he's trying to help his teammates. And when he goes down, Alex can do nothing but pray and jump. And it obviously doesn't pan out at all. All 5 kills for Jame. And now 13-6.
Boost on a catwalk, a really quick one as well. Jame running down the middle. If he had someone there that could go, he does spot the jump. Grenade, it might actually be pretty good. Gonna land and do a lot of damage onto Apex, so they're not gonna be happy about that. Now, quick out the middle. It seems like Vitality have decided speeding things up is the way to go.
There's 3 players here on the defense, though. This is gonna be so much more, exponentially more difficult to take than the last time.
Oh, you're right. No, this is not good at all. They're out of money as well, Vitality. They're walking into a huge trap. Buster and Sanji to defend, and Buster with a double kill. No entry at all. They picked the exact wrong round to play this strategy. And AVANGAR, that probably will seal the deal here. Next round, there's not going to be money for the French side. Apex running and shooting, and that is pure desperation. 14-6. I mean, they had their chance, but that ace really shut things down.
We can only speculate about how impactful it was. That could have been a call predicated on the fact that the last time Alex got out mid, there was no resistance, and they walked into it just an easy mid to B split against just one player. And maybe he's testing that. Maybe he's just saying, let's see what they've got. If they're going to stack that again, if they're going to call that strategy, it's super easy. And unfortunately, it's the exact wrong time. 14-6, and now it's really desperate. If it wasn't before, this is the time of the match, of the series, where if you're a Vitality fan, you kind of cover your eyes because you know what's coming.
Yeah, this is part of the story, probably a big part of the story. ZywOo started this second half with an ace, and James, I mean, he's not going to be closing it out, but he did take all of the steam out of that team. Just no chance. Trying to boost over to look for ZywOo. That's a very cheeky play.
It was almost there. Yeah, for a player that is much maligned and memed for saving, he has just booked a incredible performance.
Oh yeah.
In these quarterfinals. What a series he's had. Dominant on map 1. Some very cool things here on Dust 2. And throughout this series, despite all the hype, he's been the better offer.
Yeah, even by some distance, I would say. Scout on ZywOo as well, just to point that out. Does not make anything easier. They've spent all the money in this round. Vitality, they need a miracle. Quite a few, in fact. What do you call a cluster of miracles at this point? I'm not sure. Sanji up at the A bomb site. Going to be playing that one very, very safely.
Playing retake on A. So as soon as he spots anything, as soon as the utility is used, you have to imagine he just back away behind default boxes. James is here on the low ground, but he's smoked off, going for the blind shot. Sanji going to try and hold the line. NBK, shot in the face. Sanji still holding, no pressure just yet. Now he swings wide. He gets out of cover, and that's the wrong moment for that.
They were on him right away. Bomb going down with Apex still covering up on the catwalk, and they picked up a creek in the meantime, so a little bit better this time for Vitality. AVANGAR, they do have some money. I'm not sure if they want to throw it all away here, and maybe especially don't want to give them any more rifles to work with either. Yeah, it's not really worth it, is it?
I have to amend what I just said. Sanji, the reason he's pushing out of the box is his teammate on catwalk had gone down. He was going to get wrapped from behind, and he just had to make an aggressive play in the moment, so fair play. James going to find 1 kill on the exit.
Yeah, that makes sense. But either way, it was kind of unfortunate for him, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because if he could have been allowed to stay there another second, that would have probably given him another kill. 14-7. It's so hard to make yourself believe that the Frenchman could turn this around. Like, I was kind of on board when we were at 12-6 or something like that. I was like, all right, maybe. But this just feels like it's going to be nearly impossible.
It's so hard now.
Oh, what kind of magic is this? This is a Valve logo on the bottom of it? Never knew that.
Why not? Now you know. Today you learned. Tapping through into the smoke, through the crack of the double doors.
Double boost, maybe they'll boost into or look in the underpass.
Yeah, James was waiting. James was waiting for this, so we'll see if he can flick down fast enough, but maybe he feels like he got there a little bit late and just wants nothing to do with it. Also, a player in mid can spot that one out, so very quick boosts. And now they retreat to the A bomb site for what looks to be a delayed long take.
What have they learned so far, Vitality? I think lesson number 1, fighting long is really not a good idea.
On both sides of the map. They got bruised from those fights as well in the first half. They've learned that AVANGAR is not afraid to stack 3 people into the B bomb site. They're also not afraid to leave 1 person in the B bomb site.
Hard to put all that knowledge together and then figure out what to do then if you're Alex. Smoke us up. They can get catwalk and have NBK lurking long. That's not a bad idea.
So much of this round depends on how Sanji rotates back towards the A bomb site, because James at the moment cannot leave long. He can't actually help Adren with this defense, so Sanji's going to have to get there at least for the drop. And here we go.
They're dropping down. He hears it. Perfect timing, but can't find the second kill. James, as you said, hard for him to leave long right now. And Brent trying to hold his own, but he's going to get shot down. Cyber with the deagle. And now James just waiting. NBK very patient back there. And down in the pit, he can't even get out. NBK there to stop him. And Buster, 1 versus 3. And probably just wants to back on out. He's actually going to be putting up a smoke, maybe to fake it a bit. They have quite a bit of money on Buster, so they can buy in the next round regardless of him losing this rifle. But if he can make it expensive, all the more power to him. An 8th round on the board for Vitality.
Yeah, Dren's going to need a gun, and this could also be a second op if AVANGAR wanted to go back into that tactic. Buster can drop one of those, but Vitality still lives to fight on.
Very, very patient play for MBK down there.
He's allowed to be patient because his teammates are trading properly at the A-bomb site. If 2 of his players go down to a sequence, if a Dren gets that second kill, then NBK has to make his move, and he might just be walking right into James' hands. But as it stands, he realizes he can be so patient. He can wait for James to turn around, and he can just slow play it the way he did. And there's no way for James to read the timing of it.
It's one of those plays, though, that if you lose your patience and you do go out long, a little bit too early because you want to help your team out,
you might lose the round.
Yeah, because then suddenly James gets the kill on you, and now he can help at A. So it really has a pretty big consequence there. Looked like that was a good idea, but does not connect. Some grenades going over long just to pretend. And actually, AVANGAR not even peeking the long corner, big opening. Alex taking down Kickert, leaving Buster alone again in B.
And that's so early. That's so early in the round. Sanji trying to cross over mid. Adren is going to be there in CT spawn as well. James is actually going to get aggressive towards Catwalk, and you can't blame him. They at least need to have some information to make up for the man deficit. Oh my god, all 5 players towards the B bomb site for Vitality, and it's another 3-man stack at this site. Adren is going to spin and help out very quick.
They bought time, they're ready with the rotation, they line up for Buster, he's going to pick up one, can't get the second follow-up, RPK with the return, and Sanji in trouble. RPK will take down 2 big kills, and that will open up the bomb site. Still a minute on the clock here, in a 3 versus 2, they should have a very, very good chance of taking this round. They need to calm down right now and just make sure nobody dies putting the bomb down. Renegades not really doing much here for AVANGAR, and they are more or less out of money, so now it'd be worth thinking about saving here. You've got such a big lead. Maybe if you get a kill right now, but otherwise, with the bomb goes down, I'm not sure retaking is going to be the key. And oh, they can't even get away. Cyber won't let them. That was through the door as well, dropping a Dren. That's 9 rounds on the board for Vitality.
That could have been such a bigger disaster. Adren saying outside of those doors, did not spin around and get involved. He was expecting it to be some kind of a mid to B split. And again, just using that preconceived notion of what's coming at you, Vitality, all 5 players in holes. Adren's saying there's usually like 1 person, 2 people, sometimes it's 4-man through mid. He's waiting for that presence, and it never comes, and because of that, he can just never help his teammates.
To me, it looked like Buster was about to hit 3 people with that shot, so I mean, that would have been probably the most disgusting way to win that round, but I don't think it was far off.
Credit to Vitality staying in the game this long, inching closer, now 9-14 in the favor of AVANGAR. It's been 3 in a row for the French side. 3 bomb plants, 3 wins. And finally, the defense has to save. A bit of breathing room for the French side.
I mean,
oh, I say save. They're going to invest a little bit. It's like a half investment. Buster's going to pick up a second op, so that's expensive. He had 7K, but it's CZs and armor and utility for the other 3 players.
I believe Kickert is winning the meme fight against Apex now. Just a little secondary thing. Ooh, goes down, but RPK is quick. He was good in the last round. I don't know, like everybody has to step it up on Vitality right now. There's no more sleeping. Double up still in play here for AVANGAR. Very tenuous. Going to be very hard to put both of them into play. And Apex right there to take down Buster. Sanji knows he's being completely sandwiched. That's the other orb gone, and Sanji surely no way out of this. 10-14, ladies and gentlemen.
This is what you can't have if you're AVANGAR. If you're the inexperienced team, if you're the underdog, you've been stopped cold now. 4 straight for Vitality. Even though there's far back, the feeling, the nature of this game changes round by round as Vitality keeps getting closer and closer. And you just have to hope that AVANGAR hasn't run out of steam. The ops in that previous round, the big strengths that they had that they invested into, because of that, there's only one AWP in their hands this time.
25th round. They still have a pretty firm grip on this game, AVANGAR, but it might not feel that way anymore. It sort of might feel like it's slipping slowly and you don't know why, and you've got to find a way to shut this down real soon. Any kind of a big opening, a big, you know, Jame again, a couple of opening frags in his favor, you're right back at it. It's not that far away, but again, the perception in their minds might be different at this point in the game.
I like this play to be pretty dedicated to the catwalk defense. It's somewhere Vitality has used. They've attacked the A bomb site quite frequently. Kickert watching mid from CT spawn.
Pretty good counter grenade. Really good counter grenade. But now they're out in the open. They line up for the spray, and that could have been almost the round. Kickert with a huge play in the middle to take down RPK, and now he falls back. Jame, Alex, that almost looked like desperation. ZywOo right behind him, and crouched down with the AWP. They might not expect this. They might not realize this is a crazy play, but now they know. Deagle out instead. He's in a lot of trouble. The smoke there just to try and buy a little bit more time. 25 seconds on the clock for this 2 versus 4, and I think AVANGAR might have just found that 15th round that they so desperately been looking for. He's just sniping everywhere. Gonna try and see if he can maybe pull the bomb out, but NBK flashed, and that's ZywOo alone. No chance at all. And AVANGAR with 15 rounds, a single one away from that semi-final.
What a phenomenal play from Kickert, just staying alive as well, not overextending himself. He did a great job. Triple kill in the round. 15-10. One final chance for Vitality. This is so nice. On the flank as well. ZywOo could never find that player inside the bomb site. He was desperate. He was trying to lure him out. And that's the cool thing of this AVANGAR, this young, inexperienced team. Not making those mistakes. Not giving them the mistakes to get back into the game. Great opening pick from Jame. The boost. They've done it 3 or 4 times, and it finally pays off. And Apex is going to have to watch perhaps the last round of his major run.
That first half was just too much for Vitality, even if they really showed some strength in the second one. ZywOo and Jame having a bit of a mental battle over here. First one to cave probably dies. Jame, if he walks a little bit further to the right, ZywOo is ready. Takes a shot through the door, and that even looked like it was close. 4 more kills for AVANGAR, and they will have done it. Dren up in the bomb site, ready and waiting. He's got still a Molotov in his hands. Could be trouble if Vitality try and push it here. 50 seconds now.
They found the weak spot in the defense, though. It's just a Dren at railing. He doesn't have an AWP. They can actually exploit that. He's going to have to be so good with this M4 if he wants to stop them from attacking the site.
Look at that. Smokes raining down all over the place. Adren crouching close. The flashbang is there. That was a great setup for AVANGAR. That should have probably worked, but instead, ZywOo takes one. Kickert is there to get the double kill. He tries to escape. Buster will take down Alex, and it's all on ZywOo. How could he possibly do this? The bomb is down. He tries to go for the shot, and he's going to take down Buster through the wall. He needs to ace it, but it's not going to happen. It's AVANGAR in the semi-finals here at the StarLadder Berlin Major. They drop Vitality on 3 maps with an absolutely amazing performance.
Okay, James just shrugged as if it was just too easy. He's like surprised it was that easy. No one's celebrating until they even finish the defuse. Almost like they don't even know how to win yet. But how impressive was that? Map 1, dominant. This, what a stellar performance. And James logs a phenomenal series against one of the best offers in the world.
The last 2 rounds here for Kickert were absolutely amazing. He had some great kills, great flanks. He opened it all up in the last couple of rounds there. That is so hard to deal with, obviously, if you're Vitality. You're going to be looking back at that first half and thinking, if we could have got more than 3 rounds, there would have been so much that we could have done.
Yeah, just maybe. A little bit of breathing room to work with, but regardless, this has got to be all about AVANGAR. So few people predicted them to take this. We all knew it was possible. We all said the upset potential is there. no one really believed they were ready to take that step quite yet.
Well, especially in a match like this where it goes 3 maps and there's a comeback lurking on the other side. You feel like that's all the signs were there that they could have crumbled, that the inexperience could have shown through, but instead, they just looked so well drilled. That was a real joy to watch. Kickert ending on top at 22, but then Sanji and Bustler right behind at 21 kills. And James, I mean, that's a historic performance from him in his career so far.
Yeah, he's got to be so proud about what he did. The ace was absolutely magnificent. I think that was one of the rounds that really, really crippled Vitality's comeback into this. Either way, we're going to hear from the players themselves. We've got Sona down on the stage with AVANGAR.
AVANGAR, the second semi-finalist that we crowned today at the Berlin StarLadder Major. Boy, that's got to be a good feeling to DreamEaters.
It feels great. I'm so proud of the team, what we made, and yeah, I'm so happy now.
Man, it has been a long time since the Astana Dragons, since Kazakhstan, since basically the CIS has been put on the map like you guys put it on the map today. Talk to me about the emotions that all of you guys are feeling.
I don't know, we don't feel emotions right now. I think we're gonna feel it a little bit later, maybe in 1 or 2 hours. We just don't know. It's the first time for our team to go to the semi-finals. So I think we're gonna realize it in 1 hour.
Yeah, about 1 hour when the adrenaline wears off, no pun intended. Look, man, we're gonna be seeing you guys against the Renegades. Now, you've beaten them before. Can you do it again? That's the big question.
We'll see, we'll see. Can't talk much about that.
All right, fair enough. Last question for you, Adren. Is it James time?
It's James time, boys.
Let's hear it right now for your second semi-finalist, AVANGAR!
Outstanding from AVANGAR. Vitality. They come into this tournament given the world #2 title, and it means nothing in the server. In a best-of-3 quarter-final, you have to put everything on the line, and they certainly did. AVANGAR, they weather the storm of a best-of-3 versus some of the world's greatest.
Yes, listen, we'll be up on Vitality just like AVANGAR did in a minute, but let's talk first about this accomplishment, because like in the context of the fact that they're going against the world #2. They're on like a side of the bracket where nobody gives them a chance to even make it out. They were the least likely one to upset. The maps don't even come out in their favor. The one map they had an edge on, they had a 2% win rate on, and they were playing easier opposition. They were playing some of the CIS squads. So in context, this is the greatest upset we've ever had in the history of the majors. Win a best-of-3 that goes all 3.
Yeah. It's Gambit vibes all over again. Adren has been here before as the underdog, and you know, beating the #2 team in the world today is just chock full of upsets. #2 and #3 now out of the event.
Yeah.
I mean, this side of the bracket, these two teams have played before. It was a complete dogfight.
Yeah, I mean, it's some incredible statistics for us to take a look at. But actually, I think now I don't want to keep them waiting. We have kindly been given an opportunity to hear from the losers of this one. Departure in the quarterfinals. It's Team Vitality with Sue.
Indeed, things seemed set up here for Team Vitality to make it to the semifinals as the favorites, but as we've seen, AVANGAR, when they're playing with nothing to lose, are a very dangerous opponent, and things just did not work out today.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they played very, very well, especially that third map. Their T side was very clean. We could not string 2 runs together, which was ultimately our downfall. And aside from that, you know, I also disappeared that third map, and so yeah, that hurts because, you know, knowing you did very poorly when you could have stepped up and helped the team, you know, that's the one that hurts. But I mean, I think there's nothing to take away from them. They were very solid.
The fans behind you have been cheering non-stop. Even right now, they are still cheering for you here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. What do you have to say to them?
I mean, it's obviously amazing, but merci.
We're going to leave it at that, Nathan. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. Back to you, Alex.
Just thank you to the fans, and they have. I mean, Sue's not wrong. I haven't heard that section stop cheering ever since they arrived here at the venue, but of course it was the Counter-Strike that did the talking, and that will come into tomorrow. We do see AVANGAR locked in for, not tomorrow, excuse me, of course, more quarterfinals to come, but locked in for the semi-finals here in the Mercedes-Benz. I looked at some stats, Sean, and I'm Probably wrong, usually, but 20-6 in opening duels. That does sound like quite an absurd favor of AVANGAR.
Yeah, I praise ZywOo for, the 6-0 opening duels on Inferno. Here he was 0-4, right? He was completely missing at the A bomb site when he was opping it in that first half. They did that car execute that I talked about in the pregame show, and it just did not look like Vitality was ready. They didn't contest Catwalk enough. And AVANGAR's executes on the A bomb site were just phenomenal. They could not be stopped.
And we often say that those takes can be attributed to a lot of randomness. We've seen that the fact that they were reproducing such successful takes onto the A site seems AVANGAR knows something we don't.
Listen, AVANGAR did their homework for this series because on the T side, every single map, they had one site they just wanted to hit as much as possible. As far as I can tell, they only hit the other side to keep you honest, so you couldn't just stack people there. Then when you got, obviously the other side of the equation is, where was Vitality on their CT sides? 3 times they were getting dominated in the openings on the CT side. Yes, they came back once when ZywOo went absolutely ham. On this last one here, they weren't even making information plays. Every highlight's going towards the A site pretty much here, and there's never like a push from the guys on Vitality. They never go up the middle to get information, watch the rotation. It was ridiculous.
I mean, on the other side, you have to look at James, right? We praise him for his opping, but even the rounds Vitality won, it seems like AVANGAR was stacking those bomb sites. They had to like fight their way through 3-4 CTs in every bomb site they would attack.
How many times did Anders or Jason have to sit there and go, well, looks like they're going to be going towards the stack.
Yeah.
There's 3 on B this round and they're hitting B. It did feel like, I mean, can't just be luck. You have to attribute some leadership, some prowess, and some good reads to James.
Well, that's actually something that Sean often mentioned is like, it's a Zeus hallmark actually. Obviously, Adren played with Zeus. Is like, when he's on the CT side, especially on maps he's not that good on, you just gamble. You try and set up 3 there. You don't give any indication, and you just hope they blind walk into it. And if they do, you'll get some incredible turnarounds like that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it on Inferno, no less. I mean, to recap that series, it's mind-blowing.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it on Inferno, you saw it on Dust too. And I love it out of AVANGAR because in like unfavored situations, like 5-on-4s for the opponents, they stack sites and then they'll save their weapons, and take them into the next round. And that's why it's very hard to, get a lot of rounds against them because it feels like every round's a buy round.
I mean,
that bracket is called Rest in Pick'ems. I think everyone's done it at this point. Nobody has them.
I mean, if there is a diamond coin out there, let us know if you can complete the set, because Counter-Strike continues to be the unpredictable mistress we all know and love. StarLadder Major does conclude its first quarterfinal day with Renegades 2-0 versus ENCE, and AVANGAR managing to take a full 3-map series versus Vitality, no less. These are your HLTV highest-rated players so far of the tournament. You can see, you'll be getting to see a couple more of them. The likes of Electronic, of course, taking to the stage tomorrow, and ENCE a little inflated due to their untouched record until their performance here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena.
I mean, yeah, you have to look. That's the story of the tournament for ENCE right there, right? 2 of the absolute best players in the entire tournament, and where were they today? Like, they just weren't the guys contributing on the server. And you can't overstate these upsets. That top part of the bracket, everyone who saw it, including pros, was like, that's BS. What an easy run they're going to have. Like, they're going to the final. Is it ENCE? Is it Vitality? You decide. Number 2 and number 3 teams in the world eliminated by teams way down on the pecking order, and actually teams who weren't even good in the summer. They weren't coming in with height to this major.
Teams with a lot of footage from the Challenger stage, from the Legend stage. They had 4 days of preparation. So these are legit upset wins by these teams.
They certainly are. Going into tomorrow, I mean, just give us a little taste of what we have to look forward to, because yeah, look at. I'm going to let Sean's noise start telling me that story.
Oh my God, that NRG Navi best of 3. I can't even describe how excited I am for that. Right?
I keep going back and forwards on who should win that.
Yeah, it's like
every time I think about it.
Young players from NRG against these old veterans from Navi. It's a new look Navi with Boomich in it. We don't really know what we're gonna get. They claim that they're in peak performance, and obviously Liquid versus Astralis. I feel bad for Sue having to do that loser interview afterwards.
It almost takes the term marquee matchup and makes a mockery of it, because you've literally got what could be the greatest team ever, the team of last year, the reigning major champions back-to-back, going against the team that, as we've made the point of, I think they've won 23 or 24 best of 3s in a row. Yeah. They've lost 9 maps out of 55 that they play. These are numbers that are impossible. So the idea, they both have to go head-to-head, and one of them is going to lose and one's going to continue on. just listen, be ready for the second game tomorrow.
Oh,
be
I
ready.
cannot wait. And you guys, make sure you make time and tell your friends, because we've got some more fantastic quarterfinals. Our analysts cannot contain their excitement. NRG Na'Vi and Astralis Liquid will be clashing here in the Mercedes-Benz Arena. For now, we need to catch our breath and prepare ourselves. So we're going to go do our prep. You can go kick back, play some matchmaking, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the major.
Will be the next